So we have official recognition that we are good to go. Stephen McIver, two-time gold medalist at the Olympics. Shirley Robertson, three-time America's Cup winner. Glenn Ashby and Peter Lester on the water now. Chase Zero, which is our hydrogen boat, and there she goes. Alinghi Red Bull Racing. It's well known. They've had a mast snap 2 days ago. They're back in racing and looking strong.
Not far away from entry here in race number 1 of the preliminary series here. Getting ready to enter now, pre-start, all important part of the race here to get off the start line with an advantage over your opponent.
So they are way late coming in. So due and add to 2 minutes and 10 seconds. 2 minutes
this is
will
the
be
umpire's boundary penalty France, boundary penalty France.
So the French really late there on entry. Massive advantage there already to Alinghi Red Bull Racing here in the pre-start, Shirley.
It's sometimes quite hard though, isn't it, when they're so behind, just to know what strategy to take. But they'll be concentrating on time and distance back, when to turn, if to chase the French, or just to let them go.
Ok, par là c'est pas mal, il fait un circling.
Bordin. Ouais, c'est toi le bruit qui est pas
C'est bon? Ouais, c'est bon. Ouais, oui. GG, pas de...
As you are timing now. 1 minute pin. I think it was good moment.
So you can hear the comms there on the kill time. 1 minute to the pin. French still in this. It's not over. There's such separation here. Alinghi will actually drive around trying to get the advantage over the French here because there was such a separation. It has really changed the game of what they'll actually be trying to do in the pre-start. So pressure back on Alinghi now to make sure they execute well from here.
Let's remember, this is the first time that they've raced. This is a big deal and a big day.
Going down. 5 pin. They attack for us. Or down. Keep going. Pin is open. 10 to the boat.
Okay, late pin.
No rush. 4. Almost
30 seconds and counting to the official start of race 1 and the preliminary regatta brought to you by Louis Vuitton off the coast of Barcelona. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, Orient Express Racing.
Might have to win some time. Can we start anyway, no? Yeah, we can start anyway. They are gaining time.
You'd have to say Alinghi Red Bull Racing here in a fairly strong position coming down there. French looking late to me from here. Should be quite a big advantage.
We are good to go. We are officially underway on the road to the 37th America's Cup. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, Orient Express Racing, first out of the gate.
It looked to me like Orient Express weren't really firing on all cylinders. Something's not quite right in the boat, and hopefully we'll hear from them soon.
Let's go into the water. Chase Zero, Peter Lester. What did you make of the start? Everything okay with both boats, you think?
Yeah, I just think the French were late and probably they paid the price procedurally. It's so important to be very accurate in pre-start. But I just think the French probably had issues getting their time on distance right for that entry. But we've seen they've got good pace. They'll be trying to just claw back vital boat lengths as they go up leg 1.
Nice mode.
Pretty straightforward manoeuvre here for Alinghi, just hitting the French here, keeping in between them and the mark. It's a pretty straightforward match racer here from them. The French have really got not many options here apart from just trying to keep their air clean and actually keep in touch and try and claw back a little bit of ground by sailing the boat accurately from here.
We have been fortunate enough in the last couple of days to see some practice racing. We did see a similar situation open up when the French took on the British. They will not let go. They may have started late, it may cost them, but they will not let go.
You're only one mistake away from a big gain or a big loss here. So with these slightly choppy conditions, the boats are a little bit tricky to sail. So both teams here will be pushing to sail the boats pretty hard and pretty high on the ride height. So as we see the French there tacking back towards Alinghi, should be another straightforward manoeuvre here. Manoeuvre for Alinghi, just basically making them pay their tax all the way up to speed with 30 air coming off the back of their sail plan.
Alinghi have been based here for the last 2 years. They have done more hours on the racetrack than any of the other teams, and we see them also really protecting that right-hand side. I'm pretty sure that that's the trend, that throughout the day the wind goes in that direction and more breeze towards the beach.
The opening leg of 6, up and down, as 3 laps they call it, 6 legs, and we're heading towards the top mark for the first time. It makes a beautiful view on the coast of Barcelona.
Patching, I think. Good. Packing, what is good? Packing. One, all down. And turning.
Classic match racing move there, Shirley, from Alinghi Red Bull Racing. The guys look like they're sailing the boat really well, really accurately, and you know, nice clear communications on board.
Tough nationality rules for AC37. I mean, your whole team needs to be from your country, so they really kind of had to start nearly afresh. Young guys, but they've really put in the hours and the experience of a cup-winning team behind them.
Yeah, a lot of depth within their team, a lot of experienced campaigners over the years in multiple America's Cups. So while they're a young team on the water, they've certainly got a depth of talent behind them, and that balance of youth and enthusiasm and depth of talent is certainly key.
Heading into gate 1 for the first time, it will be Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Confident start for them as they head to that top gate.
5, 3, 2, 1, clear.
The one thing you will see and notice at the bottom, you'll see the speed. You watch those speeds rise when they head downwind. Followed through by Orient Express.
Well, we had 8 tacks on that first upwind, Stephen. Plenty of work for the cyclors and a real classic match racing move.
Yeah, only a deficit there of 12 seconds, you know, behind for the French. So it's a little bit of a deficit, but again, only a couple of wobbles there, and you're back in the game again. So the race is definitely not over at this point in time. A lot of racing to go in this race.
Let's go on to one of the chase boats. This is Pietro Sabello, who is the coach of Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Good afternoon to you, Pietro. Nice start.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, nice start. The plan was to have a solid race, solid start. We like the right side with more pressure, and yeah, for the moment the guys are following the plan, and the race looks solid.
The boys, Petro, look like they're doing a really nice job, mate, of sailing the boat. So the coaching team have obviously done a great job. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Still long race. Let's see how we move forward.
Thank you, Petra. Appreciate the time.
Okay, we had crossing point. Each eye will jibe. I think we might get a right.
So the one thing we did warn you about was downwind, the speeds would crank up, and as you can see, they're already sitting to 43, 44 knots downwind. We can let you into a little bit of a secret that when they get going, we have already cracked the 50-knot mark, and oh my gosh, that is so exciting.
Well, you look at 12.6 knots of wind, and they're doing 43, you know, 41, 42 knots of boat speed. Pretty incredible to be doing over 3 times wind speed in these conditions.
If you were a fan of the America's Cup and you watched it in Auckland, I'm sure your draw is dropping here. I mean, what a transformation. They seem faster, more manoeuvrable. It just full on. What a change, Glenn.
Yeah, these Gen 3 boats are really a step up in efficiency.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.85 nautical miles.
It's little bit of information there from Melanie Roberts from the race committee there, just a little course change. So breeze has obviously changed a little bit there for the teams, and they'll all have that information displayed on their instrumentation, and that'll be changing the boundaries and the length of their routing for them. So some great racing here as they're coming downwind now.
How radical do you think Alingi is? Look at her, she looks like a machine.
Very impressive at how aggressive they've taken this on in this America's Cup. They really, you know, were new to the table, very much so in the design, and I think they've done a brilliant job with what they've done. So really exciting to see some differences between the boats, and who knows, you know, they're a strong team. They could have nailed it on the head. It's really pleasing to see.
Yeah, they've been fast on this round, taken nearly 100 metres from the French team.
So approaching the bottom gate for the first time, Alingi Red Bull Racing with that around 200-metre gap on the French, and they go around. Watch them go around, both boards down and then back up, and the port Cantam comes up and they're off again, followed around by Orient Express Racing. Looks easy, can actually be quite difficult.
Yeah, quite difficult to turn these boats. You're basically trying to do a hairpin turn with 7 tonnes of inertial mass all trying to go in a straight line. So those foils really having to grip the water hard to turn those boats, and both teams doing a great job.
Yeah, let's look at the wind field. The green, more wind, blue, less. Obviously, the sailors can't see this. They're just looking at the sea like normal, but it looks fantastic on the left-hand side at the bottom of the track. Alingi tacking, they've obviously seen that also.
Well, we're the lucky ones, and the folks at home, wherever they're watching around the world, get to see technology that the sailors sadly do not get to see, and it's already stuck in my head. Green is good.
We're going to make a tactical genius of you yet, Stephen.
It'll take a while.
So Orient Express Racing made up a second on that downwind from the top mark, so they're not dropping back. So they're actually, if they can keep their bow clear and sail in clean air, you know, they might be able to chip away. If they can mould the boat well and sail it accurately and stay in touch, the race remains open.
Let's go to Chase Zero, Pete.
Yeah, both boats are coming across directly on starboard towards us. It's just interesting. The French are up to windward and they're holding lane really nicely. Alingi were strong immediately off the tack, probably when they got in that little fresher breeze, but I'd be thinking there that the French have made a nice little gain coming across on starboard.
Yeah, copy, Pete. Thinking similar sort of things here. I think surely you'd have to agree that you know, both boats being sailed really well, and you know, the race is on.
Yeah, it's impressive, isn't it? First time that they've actually raced. That level looks so high. Orient Express, remember, they bought a design package from Emirates Team New Zealand. They have a sister ship to the Defender, and they're certainly not lacking for pace.
Both boats looking really nice through the water there, and Stephen, as we're sort of coming up the beat here, it's really interesting to see these boats really racing for the first time in anger, really looking clean and tidy.
Well, you might suggest, looking at the numbers, that they have picked up about 80 or 90 metres, the French, on that bottom mark, where they were about 200 behind. So this upward leg has been a strong one for Orient Express Racing as we head towards the top mark and get to the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, really nice tack there by Orient Express Racing. They'll be really happy with that, and just need to lock the boat in, get it really dialed in here, and you know, they won't be too far out of the picture. So it's all about millimetres in these games. So all the little movements, all the little trimming that the boys will be doing, the cyclors powering those hydraulic pumps to adjust all the sail plan. It's a real choreography that they need to get dialed in to get these AC75s around the track cleanly.
Glenn, it's like they've been given the keys to the Ferrari. They just have to work out how to get it around the track. You have been coaching with the French. Now, how quickly are they learning?
Yeah, well, lots of learning. Let's go down to the water. Chase Zero, Pete, what do you got?
I'm just seeing a slight drop in the pressure in the wind speed, and I think through that lighter phase, you know, from the bottom mark to about where they are now, it just looked like the French had a little bit better pace on leg 3 coming up to the stop mark.
So Alingi Red Bull Racing heading towards the top mark, and it'll be Potentially they'll take that, as you can see it, the right-hand mark, as you said, it'll be the left-hand mark to them. And that gap is just slightly extended, but the French are not letting them go. They're just hounding them. Alinghi Red Bull Racing around the top mark and completing the halfway mark of race number 1 in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. What's the gap? 13 seconds. It was 12 seconds the last time, so marginal.
I think you'd have to say there was a little bit of snakes and ladders on that last sort of upwind and downwind, so both teams, you know, pushing really hard here to sail the boats well, and the French team are really going to need to pull something out of the bag here to claw the team of Alinghi Red Bull Racing back. A very, very even in performance looking at this stage of the game.
But as you said, you are one poor manoeuvre away from it all folding. So yeah, keep it tight. I mean, that has to be the strategy of Orient Express.
Well, while we're talking about Orient Express, we've got to remember this is a team that received their boat late, very late, and they took, as Shirley quite rightly said, took their design package and the whole thing from Emirates Team New Zealand. Then you have been involved. Their learning is vertical. It's literally at full speed.
Absolutely. The team have done a fantastic job to get the boat on the water. You know, not only the sailing team, obviously getting it around the track, but the whole team, the shore crew, the designers back in the base there, doing a brilliant job of getting the boat together and learning how to use it. Just on board now, having a listen.
Let's go onto the water now, the chase boat now, and Coach Thierry Doulard is with us from Orient Express Racing. You'd be fairly happy with the way the team are sailing this boat at the moment, wouldn't you, Thierry?
Yeah, so far we just need to have a start and to be able to be for the guys at the beginning, because after it's way harder because they're sailing well, but in terms of performance it looks like we're okay, we're pushing them, so still one lap to go and we'll see what's going on.
Well, I suppose the learning curve is a large one, and those starts will be something you've got plenty of time to work on, but they're hanging in there as we expect. Thanks for your time, Thierry.
Thanks, mate.
We've got the French team sailing up the exhaust pipe a little bit here of Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Just a couple of little gains there to the French coming down here. Possibly pressure related, but the gap I think is not quite as much as it was at the top mark, so really interesting here as they're coming down. Definitely some puffs and lulls on the course. You can see the darker patches in real life on the water, but we do have the advantage now of being able to see it real time across the whole course, and I wish I had that on board when I was sailing back in the day.
Surely as they head towards the bottom gate, you've sailed here. I might come to you after they get round the bottom mark and we complete leg number 4 as Alinghi Red Bull Racing again lead in Orient Express Racing to complete leg number 4 of this opening race in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta, heading towards the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup. And around they go. They take the left marker. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, both boards down.
Yeah, following.
And then followed by Orient Express Racing. So it's a mirror image of what they've been doing, but surely you know this water, you've sailed on this water. Sea state is something we've been talking about in the lead up. It is a washing machine.
Yeah, Stephen, I mean, I did the Olympics here way back when I was very young, and I've sailed here quite a lot. It is the overriding factor here. The waves never quite line up from the wind, and it's something that teams have taken into consideration at every decision-making level, design level and systems, everything. It has been crucial to work out how to foil in the fastest race boats on the planet in a very confused sea. Not easy, Glenn.
No, definitely not easy, but having a look at the breeze here, we've actually got the French lining up this puff that's actually coming down the course. That darker green and then into the lighter green, that is more pressure. Where Alinghi Red Bull Racing are, you can see there slightly lighter phase as they go across, so it'll be interesting to see how the snakes and ladders work out over the next sort of minute or so here as they go upwind. The French look like they're really ripping through that puff now, so they've got the hammer down.
Let's go on to chase zero. Pete, what are you seeing?
Yeah, both boats are heading directly at us. We're over on the left, and Alinghi at the moment are slightly bow up, but It looks like Orient have got a bit more pressure down to leeward, but they certainly look impressive. Their forestays are just rock solid in terms of the rig loads that they're using in this about 12 knots.
Alinghi there just giving the French absolutely no breathing room whatsoever. They're just absolutely landing on there, just not making their life easy at all. So the dirty air coming off the back of Alinghi Red Bull Racing, it's sort of second hand here, if you like, that basically the turbulence behind the boat affects the boat behind. So you see the French there having to sort of clear their air whenever they can to make sure they've got a fresh air intake coming onto the sail plan.
I've been impressed with Alinghi Red Bull Racing, really calm decision making. They've had a plan at every stage of the race, and we've heard that on the onboards.
Yeah, super impressive to see, Shirley. They're really sailing the boat really, really well. Very clinical operation at the moment on board there from the young team, and obviously a lot of time and effort gone into it. They have been here the longest out of all the teams, so this will be another day at the office for them.
We do the same, yeah. Okay, key in 5. 3, 2, 1. Ball's going down. And touch. 2, 1. Up. We're just on the edge of the righting, so might get an header. Not to gain. If they tack, we tack, okay?
Fantastic shots on board there of the aero side of the boats, and then the French again having to clear their air, just get a nice fresh lot of air under the sail plan again. It's really, really classic match racing here. Alinghi Red Bull Racing not giving the French anything. They're just saying, sorry boys, you're going to be eating some dirt for quite a while.
And that would be a good start. You're a match racing coach, looking at them going, you got the start, but you also held them off because we know what the French can do.
Something was going on with the French there. I think the systems wasn't quite working, or the electronics, or they were so far off that start, and I'm sure they've been really frustrated by that, because now actually they're up to pace and they're sailing well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out what happened there at the start for the French. Pretty straightforward from here for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They'll be just left turn at the top here by the look of things. The tack, they'll be just looking for a clean execution of this top sector of the course, and then pretty much a delivery to the finish from there.
And that's something you always talk about to us, about the efficiency, the execution of the manoeuvres. This makes such a difference. We reference F1 and how you go in and out of corners. Same thing. Get it wrong, get it right, and away you go. And Alinghi Red Bull Racing will lead Orient Express Racing down on the home leg number 6 for the win, potentially. Never say never in the world of sport. As Orient Express Racing now approach the top mark for the last time in race 1 of this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. Take the opposing mark and head downwind for the final time.
A lovely shot of the foils right there, and there's been quite a lot of changes to the AC75 since the last time. It is lighter, there's less people. The foil arms are longer, a good bit longer, nearly 400 mil, 500 mil.
Yeah,
so
they are, Shirley.
It's a lot more manoeuvrable, and we're going to see a lot more action.
Yeah, the boats are really efficient as we're looking down the course here, and a great view there of the wind field from Cap Gemini. You really get to see the pressure there, and you see Alinghi, in nice breeze at the moment, but sort of having to transition a few lulls as they go through there. The French jibing on the boundary there. Really, the only option at the moment is for the French is that Alinghi do make a mistake in one of their manoeuvres, but they're sailing the boat well, so I don't think that's going to happen.
And of course, they're sailing so fast, they're sailing into the new breeze. The breeze isn't coming from behind like regular sailors would do. There's no need to look behind, is there? It's all coming from in front.
That's the thing. You're always looking forwards, and sailing downwind, you're actually looking hundreds of metres in front of what sort of breeze that you're actually sailing into. And some fantastic shots there of Alinghi Red Bull Racing, absolutely boosting downwind there. Speed of the boat there, around 43 knots of breeze, 12 knots of wind, so absolutely incredible efficiency. As you said, Shirley, the foils, these horizontals there. You can see some cavitation developing on the top surface of those foils on the suction side or the lifting side of the foils. Those foils are now 800 millimetres longer than they were in the previous version, so a lot more efficient. The glide of the boat's very good, and the performance going up and up.
How hard is it to sail at, what, 20 centimetres off the water and just keep looking? It looks like it's on rails.
Practice makes perfect, and these teams certainly put a lot of time and effort in on the simulator and out on the water, and Alingi's certainly no shortage of time on the water here in Barcelona.
Okay, 2, 1, cross going down. And turning. Plus 4. Touch line on the bottom. 10 on down.
No mistake there from Alingi, so French running out of options here, coming in towards the finish.
We are experiencing sailing like we've never seen before at speeds and competition like we have never seen before. And Alingi Red Bull Racing are about to get the first point on the board in the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta. They have done it well, and there they go. They cross the line, and Alingi Red Bull Racing will take the 1 point for the win against Orient Express Racing. And the learning continues, goes on for Orient Express Racing. They'll sit back and look at that start and wonder what if. And they will cross the line and they'll come up as hard as sport is. No points. 1 point for the win, 0 for the second place getter in the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta. The win goes to Alingi Red Bull Racing. So it is race number 2 of the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta. It will be Emirates Team New Zealand. Entry 2 minutes and 10 seconds for the port. It'll be 2 minutes for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. The first race, both boats were pretty much out of sync. Let's see how let's be honest, these are the big boys of the regatta.
Yeah, this feels like a big lineup. The defender and the challenger from the last America's Cup. Let's see what they've got.
Yeah, we've seen this movie before. Know the feeling and know what this first entry's like against all the teams here, knowing who's on board, and with 7 seconds to go, both these teams should be really accurate with their entry as they're coming in here.
Emirates Team New Zealand pretty much on point. Maybe a second out, you wouldn't worry about that coming into the start box. 2 minutes for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, because this dance is about to get underway.
Interested to see how aggressive this dance is going to be. This is practice racing, remember. This is early days for our summer in Barcelona.
Before reaching here.
Fairly quiet, fairly quiet. Maybe it's all in the head now. They're not letting us know, Glenn.
Both these teams will know exactly what they need to do here. They'll have seen this movie and played this out on the simulator thousands of times.
Slow tempo there. 30. Got it. Go 2 boards.
We're almost down in the boat.
Luna Rossa opting for leading back.
Going to bottom. See what's
Up hard. Can always hit a net. Everyone, eh?
So Emirates Team New Zealand here looking to keep a little bit of gauge. Luna Rossa trying to close the gauge. Emirates Team New Zealand rolling over the front of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Swapping positions there.
Still a lot of time to kill.
20 for the boat, 40 total.
That's last.
6 for the pin. Charge is about 13.
No track for me.
Okay, on time for the pin now.
That's pretty slow.
25 to the start.
And you're there. All good. Just
22.
Knees down as well.
19.
Big push, boys.
Yeah, they're starting to come out now. Yeah, big push, you guys.
Happening. And big border.
1 border.
13. All good on the pin.
10 seconds to go for race 2. Who gets the start?
Start touching.
Yeah.
Racing.
Punch it. Find them right here.
That's the left.
Both boats beautifully timed to the start, but it's Emirates Team New Zealand with their nose in front. Race 2 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. What a start.
Yeah, fantastic start there, both boats. I think Emirates Team New Zealand there executed that a little better than Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and they'll be wanting to stay in touch with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli here as they head across. They'll be wanting to not give them too much gauge and make them pay. Use that small advantage to really make them pay on this next intersection over the next minute or so.
Let's go to Peter Lester on Chase Zero, our hydrogen zero emission boat. Pete, what did you make at the start?
Well, different venue, but same game as what we saw in Auckland, of course, in 2021. And Jimmy Spittle against Peter Burling, that's first class, that's the first division. But lovely start by both boats. I give a slight advantage to Emirates Team New Zealand as we're coming up to the first cross.
1 point down. Slowest turn. 1 and button. Just on the bottom of 1.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli having to tack away there. There's no way they were going to be able to live there. So really, really tight racing there. It'll be interesting to see how far Emirates Team New Zealand let them go here. Not too far by the looks of that early tack. So they'll be wanting to keep really, really tight and try and maintain that advantage over Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli all the way up this beat as they tack back and try and go bow on bow.
Wind looks good in that right-hand side. The wind field telling us that there's more pressure right where the Italians are.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, no.
Mistake by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. How costly will that be?
Could be a possible shutdown of the boat there for those guys. Not sure what's going on there. We'll try and listen.
Yeah, you got nothing.
Maybe the boat is back here, guys.
Hey, let's try and get a chip.
Just try and get a replay on this now. Just having a look, coming out of the tack.
Lost the boat.
Yeah, they've said they've lost the boat, so that will be a systems failure on the boat, which is a real shame for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at this point of the proceedings. You can just see there, they've lost the boat. Rudder's basically gone full negative and just forced the bow of the boat into the water, so they've had to actually do a full shutdown there and
Lost the boat.
leave everything off. So real shame there for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Hopefully we'll get some more information
Lost the boat.
in time to come.
Glenn, just explain, what does that mean? You've lost the boat. It's the computer or the power or everything?
Yeah, look, basically it'll be a system shutdown on the boat, so the computer basically will shut down, so all functionality on board the yacht that's controlling the foils and the sails will generally shut down. So sometimes you can lose little things, but this sounds like the whole boat has actually gone into a shutdown mode. So it's a bit of a shame. You can hear Jimmy Spittle saying there they've got the boat back, so it's obviously rebooted, and unfortunately they'll be out of the race from here.
In the meantime, it's Emirates Team New Zealand just sailing away, you might say, in race number 2. Heading towards the top mark without anyone pushing them. But again, regardless of anyone pushing them, this is invaluable practice for any team, regardless of the situation.
I can't see that one from outside. Oh, well. Let's take it up in apex.
Emirates Team New Zealand are running the mark for the first time on leg 1 of 6 in this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta.
Let's build it into this.
Let's go down to Chase Zero. I'm going to ask you the question, Pete. It all looks so easily, but those mark runnings, how tough are they?
I think one of the key points is going from upwind, downwind, and you know, it's quite controllable now. It's only about 11, 12 knots, but watch out when the breeze gets up. I think it's one of those manoeuvres that you can really judge the differences between the teams in terms of boat handling, crew work. But what was going through my mind as that race started to unfold was how close Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli and Emirates Team New Zealand are. I was starting to think maybe when they got into a little bit of tacking that the New Zealanders seemed to be coming out of the tacks and getting back to target speed just a click quicker, maybe half a boat length quicker than Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. But you know, what we've just witnessed just illustrates again reliability, because that will be a talking point through this 37th America's Cup.
So there's a good sign for fans of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. The silver bullet is back up and going after what you have described potentially as a systems issue, Glenn.
Yeah, look, these things happen, and you know, in early days of racing, you know, you're implementing new systems and you're still working through. So although, you know, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will be very, very disappointed with that, I'm sure they'll be working through it. They're a very, very experienced team, a lot of really, really clever, good people that are very, very experienced. So disappointing for the team, but I'm sure they'll work through it, and we'll be seeing them fighting hard as we go forwards for sure.
This is the first of racing, and it is an increased intensity. You're pushing the boat harder, you're pushing everything harder, aren't you? And there is going to be issues.
There will be, and you know, pushing the boat hard, you know, in racing, you know, potentially, you know, trimming and sailing the boats compared to when you're sailing around by yourself. You're using, you know, 30 to 40% more oil, for example, with the sails, just by having to push hard against another boat. So the cyclors having to push extra hard during racing, just to compare to sort of sailing around by yourself. You can do some mock-up manoeuvres, but there's nothing like actually being in racing competition.
I spoke to some of the British cyclors this morning. They said it'd been a 20% increase in demand come race day.
Emirates Team New Zealand, they will not be pushing this boat any harder than they need to now. Just take Tauhoru quietly through the rest of the race, being mindful, of course, that they want to pick up the 1 point as well in the preliminary regatta standings.
Yeah, learnings every minute you're sailing these boats as new equipment and new settings and new tuning is coming on board, new sea state. Obviously the waves and the sea state that Mother Nature provides is different every day. So every time you're out in the water is a big gain.
It's just worth looking at the bottom left of the screen, and that's downwind speed as we see Emirates Team New Zealand head towards the bottom mark for the first time to complete leg number 2. We can tell you that the Italians yesterday hit 52 knots, and we were all just slack-jawed and open-mouthed going, what have we just seen? These boats are incredible, incredible machines.
Now, Glenn, you were part of the Defenders team at the last Cup in New Zealand. You know, how important are these early chances to race against the challengers?
Yeah, really, really important for Emirates Team New Zealand, you know, to take this opportunity to be able to line up and do some racing with some other teams, because as the defender, you don't get to do the Louis Vuitton final or the semi-final, so you really are lacking race time when it comes to actually lining up for the first race of the America's Cup. So these races now, the learnings out of this is absolutely invaluable for the team, you know, for the whole team going forward.
New to the team, of course, Nathan Outridge. We had a lovely shot of him. Port Helm with the defender. What's he added to this mix?
Look, Nathan is a very, very experienced campaigner, and he certainly knows both Pete and Blair very, very well. After years and years of sailing 49ers and Olympic skiff classes together, you know, those guys know each other really, really well. So I think Nathan's been an absolutely brilliant inclusion into the team, and you know, as a fellow Australian, I'm happy for him to fly the flag for us.
Well, the other thing too is he was a competitor against Peter Burling as well in his Olympic days. So having someone to push an individual in your own team, it's the perfect scenario for any team.
Look, it really is a fantastic program for the team, and the boys, as I said, know each other really, really well. They've done a lot of sailing against each other. They know how to push each other. They know how to develop together and really wind each other up and get the best out of the boat. So, you know, really technical guys, both of them, and I think with Blair and also with Andy Maloney and the rest of the team, you know, with a great coaching staff as well behind the scenes in Ray Davies and Josh Jr. You know, you just look at this boat sailing now and you go, wow, there's not too much that you'd sort of change with that, how it's being sailed through the water at the moment.
We will see more of this shot throughout all the different boats, but it's still beggars belief to any non-sailor. How the hell are they doing that? Sailing at 40 knots on a rudder there and a foil there.
Certainly a picture of technology and efficiency, and, you know, really raising the bar, you know, for what our sport of yachting can showcase. And whilst it's a shame not to sort of see an epic battle between these two powerhouse teams, a real shame to have Luna Rossa drop out of that race. Seeing Team New Zealand obviously sail the boat around the track, and what we're going to see in the future is very exciting.
So Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli rounding the bottom mark for the first time after their systems failure, but they're up and going, and they'll want to figure it out as they continue on.
Can you open the comms with the boat? There's an issue. You want to stop the boat, please?
Well, that was
Italy. Can you please confirm that you have retired so that we can open up the comms?
Well, that was first their coach, Philip Presti, asking them to retire. Obviously, they monitor the boat on the coach boat as well, and there's issues on board.
Well, they're going down.
Italy, this is the race committee. Can you please confirm you have retired so that we can open up the comms?
We have, thank you, race committee.
Race committee. Italy, yeah, we've retired.
So
thanks for that, Italy. Race committee copies.
Confirmation that Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli have pulled the pin on race number 2 in this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. Real shame, because you got to say, even in the early stages of that race, it was game on. You saw something, didn't you? I mean, let's be honest, there was something there.
Yeah, it was so exciting, wasn't it, for the first few minutes where there was 20 metres behind them. I mean, what is that, like a second or something? Nothing between them. But a very sensible approach. They need to preserve the asset, look after it, and they were worried, we heard on the onboard comms, they were worried about the barrelways. So, you know, safety.
Emirates Team New Zealand completing the halfway mark, heading on the downwind leg, but they'll be safe in the knowledge they've picked up the 1 point in race number 2 of this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. Look, cyclos, yeah, we're still going. We're just going to keep grinding out, and the amount of work they have to do constantly is ridiculous. So we are good to go in race 3. If you are just joining us, wherever you are around the globe, wins to Alinghi Red Bull Racing and wins to the defender Emirates Team New Zealand. Port entry will be the New York Yacht Club's American Magic Patriot up against Britannia from, well, the official challenger of record.
Yeah, both these teams getting geared up now, just killing a little bit of time before their entry into the pre-start. Only about 15 seconds to go for American Magic here entering. They're both boats wanting to be on time for a clean pre-start dance that we'll see shortly.
So American Magic coming in pretty much on time, port entry. Maybe just a little under, and 2 minutes is the entry time allowable for Ineos Britannia coming in from starboard.
Just a couple of seconds behind the entry allowable time there, Ineos Britannia giving American Magic just a couple of extra seconds of breathing room. Be interesting to see how both boats line up here and what philosophy they take on here in the pre-start.
Really hard, these 2 minutes for the cyclers. I mean, maximum amount of manoeuvres and energy needed.
Yeah, a lot of sail trimming in this pre-start dance going on at the moment. Both boats circling, trying to put the other one in a more difficult position. Really, really hard on the cyclors there, you know, doing a lot of hydraulic oil movement. They'll be, you know, on the rev limiter there before they even get off the start line.
Right-hand side of the course looks strong. Also on a match racing course, you know, lots of benefits from being to the right.
So American Magic sailing up to windward of Ineos Britannia. They'll be looking to sort of push Ineos Britannia down the course a little bit to sort of put them on the back foot. Ineos Britannia re-tacking to then come back up and close the game. So really fantastic pre-start build up here.
Turning up hard in 2, 1, turning up hard.
Just coasting north-south.
11 boat. Up boat leg.
Okay, pins open.
Copy, yeah. Push guys. 9 boat up here.
Ineos Britannia looking to build speed and actually get a speed differential to hook American Magic here. American Magic accelerating, shutting the door. 10 seconds here.
3 line. 2 line. 1 line.
Big push, you guys. Turning up. Everything you got.
Race 3 is go in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here in Barcelona. The New York Yacht Club's American Magic in the foreground. Beside them, Ineos Britannia, the official challenger of record.
They're all very similar. Trying to work a bit of height now.
Okay, you're on 0 offset. seconds.
On board USA here now.
A little bit of a high groove here. Copy. Happy to take it. Yeah, nice on the jib. Okay, we are closing gauge.
25.
Nothing in this race at the moment. Both boats very, very evenly matched here. Slight advantage to Ineos Britannia for me.
Okay, we're very close here. Standing up a bit higher.
Getting near the boundary.
Okay, he turns, pressing here.
Okay, 15.
They're building for it. On the move, sir. 28, speed's coming.
5.
Yeah, where you from? Nice getting mode here. Okay, average shift here. And coming out. 38 head all the way.
Down to chase 0. Peter, what did you make of that start? Gee, I've got to say, Ineos Britannia looked quick today.
Yeah, Ineos looked really fast off the line. I think they had a nice speed build, but when they came over to the left, I was quite impressed by how American Magic just managed to climb out underneath. They were gauging in on Ineos, and what's really noticeable between the two boats is the projected hull area aerodynamically. American Magic looks a lot less hull to push through the air than Ineos. Interesting that the designers to come up with a solution have come from different corners of the rule, but I am impressed looking at American Magic. She certainly looks to be enjoying these conditions.
Yeah, he's starting to get a bit closer to boundary, but at the moment, it's very marginal if we go for a lee bow or not, or duck. Pick one over.
So that's what's going on board American Magic. What's going on inside Ineos Britannia?
I think if we duck, I'm not sure.
1, down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Turning. 2, 1, going board. We are strong, normal VMG. They duck then. Copy. We duck us by a couple of lengths to lengthen. Okay, mates coming on, boys.
Really nice game there by Ineos Britannia on that right-hand side of the course. A little more pressure possibly over there, Shirley, as we've been talking about this morning.
Yeah, we could see that in the wind field. And one of the joys of having two helmsmen is that we get a running commentary from the one that's not steering. It is so good. We know exactly what they're thinking. They're painting a picture, not just for the other helmsman, but for all of us.
Well, they definitely need to paint that picture well, because you cannot see a thing on the other side of the boat. You have a big black wall in front of you, so you're absolutely relying on those fantastic comms from the other side of the yacht to be able to sail the boat accurately, particularly in a tight boat-on-boat situation.
As they approach the top mark, what we are getting is what we mentioned at the end of the last race, two very different design concepts, where you've got Ineos Britannia, where you've got your trimmer sitting right at the back behind the cyclors, and on the opposite boat, you've got American Magic side by side, which is like a race car. As we see, this is an interesting one. Have American Magic made gains on the first leg upwind?
I think we're around the issue here. You're just not far away anytime.
So it's Patriot around the top mark for the first time with a slight advantage. Let's see what that will be. They're saying 6 seconds. Game on.
A really tight battle here going forwards, and I think possibly one less manoeuvre going forwards there for the Americans. You see the wind field there. Both boats having to transition, both puffs and lulls heading to either side of the course, so it would be really interesting to see how this next intersection is going to be, of who's made a gain and who's made a loss. Quite difficult to tell, as they both have to transition a few puffs and lulls here.
So the coaches follow their charges, their steeds closely. Tom Burnham is the coach of American Magic. He joins us now. Hey, thanks for joining us, Coach. What do you make of your start on this one? Just apologies there, slight technical difficulty, a bit like Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in the last race, but big cross coming up. Hang on.
Just across American Magic. just across in front there, too close to do a jibe in front of Ineos Britannia there. They would have actually infringed if they had tried to jibe in front there or get hooked. So very, very even race, Shirley, as we come downwind here at the moment.
You know, today really is reveal day. It's for all of us to take a look, but also all of them to collect data. And how exciting is it to start to get some real speeds off these machines?
I'm seeing some really even performance here of both these boats, which is really, really exciting, you know, as we move forwards in all these future series. This is fantastic racing and great to see two boats pushing hard and with different design concepts.
Well, for race 3 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta, we're actually getting a true match race here, and there's not too much between these two flying machines. And the speeds, as you can see, going down, it looks like Ineos Britannia in a better space as it was speed-wise.
And they're clear across just.
Yeah, only saying 20 metres in it here, so basically a boat length in it, so really, really tight. Be really interesting to see how they play this bottom end of the course here, because the British will want to split here to not get hit by the Americans at the bottom of the course. The Americans will have to take a guess of which way the British will go here, so quite interesting.
It's going to be a two-board turn. Go board. 10 seconds. Follow them in right hand here. They're really just focusing on our manoeuvres, and we'll stick
heading into the bottom mark for the first time, and there's nothing in this. American Magic will round the bottom mark. They'll take the right-hand mark as they see it, end up on the upward leg. And followed straight away by Ineos Britannia.
Straight into attack Ineos Britannia here for sure, and yep, around they go. They'll be really wanting to stay in touch here. The Americans going with them, which is the right thing to do. They'll basically shepherd them across to the right-hand side of the course and make them pay on the way back. They'll be basically looking to hit them on the next tack and actually put them in the dirty air.
Let's go back to Tom Burnham, the coach of American Magic. Coach, thanks for joining us. You comfortable with what you're seeing with your team right now?
Yeah, it's good. They're going great. Really pleased with the execution and how they're sailing the race course right now. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, fantastic, Tom. Glenn Ashby here. How you going? Great to see the boat on the water and going well, mate. You must be happy with the guys. Obviously, fantastic coaching job there to get them where they are. Well done.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, definitely they're doing a great job today, and really nice to be out here racing after a little bit of a tough day yesterday in practice, but guys are executing well right now. Thanks, Glenn.
All right, appreciate your time, Tom.
Thanks, guys.
Didn't give too much away, did he?
One of the nicest guys in the coaching world, along with a few of the other coaches. They're all top guys and do a fantastic job. An integral part of the program going forwards, and absolutely needing good coaching staff for good performance, without a doubt.
He hinted yesterday they had we were practicing racing and to get a massive nosedive. Everything wet, some of the systems not great. I'm sure it would have been a big night for the support team, just checking everything. So a massive delight today for the whole team. Dr. Voss, also one of their founders here. So yeah, and huge sigh of relief.
So you can see our live wind field brought to you by Cap Gemini. The simple thing to understand here when it comes to wind in this live wind field, green is good. That's where all the pressure is. Blue, you want to stay away from pretty much.
Yeah, no, green is definitely good. And as you see American Magic there, just sailing into a little bit more pressure there. You should see the boat speed going up a little bit there as we are, which means that it's all working as it should. That's what you'd love to see as a sailor, and forcing Ineos Britannia basically to tack away there back to the left. So great job from the American Magic team there, spotting a bit of pressure, early tack back, and they're certainly in a commanding position now as we head towards the top end of the course.
And have done well to gain. We're now at 200 metres separation. In part, as you say, they're sort of sailing in bad air, not being able to tack when they want. And we'll see at the end whether that is also a speed difference between the two boats.
They call this design of American Magic, they quote it as a minimalist design. And the one thing they talked about is having recumbent cyclists sitting down.
Just having a little look at the ghost boat here of potentially where they could go from here to actually make any gains. Just sort of seeing where Ineos Britannia could potentially get closer or around American Magic, and the ghost boat's basically saying that heading over to that better pressure is the way to go. So it's looking like that, you know, there's not many options here for Ineos Britannia apart from staying in touch and continuing to sail their boat as absolutely as best as they can.
Although, as you always say, you're one slightly dodgy manoeuvre away from it all falling apart.
Just quickly back to the recumbent cyclists. What do you make of that? Everybody else has got cyclists sitting down like a cyclist.
Yeah, look, you know, everyone chooses a different design philosophy, and the minimalist design, that's exactly what they've gone for.
Okay, stand by. 15 seconds to move.
American Magic with Paul Goodison and Tom Sillingsby on helm will head to the top mark and hit the halfway point of this third race of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta, and they will just sweep around that left-hand mark. Whoa!
Yeah, that is an absolute terrible manoeuvre from American Magic there. They look like they basically got the Traveller pinned out without having enough hydraulic resource to get it back on. So,
well, let's see how Ineos Britannia does it and give us your read on this one. That was wild. That was riding a wild Bronco. This one.
Let's have a look here. Really smooth and clinical mark rounding there from Ineos Britannia. Both the jib and the mainsail Travellers there in unison. Lovely powering up of the sail plane there. That was a clinical manoeuvre.
Let's see a look at this rounding by American Magic again.
Just watch the Traveller really pinned out wide there. Bang, maxed out ease. You hear the dig, 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 dig. That's basically a hydraulic request to try and get that Traveller back in. So just having a look at the foils here, you watch the boat go round, you'll see a little immersion of the foil, then a windward heel. And as that Traveller pinned out, that's basically trying to force the boat over the handlebars.
When he says dig, 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 he's talking to the cyclers. He just needs more, if they have any more.
They need to raise the pressure in the system to actually get that Traveller to move when it's highly loaded.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gates, lengthening the course to 1.95 nautical miles.
So a little pressure increase there. Just Mel and Ian Murray, race directors, just extending the course out. So that's a good sign. We've got more breeze coming.
We might not see the cyclers in the American team, but they are absolutely crucial. They're actually facing backwards, as Stephen said, they're on recumbent bikes, completely hidden away. But it's such a crucial role, you know, to supply the energy to trim the sails whenever you need it.
Must have come from a rowing background. Enjoy going backwards, but doesn't sound like a nice position to be.
Yeah, we can just see their heads.
You can hear them working hard there. Hear the drivetrain of the yacht there. Those pumps absolutely getting a flogging at the moment. Those guys will be pushing super, super hard. They'll be trying to sail the boat as efficiently as they can. The better you do as a trimmer and a helmsman, the more efficient you are for the guys cycling. So you want to do a good job of that.
Straight in left.
Hey, Trav, yeah, he may not make that.
Okay, copy.
We heard Tom Slingsby talking about the ley line, the touch and go, whether they're going to make the ley line for those bottom marks. Hoping for a bit more breeze.
Really, really nice shot of American Magic coming down there, sailing the boat beautifully. The team.
American Magic about to complete leg number 4. They're in a solid position against Ineos Britannia. Let's see what this rounding is any better than the last one, but they put both boards down this time to just ease themselves around that. And they're back up on their penultimate leg of race number 3 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta.
A massive lead now to American Magic over the British, so a bit of work to do. As the British little coast there, they're a little shy on ley line, so that's going to hurt even more as they've washed off a bit of extra speed going around there. So another little deficit to make up if they can.
tacked up above us. Yeah, copy.
A huge loss for Ben Ainsley and his team on that run. I mean, I don't know if that was slightly speed or pressure or positioning.
Keep going straight if you can. Yeah.
Let's go to chase 0. Peter Lester on the water. American Magic look a different boat than we saw yesterday. They look quick.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I think just what her drag coefficient, I think, must be quite low. The boat has lower top sides and it looks pretty slippery in these conditions. And coupled with that, when the boats were close together, I just thought American Magic had a little bit more height, and that was impressive off the start line. And they've picked 2 beautiful ley lines at the top of leg 2 and leg 4. So American Magic have put together a very impressive race here against Ineos.
Pete, speaking of Ineos, let's go across to the chase boat, and that's Rob Wilson. And Rob, thanks for joining us, mate. What do you make of your race to this point?
You know, I think they did a good job on the pre-start. That was good to see. When we got up on the top right of the course on that first leg, we actually were forced to tack back, you know, just with the boundary. The Americans did a real nice job of the mapping, and they just made the best of that right shift at the top of the course, and that gave them the game. And we've been kind of trying to just get out of phase to get back with them.
Rob, it looked like Ineos Britannia made quite a loss on that last downwind. What do you think that was?
I think, like, you know, we're going to have a look at the data, but generally, you know, the speed has been decent downwind, so we're quite happy with that, and the manoeuvring's pretty decent. You know, the Americans certainly had more of the right side, and we had a bad shift so I just wait for Ben to finish. And then we had a shift go against us at the end, just as we were coming in on that long port. We had a 10-degree lefty, which cost us quite a bit with the leverage.
Rob, just very quickly, first race for your new driver, Dylan Fletcher. How's he doing?
He's doing super well. You know, we're lucky enough to have 3 amazing helms of this team with Giles, Ben and Dylan. You know, they're all super close, and yeah, he's absolutely loving it.
Thank you for your time, Rob. Appreciate it. I'll let you get back to the race. We're on the penultimate leg, leg 5 of race 3 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta off the coast of Barcelona. We're on the Mediterranean, and it's an American Magic leading Ineos Britannia.
Fantastic shot there of American Magic heading upwind, really doing a good job of keeping, you know, that centre part of the hull close to the water surface. That bustle, if you like, and skeg basically creates a sort of an air curtain down to the water, so effectively sealing the sails through the boat into the water for maximum efficiency. The boys doing a great job there of keeping that gap nice and close.
The hull is essentially smaller, the top sides are smaller, hence the recurrent cyclist just keeping everything really tight.
Gotta love the aero game in 2024 in the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup, which is the big show. It's a long way off, and this is the preliminary regatta. American Magic around the top mark for the final time in race number 3.
A little nicer mark rounding that time than the one previously, so they will be shot out of the cannon going downwind here. 46.4 knots, 88 kilometres an hour in the bearaway there. So definitely not tied to the dock, the American Magic boys at the moment.
Ineos Britannia now coming into the top mark for their final time. And as you heard Rob Wilson, their coach, say, didn't give too much away, was pretty honest about what was going on. There'll be a long debrief about this as they round the mark and head downwind for the final time. 31 seconds the gap.
49 knot bear away there for the British. They're off downwind as well. Just a couple of wobbly shifts early in the race, Shirley, and I think that's just, you don't need much when you get some leverage on your opponent when the wind does shift, and it is quite shifty here, as we can see. It's, you know, really, really interesting having a look at some options here, you know, for the British as they go forwards with the Ghost boat. With the wind field that we've got at the moment, the Ghost boat not offering up too many options for the Brits to make up ground against American Magic. But you can see there the puffs and the lulls down the course, and I think through that early part of the race, you know, just a couple of those going against the British, and now we're seeing a little gap as we come down towards the bottom end of the course.
Glenn, I mean, they're doing 45, nearly 50 knots into these manoeuvres and making it look pretty easy. How on the edge is it? How difficult?
Yeah, the guys are making the boats look really easy to sail. You know, they're not. You know, they're extremely difficult to sail. They're right on edge. You can see how much the foils are moving around. You can see the waves. You can see the boat moving around the foil arm. Every little movement, you are getting shaken around. You're feeling the boat through your body, and that's what we can't really pick up on the cameras. But on board, you are feeling every little bump and shift, and that's what you're using to, not only with your numbers, but you're using that for the feeling of getting the boat around the track in good shape.
Going forward. And turn him.
What up?
Really, really clinical comms there from the American Magic team, just saying how nice the boat's feeling, and you know, they're just locked in and sailing well. Tommy's just saying to the boys, one and in from here, we'll just keep it nice and simple, and they're just locked in and sailing the boat fast. So they've got a good gain now of 500 metres, and they're just going to keep chipping away to get down to the bottom.
Want to do a race round in here? Or? Yeah, let's do it. Yep, right turn? Yeah, right turn, 20 seconds.
Considering what happened yesterday, that we were fortunate to see, and you weren't wherever you are around the world, and a big nosedive by American Magic. They have come out, guns are blazing. A huge psychological blow, too, you might say, to the old enemy in Ineos Britannia. But American Magic will take the win in race number 3 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta and score that all-important 1 point.
Nice work, guys. Great job. And nice race.
Push her down, boys. Nice work. Nice work back there in first class. Big band, baby. Big band.
Happy birthday, Groomie. Happy birthday, John Groom. Yeah, buddy. Yo.
And in comes Ineos Britannia. It's a hard thing to suggest you race your guts out in a preliminary regatta and you come up with the big donut, no points. But that's what this is all about. This is all about testing yourselves against the best who you'll face when we get to the Challenger Selection Series.
A really nice entry there. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli just a couple of seconds off. The French looking much more on time than they were in the last start, which will be a great to see them battling it out against the best in the business, arguably, alongside possibly Emirates Team New Zealand from the last America's Cup in this pre-start dance. Oh, and the French off the foil there. That's not what they need. They've slowed down too much.
Entry penalty France, get behind penalty, entry penalty France.
We saw on the wind field them sailing into a big amount of pressure there with the Capgemini wind field there, trying to slow the boat down, pulling the handbrake on, and they've pulled it on too hard and actually slowed the boat down too much. They've got to rebuild here. They're going to have to take off, and they'll really be on the back foot here in this pre-start. They've got to get the boat taken off and get it on the foils.
1 minute 15 to go. Can they get back up on the foils from what you're seeing?
Enough pressure to get back up on the foils, Shirley, as we go forwards here, and this will really open the door. I mean, Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli basically doing their own time on distance from here.
Well, we can see the speed is coming, so good news for France. And yeah, Luna Rossa beautifully lined up on the right-hand side, just going to judge that return to the start line. Both these teams, difficult first races. I mean, really looking for something solid here.
Obviously, the Italian team, you know, looking to get round the racetrack after a reliability issue in the first race, which have obviously got sorted out now. But the French really over in Coffin Corner there. I mean, they're very, very vulnerable here, coming back on port tack. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, you know, just be looking at their own time on distance. I think they'll be looking at where the French are.
Boundary penalty France, that's 2 penalties.
And really not a good day for Orient Express Racing at the moment, with a couple of unforced errors there as they get to grips with sailing these AC75 class yachts in racing anger.
So let's look at Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Looks like time on distance is going to be an absolute peach in the final race of the day. They're sailing against themselves at the moment, but most importantly, they'll want to be able to complete the full 6 legs.
France to restart.
So basically, the French there over the course side of the line early there when the gun went. So the restart from Richard Slater there, which is exactly what the French are doing now.
Penalty's clear.
Cleared their start line and now they're off. But Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will just be boosting it over to the left-hand side of the course there, Shirley.
I mean, the French were, well, nearly a whole boat length over the entry line there. I mean, is that software errors or just getting to grips with it, or just, you know, just a mistake?
Yeah, it's a really good question. You'd hope that it's a software issue, but I'm not sure there. We'll have to wait and hear from possibly Terry Delar from the coach boat at some point during the race. But watching Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli here, they are really sailing well.
On to chase zero. Peter Lester, did you get a first-hand view of what was going on with the French?
Well, yeah, coming in, they did fall into a light spot and they just fell off the foils, and then it just takes such a hard speed build, you know, when you're trying to get down below the line. And really then from there on, it's all just back foot stuff. But with time, you'd think they'd rectify those pre-start. You haven't got a lot of time in terms of only 2 minutes. And if you do make a handling error, it's so costly. But Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli really just dominated. They went out to that windward side, they waited their chance, and now they are gone and looking superb as they head up, heading over towards the right.
So up the first leg in this final race of the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta for day number 1. And Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will want to put on a good, strong showing here and want the boat to be just feeling right after that huge systems failure that cost them in race number 2 against Emirates.
Yeah, look, absolutely. You know, reliability is key, as it is in a lot of high-tech sports, and you know, there's a huge wealth of experience and knowledge within Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and they will absolutely be all over that side of things. And fantastic to see the boat really dialed in here and sailing well. Be really interesting, Shirley, to see whether the French can sort of stay in touch with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. It'll give us a good indication on how the boat performance is relative to Luna Rossa if they can hang in there.
These races are all about learning, and if, as you say, if they can just kind of stay in touch, they'll get a feel for pace, they'll get a good look at the other boats' manoeuvres. It's just so important to learn. I mean, you're working with the French, you're coaching them. What's your advice?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting one. I mean, it's obviously when you've got another boat that you're racing, it does elevate the pressure onto the team, and these guys haven't had a lot of time sailing this boat compared to a lot of the other teams. But if they can get off the start line cleanly and they can do the simple things well, I think they'll get around the racetrack really well. So it's just a matter of executing cleanly, and I think they'll be in the mix for sure.
Il arrive déjà de de gauche. Non, 20. Allez, la forme. Remonte un poil la cure. Il pousse au curly line, franchement. Avec le petit tac maintenant. Line 26.
Orient Express Racing, their learning curve is a steep one. That's the second poor start they've made, to be honest, and it has cost them. But I'll repeat again what we've said before. We had a chance to see them in practice racing the last couple of days, and once they get going, it's a quick boat. This is about fast boats. It is a quick boat.
Yeah, they're a quick boat and they're a talented bunch. I mean, they are. You've been working with them. They're sort of inhaling knowledge, aren't they, the whole time? And you know, I've high hopes that they're just going to get better and better at a rapid pace.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli around the top mark for the first time.
Catch.
Now that's, I was about to say, that's pretty tidy, Glenn.
Wasn't their best one. You heard Jimmy Spittle say that he was blocked out on the Traveller, so he's obviously getting to a pressure relief setting there on the Traveller, so that's interesting to hear on the comms.
And Orient Express Racing go around the left-hand mark, as you can see it on your screen, whatever size of screen you may be watching on, and
Yeah, that's a nice rounding from the guys there. They're, you know, they've got round there pretty cleanly and, you know, sailing downwind pretty well here. So if they can lock in, keep sailing the boat cleanly, that's the most important thing for these guys to do at the moment, is just get the boat round the course cleanly, because the package we're all hoping is going to be pretty good and get them in the mix for sure. Having a look at the wind field here, you can see Luna Rossa, Prata Pirelli in more breeze than where the French are, and you can see the boat speed 44.7 knots versus 42, largely due to the extra wind that they're sailing in at the moment.
Oh, 50 knots is the magic number, isn't it, for the foils? That's when you start to really worry about cavitation. And we just can see a little bit of bubbling right there from Luna Rossa.
The boat's just so efficient now. Pete, just going to you onto the water. Can you see the puffs and the lulls there, Pete, from Chase Zero on the water there as they're coming across from where you are?
Yeah, just looking at wind on the water, I'm looking down the track now, and certainly there are some lulls, and that shows up as just a lighter colour on the water. Both boats, for me now, are heading into more pressure as they head over to the right-hand side. There's certainly nothing wrong with Orient's down pace. A fast boat, they've just got to figure out, you know, getting that detail, the crewing, and especially getting off the line. Luna Rossa, Prata Pirelli, they're on fire, and it's great to see that they're not having any of those electrical issues they had against Emirates Team New Zealand earlier today.
Just having a look at the Luna Rossa cyclors there. They'll be looking at their screens down below. They'll be watching the pressures, watching the course boundaries. They know exactly where they are on the course, even though they haven't got their heads up. So very well practiced team.
I've got to ask a question about cyclors. You mentioned something to us yesterday when we were chatting about them, about it's like trying to cycle through a swamp.
It basically is, yeah. These guys definitely, as we saw before with the Emirates Team New Zealand cyclors, these guys are pretty happy putting themselves in the hurt locker. And if you can imagine riding a race bike through a swamp, that's pretty much what it's like powering a hydraulic pump. It's really, really difficult to push that oil around the boat. And as all the loads are changing on the boat, all the sail functions are changing on the boat, the pressures are going up and down. You're using high flow, high pressure, low pressure. The guys have to change gears, and the system on the boat has to change to account for all the load changes.
Looking at your pins, I would suspect you were never wanting to be a cyclor.
Definitely a trimmer in my world, that's for sure, Stephen.
Luna Rossa, Prata Pirelli, the silver bullet heading towards the bottom mark for the first time. You can see they're going to take that right-hand mark, as you said, and around they go. Both boards are down.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward marks, shortening to the course to 1.85 nautical miles.
And in comes Orient Express Racing. The gap at the top mark was 20 seconds. The gap at the bottom mark, 21, but they've rounded and head upwind on leg number 3 in this 4th race of the day. The final one for the day in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here in Barcelona.
You can hear the voice of Timothy Lepau there talking to the rest of the cycling team, and they're pushing really hard. The French boys, they really need to execute this next manoeuvre well. Looking at the optional route there, or optimal route I should say, to the top mark, and not a huge amount on offer there from the simulator for the French to get back into this race, unfortunately.
It always looks good in that bottom right-hand corner, though, doesn't it? I wonder if that's, you know, effect off the beach, or, well, I don't know. We'll find out, I guess.
Over time, I think it'll play out, but some absolutely sensational shots there of Luna Rossa, Prata Pirelli, ripping up wind. You see how fast that leeward foil is going through the water. You look at the sea state, and then you look at how steady the boat is going through the water.
Massive amount of design decisions to get to this. I mean, normally foiling boats are in flat water. I mean, this has been a huge intellectual exercise, and also for the sailors then how to make the machine work.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, obviously foil design, extremely critical, as that is really the only part of the boat that's in the water at the moment. The hulls these days are sort of designed around hydrodynamics, but also around aerodynamics. You know, aerodynamically, they just have to connect the rig to the water so well.
The foils are longer than we saw in New Zealand, but small.
They are super small in area. If you actually look at the foils in real life, you think, how the hell can that carry a 7-ton yacht out of the water at those sort of speeds? They really are an engineering masterpiece, and something that, you know, not many people get to see, but here we are looking at the thing, you know, in real life as it's going through the water. It's really nice.
That's like lifting a truck out the water.
It is, on something that's around about 200 millimetres wide, so it's pretty impressive. It's pretty good.
Let's go to Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli's chase boat. Philippe Presti, the coach, is joining us now. The Silver Bullet looks good today after the systems failure earlier. Now she's flying prettily.
Yeah, she's flying high, hopefully all the way to the race. We had a kind of issue in the first race, very disappointing, because it was a tough race and it was very close. So anyway, the boys did a good job to repair all the malfunction, and we're back on track.
Hi, Philippe. It's Glenn here, mate. How are you?
Hey, Glenn.
Hey, mate. Can you fill us in on exactly what happened with the shutdown? I heard the boys say we've lost the boat. We've lost the boat. Can you give us any insight into what actually happened there?
I don't have the competence. It was something electronic that malfunctioned and just stopped every function of the boat, so we couldn't turn the mast or move any appendages. So that was kind of scary. And after we tried to connect to the boat, but during the race, all the communication are shut. We saw that there was an issue, and we want to connect to the boat, but it took a little bit of time to stop the boat and to go on board and to fix it. But yeah, nothing major. This boat, as you said, are super complex, are crazy engineering, but they're also pretty fragile, and still a lot to do to have them fully bulletproof.
All right, grazie, Philippe. Appreciate the time. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Welcome. Ciao.
Ciao, yeah. And Luna Rossa Prada really fires herself around the right-hand mark as they see it on the water. You just again realise when you see these boats go around these marks how difficult that manoeuvre is, as easy as it looks from where we sit.
Yeah, it's a real balance getting the boat around the mark. It's probably one of the most difficult manoeuvres. The top and the bottom, you know, the hairpin turns, you know, the big change of angle is really, really difficult. Orient Express Racing coming around now to complete the halfway mark of this final race of the day. Nice and clean. They'll be happy with that. Little heeled there at times, but they've got it under control. The cyclors there will be on the rev limiter at this point in the race. Doing a great job there, getting the boat round. The French will be just hoping to stay in touch here and not lose any more ground to the Italians. Sailing the boat nice and clean is really what the day is all about for the French team.
So France touched down, they went into the jibe, they looked all right, but then they flew quite high and they touched down. So again, it's just those control issues that are limiting the French. I think speed-wise, the boat looks fine, but that manoeuvre, the mark rounding looked good. It was that first jibe that was costly. That will be valuable seconds lost.
It's just another indication of where they're probably at in racing this AC75, but they are still determined to prove that they are strong and they can be strong. We know it's got a fast boat, but just again of what went wrong here.
Yeah, it looked like the dagger board actually went back down. The one that they were getting out of the water looked like it started going back down, and definitely a rudder ventilation. You could see the puff of water come off the rudder, and that was a big vent. So I'm not exactly sure what happened there as they were exiting the jibe. So hopefully we'll get an opportunity to find out what happened later on.
Lots of gremlins on board the French boat, don't you think, today? They're sailing fast, but just coming unstuck.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. I've got to say, when you look at this boat and how even it is to the surface, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, the pitch stability, if you like, of the yachts is really, really key to maximum performance. And you can just see how well Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, the flight controllers, are doing on keeping that pitch stable. And that pitch is basically all derived around the rudder elevator. It's how accurately you can control that rudder elevator. The rudder moves together to control that elevator. Doing a good job of that is very, very good for performance.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli have certainly lengthened their lead on Orient Express Racing Team in this fourth race as they head down to the bottom gate for the, well, let's just say before the finish. Two more legs to go and they round that comfortably. Yeah, just a bit of a...
Not the best manoeuvre there from Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. I'm being critical there, but they actually did get a little bit of a sideways slide going on there. So you can see the exit of that tack really slow. They should have been exiting that tack probably about 6 or 8 knots faster than they did there, dropping down to about 26 knots. They should have been well over 30 knots bottom speed in that tack. So might be a critical eye from my point, but you know, they're sailing the boat nicely. So I'm trying to pick anything that I can see to rip them one. But no, look, they're sailing well. But that was just a little bit high, a little bit slidey, and on the edge of grip, which, you know, they're obviously pushing the boat hard.
We talk about, you know, one of the strengths of the Defenders being retention of people, you know, holding on to that IP. But actually, Luna Rossa have the same model. You know, the same sailors are back, the same designers, and wow, we're seeing the results of that.
And they've also produced a new word, slidey. A bit slidey.
A bit slidey.
A bit slidey. Here's hoping that Orient Express Racing aren't a bit slidey around the bottom mark to head upwind for the last time.
It's a bit like your rental car driving, I think, isn't it, Stephen? A little bit slidey at times.
Wow. Okay. Well, we are looking at boats that remind us of Formula One races with their design and their speed and their movement and the talk about it. So I'll take it.
Old sideways Stephen.
Orient Express, I mean, they bought the design package from the Kiwis, from Emirates Team New Zealand. I mean, what does that actually mean? You know, what do they get for that?
Yeah, obviously the French, you know, basically don't have a design team. So I think we're actually just about to hear from Mel from Race Committee. So I'll just lay out for a second.
This is the Race Committee. We are moving the finish marks. Course length is now 1.75 nautical miles.
So Melanie Roberts there, little course change, just keeping everything square and in line. But getting back to the design package, yeah, effectively the French, you know, don't have a big design team. In fact, a very small one. So they've actually, to get on the table and even make it to the start line in this America's Cup, the only option for them was really to buy a design package off a team, and hopefully the design package that they've bought is a good one. I think what we're seeing is, you know, some great performance when they get the thing pointed in a straight line and are sailing the boat well, and obviously a huge amount to learn, not just in the sailing of the boat, but in the systems and actually almost the reverse engineering of how the design has actually come about. So, you know, big job for the team, and fantastic to see them on the water, and they will just be getting better and better, and they'll be learning every single minute that they're sailing here out on the waters of Barcelona.
La fesse un peu au board-up, Matt. Ouais, sur celui-là, oui.
See the wind field there, Shirley. Not a huge amount happening at the moment. Looks like a fairly steady breeze. When we're not seeing those big colour changes on the course, that's an indication that the wind isn't really doing a whole lot. So it's a fairly steady, smooth breeze this afternoon.
It's very calm on board Luna Rossa, isn't it? We think back to New Zealand. This was the team that invented the dual helm, Francesco Bruni and, of course, Jimmy Spittle. So they're well practiced, aren't they, in communication. That's not easy. You know, learning how to paint the picture for the other helm, to trust the other helm, and to share the decision-making. It's not easy.
No, definitely not easy, and I think all the teams, that relationship between both sides of the yacht, you know, not just from a steering perspective, but from a trimming, foil trimming perspective, you know, it is a very, very, you know, practice choreograph boat. You know, you have to be very, very good on both sides of the yacht to get around the track in good shape.
In a funny old way, it does make you wonder. Maybe that's why American Magic went for the side-by-side, so they can look at each other and eye contact, all that sort of thing. The little things, the details, because detail is everything in the America's Cup. As Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli round the top mark for the final time.
Coming down. Catch.
No sign of sliding, Glenn?
No slidey there, Stephen. That was a very, very railed turn, as you'd say, and you know, really, really nice turn there. You could see the stern sinking there as they go around, making sure they got plenty of grip on that rudder. Also, basically allowing the boat to go a little bit bow up means that the flap of the foil can go up a little bit as well, which is actually good for reducing the cavitation on the foils.
You'd have to say one thing we have been treated to today on the opening day of the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta. Wind and plenty of it, but also the challenging sea set, which we've been talking about.
Yeah, these boats just make bumpy water look smooth. It is not smooth. You go out there on any other boat than one of these and you'd be getting your teeth rattled out at the sort of speeds that they're doing. So really, really great performance with these boats now, compared to previous being about 700 kilograms lighter than the version 2 boats. So the light air performance, absolutely incredible of these boats now.
Orient Express Racing, they will round the top mark for the final time. Tough old day. Starts have really hurt them, and amongst other things, but the start is a critical part of this whole AC75 regatta. We've said it before, we've seen it in a couple of days ago. We know they've got a fast boat, but it's the detail, the little things that are costing Orient Express right now, but they will get better.
It's quite hard to practice the starts, isn't it? I mean, you can set up your own start line, but then you don't have all the information from race control, and it's just kind of different. They're really sort of learning from the get-go here.
You can hear the cyclos there, really pushing hard. Yeah, big job. Hats off to the cyclos of all the teams. It is a monumental effort powering a boat of this size just with 4 humans. It's a great effort.
It makes for, quite selfishly, some beautiful television when you see boats like this coming at you, graceful, knowing that they are some of the fastest big boats in the world now, going around a course for the ultimate prize eventually. It's a long way off. October 12th, the start of the match. Who will face Emirates Team New Zealand? Will it be the team that faced them last time? Who knows? We're only the preliminary regatta, and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in their second race of the day get the points this time and cross the line in race number 4. That solitary point, valuable after their system's failure back in race 2.
Absolutely no emotion shown there by the Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli team, I should say, and just another day at the office for those guys. And you can see there, Philippe, nobody's high-fiving or yahooing. They're just going, righto, we got it around the track, let's get it back in the shed and keep developing as we move forward. So very, very clinical performance.
It is a learning game, and we actually heard Ben Ainsley start to talk about that. It is, you know, every day just trying to get faster and faster, and if you don't keep that pace of development on, then you're left behind. Did you just talk a little bit about that, Glenn, how important it is to stay ahead?
The development process absolutely just has to carry on right the way through to the end. I mean, you've obviously got to get through the Challenger Series to make it to the America's Cup final. and the development process just has to carry on, and it's such a big job for all the teams to try and preempt what that development process is, and that's the beauty of the America's Cup. It's a design race as much as a sailing race, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. We're seeing fantastic different designs, but we're also seeing some fantastic racing, and the sailing teams do make a difference as well as the design teams, and it's very much a combination to be successful.
And the amount of pressure that each team feels would be enormous, even though we're only at the start. Orient Express Racing coming in to finish the day. They will end the day 0-2, no points, and lots of debriefing to be done. But we are so happy that they are here. The French have a magnificent history of racing in the America's Cup, and it just makes the difference because 6 boats out going head-to-head. Another stunning day off the coast of Barcelona. Stephen McIver, 2-time Olympic gold medalist Shirley Robertson, 3-time America's Cup winner Glenn Ashby, and on the water Peter Lester, now Chase 00 emissions boat. So it'll be port entry for a Lingy Red Bull Racing, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Here we go, mate.
Yeah, both teams looking really nice here for a solid pre-start entry. So in about 15 seconds, we'll see Lingy Red Bull Racing hopefully ending really nicely on time, followed by American Magic at 2 minutes.
Big match this. They both had a solid day yesterday and will be wanting to check each other out.
So they've had their challenges at Lingy Red Bull Racing. Do they make it in on time in 2 minutes and 10 seconds? A little bit late, but the dance will begin shortly. We're waiting 6-5, counting for American Magic to come in. They too will come in a little bit late, but the dance begins.
Foot down here in 2, 1, foot down. Happy to do a bit of the 2 border cross here and just take a little bit of height. Just assess. Okay, he turns back now.
Lingy opting for a circle there straight away to actually be pushing American Magic across the other side. So American Magic extending time on distance from them from here, and they'll be looking to lead on the way back ideally.
Okay, ratio 2.9. Happy to start bearing away.
All about the time and distance here. When you lead back, when you decide to pull the trigger and go.
And he's staying behind. We're just going to hold it down here.
Okay, well above the starboard line.
Yeah, copy, got that. 30 boats.
25. 24.
Sneaking up a little.
23. 20 for the company.
Aim is tight to fluid, you guys.
So American Magic there extending away downwind. They're pretty much going to want to basically try and lock a Lingy Red Bull Racing into windward there and not let them get behind. So Lingy Red Bull Racing need to make sure that they can actually get clear there and not get locked out above the start line.
Inside the last 30 seconds to start for race 5 of this Louis Vuitton Pirelli Regatta. Not too much toing and froing at the moment.
I've got a strong position here for American Magic off this start.
Racing.
Holding up slowly.
Straight run to the line for both these AC75s. We're underway on day 2. Race 5, the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta.
Yeah, Shirley, really tough for a Lingy Red Bull Racing to hang there. They're going to have to tack out fairly shortly or they're going to get paid a big penalty.
A bit of mistiming for them. I felt they went for the push, but they went too late. And, well, Tom Slingsby and American Magic could just completely do his own thing and get such a perfect start.
Let's go on to the water. Chase 0, Peter Lester. What did you make of the start, Pete?
Yeah, strong start by American Magic. Time on distance was perfect. Lingy were always going to be pushing hard to get to the line. They forced the peel away early. So initial advantage to American Magic off the line.
A length and a half, 2 lengths. Happy just half notch past the target, a knot past.
Really interesting that American Magic decided not to hit the Lingy there, so they must see something out to the right-hand side of the course, more breeze, because match racing normally you would have landed straight on there.
We we have generally seen the right-hand side, particularly at the bottom part of that course, really be quite favoured.
20 seconds, so almost just before boundary. 20 seconds. Speeding to slowly ahead. Happy to recover you. Okay, stand by.
I need.
And in 3, 2, 1. And turning. Here comes smoke. And we're heading this way. Yep. At 25 to intersection. Maybe my button.
Has the distance look good?
Really good lead. Okay, by attack we're gonna have to heal up and put down in 3, 2, 1. I'm going forward.
And turning.
Spot up.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate. Course length is now 1.75 nautical miles.
Again in front. Just margin if we make that.
Even top gates, I'm happy to go for a boundary tack and see if we're fitting it out.
It was so nice to hear the dialogue between the helmsman there, Tom Slingsby, and Paul Goodison. They really want that right-hand side, aren't they? Fighting hard for it, in preference really to defending with a Lingy.
Must have been a real team plan to protect the right there, because they're really working that right-hand side of the course hard.
Much later on the right, on the left of the top. Nice gains here.
Just having a look at the wind field coming up fairly shortly here at what's actually happening on the course. And you can see the Lingy Red Bull racing there over the left-hand side of the course there. Nice pressure coming down from the top right for American Magic, so they'll take a further gain as they get into the top gate.
How far are the tack? Yeah, it's going to be 10 seconds the other way, a bit less. And then a bear away, guys, so right.
American Magic comfortably will take the top gate for the first leg of this 6, and they'll then head downwind. Just look at the way the speeds are turning. They'll take the right-hand gate, or the left-hand gate as you see it, right hand to them, heading back towards that pressure.
Push all the way down.
Smoothly go around. They had memories yesterday of maybe a bad rounding, but they are slick, and they're followed around by Lingy Red Bull Racing. This is always the fascinating thing. Watch the speeds increase downwind. 12 seconds the deficit.
Just want to always keep him to the other side of it.
Can you go before the lane? And entering the zone. Fabian, your max. In 3, 2, 1, down.
Hey, Yacht inside.
At the moment, it's we could probably make one and then left.
Having a look at the wind field here, overlaid of what's actually on the course there, and you can see both boats sailing into better pressure there. American Magic probably getting the best transition through this pressure, so we should see them with a slightly higher boat speed as they sail through this pressure.
10 knots of wind over 40 knots of boat speed.
Coming into open course.
Still impressive.
Every time you say that, you just shake your head, don't you?
Nice lefty here. There you go, board down, stand by. Board down here in 3, 2, 1, board down. In turn.
So a strong margin by American Magic. Let's go on to the wall with Chase 0. Consistent sort of race right now, Pete.
Yeah, it's pretty even. American Magic are flying a little bit lower to the water, so they're getting a nice end plate effect from the hulls of the water, especially forward of the mast. And their manoeuvres are small. I've got them extending a little bit. Point to just note, you know, they're doing a boat length every second at the moment at 40 knots. That's just how quickly they gobble up length too.
many ways we get into these boats. A bit like Cookie Monster who wants cookies. He just gobble up that speed and just throw it out the back.
So interesting listening to the dialogue between Tom Slingsby and Paul Goodison. You know, they were rivals in the Olympic world for such a long time, and I know it's been hard for them to really work on that communications. It's what you say, the language you use, how you say it. It's so crucial, isn't it? They're like two pilots in an aircraft.
Copy. Doesn't look better this side though, so don't go too long.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. If he splits, but we wait for him to tack.
Yeah, copy.
And then we'll do the same as we did at Brits yesterday. We'll just split across. Okay, so it's going to be a 2-port turn up here. Hang forward down here in 2, 1, forward down. And turn again.
American Magic round the bottom mark for the first time. You heard Tom Slingsby say quite clearly, 2 boards down and away they go. Nice and sweet and safe. Followed around once again by Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Both these teams racing cleanly, and I know Glenn Ashby would love to say it, sailing efficiently.
Both teams doing a really nice job of sailing the boats well here. Almost the easiest conditions to sail these boats in at the moment, so there's absolutely no excuses for wobbles in these conditions. Both boats sailing with a J2 jib, which is the second biggest jib. Slightly lighter breeze at the moment, around that sort of 9 to 11 knot mark, so they're needing a bit more sail area to get the boats to maximum performance.
Let's go on the American Magic chase boat and talk to Coach Tom Burnham. Thanks for joining us once again, Coach. Looks nice and tidy today.
Yeah, it does. Actually, Glenn made a really good point there about how this is about as good as it gets. You know, 12 knots in flat water. It doesn't get much better than any boat, but an AC-75 especially.
Yeah, Tom, the guys are sailing the boat really, really nicely here. I mean, this is absolutely as good as it gets, as you said. What mainsail have you guys got up today? You're running your big one in these conditions?
Yeah, it's a little bit of the larger size mainsail for the expected conditions today, and then as you said, you know, running a J2 and perfect spot for it. It's great.
No, well done. Sails look great, mate. Nice work.
Tom, we're enjoying listening to the onboard audio. I mean, a great comms between the two helmsmen. How important is that, and how big a deal has it been to get these two guys working so well together?
Yeah, it's huge, Shirley. As you say, it's the comms between the guys are crucial for them to work together as a group, but it also helps keep the cyclers informed of what's going on, so the whole team is all on the same page. So it's really crucial, and they're really doing a great job of it. We've been working on it really hard.
Appreciate the time, Coach. Get back into it.
All right, thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
What about the pace, Glenn? Do you think we can tell anything from this race about the relatives?
Yeah, it's quite an interesting one, actually. I mean, it's really the first time these two teams have really lined up against each other, and they'll be absolutely gauging everything, you know, off each other. And just that little advantage that American Magic had off the start, they sort of have capitalised on that little gain to the right-hand side of the course, and really not allowing Alinghi Red Bull Racing much breathing space to really sort of sail their own race. They're dictating them quite fiercely.
So wind speed differences all over the course, and you know, if you are ahead, you pick your own way, don't you? It's like skiing down the moguls. You pick your way through it, and if you're behind, you know, less choice about where you go. So hard to really know if it's breeze related or if it's actual boat speed.
And bottom.
Nice righty coming down. Mike's favor.
American Magic doing by the numbers. When we say doing it by the numbers, everything is done by the numbers. Moves, tacks, jives, everything done by the numbers. It's a choreographed dance, isn't it, to the nth degree.
Nice work, guys. We've got 20 seconds this way before a right-hand turn. We've got a nice lead over them. Halfway through.
Confidence building. You sense that when you hear them, doesn't it, with the American team?
Quite a big left here.
helm and trim of American Magic as they go down and will take the top mark in a comfortable lead at the moment against the Red Bull Racing. And we're at the halfway mark of race 5 in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here off the coast of Barcelona. Another glorious day in the Catalan capital. It doesn't appear too much at this particular point in time that Alinghi Red Bull Racing can do about American Magic, but pretty much follow them around the racetrack.
You clear in 3, 2, 1, clear.
And that deficit now has popped out to 31 seconds.
Yeah, the trailing boat in these conditions, having to sail through the bubble of dirty air every tack on the upwind. Even though they're not getting hit, they're having to sail through the turbulent air off the boat in front every time they tack, going upwind and downwind in actual fact. So a little loss of power, a little loss of efficiency in these conditions when the rigs are bending the air a lot, and that makes a big difference.
In layman's terms, for people that don't truly understand the turbulent air talk about sailing, when you say turbulent air coming off the front boat, how do you explain that simply?
Yeah, I'll get to that in a second, but just having a quick look at the ghost boat shots here, Stephen, you know, there's really not a whole lot that Alinghi Red Bull Racing can do here at the moment with the breeze on the course. The ghost boat's saying, you know, they've just got to stay in touch with American Magic. They can't jibe away for anything special, so they just need to keep sailing the boat well. But having a look at the rig here, you can imagine the air going around those sails, and that is using energy. That's what's sucking the boat forward. That exhausted air, if you like, off the back of the rig is very, very turbulent and very dirty. It's very, very unclean for the boat behind. So that trails out the back, and the opponent will sail through that turbulent air. It's a bit like an aircraft taking off. You have to give a couple of minutes for the runway to clear. It's exactly what's happening here. They're sailing through the dirty air of the plane in front of them.
So stay away from it, you get blown off course.
Correct.
What do we got? We got 20 this way. I think you'll probably jibe here pretty soon. But yeah, happy to go to lane line from here, 15.
Generally on this downwind leg, American Magic just a bit faster, at least a knot, sometimes more, than Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Stand by.
There's a great shot of the layout of the helm and trim on American Magic side by side, completely different to all the other teams.
If you're wondering where their sight floors are, you can see just the top of their head. They're on recumbent bikes. They're facing backwards. And recumbent bikes, really, so they're nice and low down. So the freeboard of the hull can be smaller than the other teams.
Just confirming 2 boards.
American Magic steaming into the bottom mark for the second time. Look at that speed, 44, 40, close to 45 knots coming into that. Just think about it. You're going to get round that bottom mark doing that. But like hitting the brakes with both boards down, and away they go, clean as a whistle.
He looks like it's enough. Followers this way.
Let's go on board the chase boat for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Petro Sabello, thanks for joining us. Tough day out, but it's a clean race for Alinghi Red Bull Racing at this point as you get ready to round that bottom mark.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in this condition, we know it's like a kind of a racetrack. The start is super important to get in front in the first cross. American Magic did a great job on being in front and the huge slingshot after the start. For us, the doors are not really open in these conditions, so it's just a matter of trying to stay as close as possible and wait for a possible mistake.
The start, Sabello, is so important, isn't it? Particularly when the conditions are like this. Where do you think the error was? What happened?
You know, I think American Magic did a good job on just reducing the gauge between the boats and having a good acceleration. For us, by trying to accelerate more, we had to come down and be too close to them. So I think was that just the difference, and after we had to deck out, they had for sure a better deck and they could control after the first cross. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, the team is working really hard every day, a huge effort to improve. We'll keep going and do the same for tomorrow.
Thanks for your thoughts, Pedro. I'll let you get back to it.
Thanks.
Pedro Sabella, one of the coaches, and every team has a coach, just trying to push these teams to the limit to get optimum performance. And that's something that's happened over the last couple of days. Let's not forget about the cyclors.
Let's talk about the drivers on Alinghi Red Bull Racing. We just saw a lovely shot of Max Bachelin. He's only 26. He was a 49er sailor. He's a paramedic. He'd kind of given up on sailing, and then this opportunity came along. And I have actually sailed with him myself. I mean, a phenomenal talent. You know instantly. He just had a great feel for the boat.
Are they getting header? Yes,
These guys, so you can see the circulating air there inside the cockpit on their shirts. You know, they're travelling at huge speed going upwind here in these really light air conditions, and mixture of sunglasses and goggles. Goggles not necessarily needed on a beautiful day such as today, but certainly some eye protection is recommended.
It is by and large a young team, though, Glenn, isn't it? I mean, they've had a lot to learn in a short period of time.
They certainly have, and you know, that depth of experience that really is right the way through Alinghi Red Bull Racing. You know, there's a lot of people behind the scenes that can point them in the right direction, and you know, as a group, they've done a wonderful job to get to where they have. They're going to be a powerful force moving forwards.
Down here in 3, 2, 1, down.
You can see the wind field here. Shirley, it's you know, up and down. Those sort of different colours basically representing around sort of 2 to 4 knots of pressure. The green, or the darker green, about 4 knots more than the sort of darker blue. So puffs and lulls coming across the course, but hard to tack and take the advantage of each of those puffs and lulls, because you're losing about 7 to 8 knots of boat speed every time you tack. So you really have to tack on something big. So being a smooth course, you're pretty much boundary bouncing at the moment.
Let's go to chase zero. Pete, what are you seeing?
So boats now just attacking on starboard ley line, but 1 knot of increase of wind speed equates to 5 degrees of wind angle in terms of wind shift. That's how high performance these boats are.
Maybe left turn at the top. 1 more tack. More pressure coming downwind.
Just look at the backdrop. How good is this? That's how close you are to watching it from the beach. Barceloneta beach was the main beach in Barcelona. Many other beaches going up, and they love the beaches. I was biking to work this morning, and they're on the beach playing volleyball at 7:30 in the morning. How good is that? As we see American Magic coming in to complete their penultimate leg on this first race of the day. Race number 5. And they take the right-hand mark as you see it on the television screen. Head down on the final leg. American Magic sailing it beautifully today in the opening race of the day.
25 seconds.
And they have really stretched out this lead.
He comes this way.
Yeah, they're sailing the boat well. There's no question about that. Both teams, in actual fact, you know, sailing the boat pretty cleanly in these conditions as expected. And great shots of Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming into the top there.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming into the top mark for the final time. That lead is certainly stretched out, made by American Magic sailing their beautiful boat Patriot Day, 46 seconds. It's really pumped it up. But again, both these teams sailing well today. It's just, I suppose, comes down to that one thing about if you want to win the America's Cup, you've got to have the fastest boat.
Yeah, certainly boat speed helps, but also linking up the dot to dot. Surely on the downwind there, you can see the puffs and lulls, and all the teams as they're sailing downwind will be, you know, looking forwards, sailing into the pressure on the downwind, and it's a big game of dot to dot at the end of the day.
I think this race will be a confidence builder for American Magic. I mean, they executed a great start. There wasn't really any doubt that they were going to win that start, and have just made clean, clinical decision-making ever since. They also look like they've got the edge. They have got a bit of extra pace, both upwind and downwind, and we see the distance growing and growing as this race goes on.
Fantastic shots of the foils there. Stainless steel, knife blades carving up the waters off Barcelona. It's absolutely fantastic shots there from the heli choppers up there. Don't get to see that view very often. That's pretty epic.
What are the loads on that bit of steel?
It's basically taking the full load of the yacht, about 7,000 kilograms or 7 tons of load going through a fairly small foil, so pretty impressive.
Do you like the efficiency of that foil? Do you like what you see on that foil?
Certainly got a nice package, American Magic, and I think all teams will be scoping out what each of their opponents is using and stand by for some changes over the next couple of weeks. It's going to be an exciting period.
How much can we expect to see? What level of changes and evolution will we see during the summer?
As long as I don't see Stephen McIver and his speedos on the beach, I'll be very happy. But other than that, there'll be some nice sights for sure.
Just want to go and set up.
Wow.
Right down here when we're done.
That will not be an evolution that you will ever see in your lifetime.
I'm pleased to hear that, mate. Keep your board shorts on, at least.
American Magic will cross the line with a confident win in race 5 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here in Barcelona. They've done good. They'll be happy with that. We'll get some reaction on board shortly.
A little here this way.
That was sweet as a nut.
Really solid, lads. Yeah, boys.
Nice job.
As Shirley Robertson quite rightly said, confidence is one thing, even at this early stage of the regattas, that every team is looking for.
Yeah.
And considering, you know, 2 days ago they put that Patriot into the water, then pulled out of the race just to check it all over, and then came back yesterday and they picked up a win. They've got a perfect record so far now, American Magic, in this preliminary regatta. They are 2-0. Remember, the top 2 teams at the end of the weekend, they will race off in a single match race final. And American Magic are laying their cards on the table. Alingi Red Bull Racing, 1 win, 1 loss so far in this preliminary regatta. But a clean race, what more can you ask for? But learn, learn, learn.
Stand by for some good action here. Both these teams, no stranger to match racing, so going to be some fireworks.
3, 2, 1. Should be sweet, just watch you don't gain on it.
Rotation in here, Lammy. Coming up.
Solid entry by Ineos Britannia there.
I think it's all the way across here.
Angle coming up. Hey, just flat boat.
In comes Emirates Team New Zealand at pace.
Not far off a piece here.
2, 1, coming up.
All the way, come on.
Happy to charge.
Hey, going fluid now.
Stay with it. 20 seconds.
Moving.
We're going into a circle pick.
1.
All the way around.
8. Moving. Holding board.
Copy. Anything shake?
Way around.
Copy.
Up. Now cover that high mode here.
And again.
Down if we can.
I will.
Nice and smooth it. Holding the board here for a sec.
They're just trying to live above us.
Let the speed come.
Back in. I don't tandem.
Hey, 2, 1, going board. Okay, going up into zone 1. Hey, big main on here, lads.
I was saying bigger left is
20, Lila.
Possible chance of dummy them here.
15.
Working away. Okay, let's go. Come down if you can. Try to dummy them into it. Working
7.
Yep. Go, coming down. Yeah, jumping here. Coming left. No, 2, 1, 4, 10. Fire wheel. Okay. Heel here.
Let's go.
Fire wheel.
2, 1, going board.
Okay, 25. Yep, my wheel.
Emirates Team New Zealand right in the dirty air there of Ineos Britannia as they come in towards the start here with 45 to go.
They're on 2.
Still a lot of time to go, 43 seconds. Need to do something.
Not killing them much. Going board. Take tack with us. Board down. 2, 1, 3.
Emirates Team New Zealand will match here and try and lock Ineos Britannia to windward here. They're slow off the foils.
bottoms there.
Big trouble for Ineos Britannia here. Expect a huge lead from Emirates Team New Zealand here. Ineos Britannia absolutely parked there. Time on distance for Emirates Team New Zealand.
Inside the last 10 seconds to start race number 6 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. And it appears advantage Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender of the 37th America's Cup. And they are away. And Ineos Britannia is in a bit of bother.
Beautifully executed pre-start there, Emirates Team New Zealand. Ineos Britannia possibly trying to do too much in the pre-start and just got themselves just too slow in these conditions and off the foils.
We could hear in the comms they dived inside, and Ben was a bit surprised. I mean, I just don't think they followed the game plan.
Go, mate. Back boat, Swiss. Yep. My trap here. My trap. Breeze is in the left. 8 is 80. Try and focus on seeing how we can minimise the loss. Yep. Getting past intersection in 10 seconds here. Towards final matrix.
Just looking at a replay here of the start, Emirates Team New Zealand doing a really nice job of just spearing the boat inside nice and smoothly. Ineos Britannia just down speed a little bit low on the ride height, picking up a lot of drag off the foils and ultimately dropping off into displacement mode.
No space to come down and accelerate. They were just completely chicken-winged up.
It was a tight turn, and that inside foil, just not enough hydrodynamic speed over it to lift the boat out of the water.
Let's go on to chase zero with Peter Lester. A start maybe where pressure applied by Emirates Team New Zealand paid off, Pete.
Nice push off the line, guys.
Yeah, I thought Ineos got a bit chicken-winged up, but also I think what we saw there from Emirates Team New Zealand is how manoeuvrable they are and how at low speed they can keep the boat elevated above the water. And that's the first time I've seen the New Zealand really optimise their manoeuvrability advantage that they seem to have, and also their placement in terms of that pre-start build-up was impeccable. That was really a bit of a sailing lesson there by Burling and Nathan Outridge.
15 or 20, so if this goes right anymore, I'd be pretty keen to tank over this ladder line.
That's 200.
Might as well wait for them, yeah, right?
Agreed. Don't give them leverage.
Open course, I've probably already gone, but all good.
No, they're still clear.
Understood. I want to wait all the way, it's just come back.
I remember at the Cup in Auckland discussing how good Emirates Team New Zealand were at match racing, that they had some flaws. It was a weakness in their armoury. But just seeing that level of execution against the British boat, that's quite something else.
I want to be on the beach.
In your Speedos?
No, I want to be on the beach looking at these magnificent boats fly. That's a natural grandstand you cannot buy. And we're here in Barcelona for the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup. It does not get too much better.
Nice riding.
Glenn, you're used to sitting on that boat with Pete and Blair and Andy Maloney. I mean, what do you think of that execution at that start and how they're sailing today?
Yeah, look, that was a really nice job by the guys, and I think, you know, these boats now being, you know, lighter than they were previously, longer span foils, you just get so much more glide in the pre-start than you used to do in the last America's Cup. So really, you know, all the factors go into your design and what you can actually do with it. And as a sailing team, you need to then be able to learn how to use what tools you've got. And I think we saw there fairly clearly, you know, Emirates Team New Zealand doing a nice job of just coasting up underneath Ineos Britannia there.
A magnificent view of the boat. His name's Tohoro. Going through attack and just racing into the top mark for the first time in the battle against the official challenger of record. And it will be Emirates Team New Zealand going around the top mark for the first time. And I hate to use this word over and over again, but they are doing it confidently.
Hold on, Karen. Counter job for me.
Nice right phase. Aye.
Not a lot of breeze there, and 84 kilometres an hour top speed in the bear away. It's it just shows you how efficient the boats are in this lighter air.
Maybe going a little wider just here, but
get her on the power still. Happening by the way.
Ineos Britannia fine to go around 38 seconds behind. It all comes down to the start, but we know these boats are fast, but one fast boat, another fast boat. These errors, unforced errors or pressure put on, are going to cost teams massively in this cup.
Leading down slow, we're holding this tempo. Nice. I can do it.
Just having a look at the ghost boat options here, Shirley, for Ineos Britannia. Have they got anything that the simulator's saying? No, there's not. It's such a smooth, even day, even course wind. There's really not a lot of options there. The start just being so critical to get off the line well.
You might get a header as we go here.
It's coming nice.
We know that Emirates Team New Zealand spent the hour before their start practicing almost against a ghost boat, just really refining those pre-start techniques and timings, and really they were ready to go.
Absolutely, it's all about getting comfortable with the conditions and dialing the boat in and dialing your eyeballs in as well. And you know, they obviously did a good job of that in the pre-start with the coaching team and the wider team to dial everything in for the conditions.
If you're Ben and his team, you have to get the maximum out of this race, don't you? You have to really concentrate on pace and try and get as much information as you can.
Let's go on to chase zero. Pete, this is a nice lesson being learned, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's some takeaways from this one. For me, manoeuvrability of the New Zealanders. And at that top mark, that 37 seconds, that equates to 33 boat lengths that they're ahead at Mark 1. It'll be interesting to monitor that delta as they go around the course, but that first beat was impressive, and they capitalised on that beautiful pre-start, the New Zealanders. For Ineos, they'll just want to now try and minimise the loss and see if they can match the New Zealanders boat on boat for speed.
Emirates Team New Zealand heading towards the bottom mark for the first time, and they're in control of this race number 6 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. We'll talk about sweet spots in just a moment, because I'm keen to understand from Glenn and Shirley where a boat finds its sweet spot is what you called even wind, Glenn. So we'll take Emirates Team New Zealand around the bottom to complete leg number 2 of race number 6. Doing it comfortably. So how do you find a sweet spot in the boat when it comes to wind?
It's a matter of making sure you've got the right sails up, number 1, and also the right settings on the boat. Huge amount of settings and adjustability that the guys can do, both on board the boat and also getting set up from the chase boat and on shore. So making sure you've got it dialed in is really important.
Ineos Britannia about to complete leg number 2. The delta's come down somewhat because they're really honking it downwind, and the speed is a lot quicker downwind as the starboard board goes up, and they start leg number 3.
It's the level second. My trap, your trap can get past an intersection.
I thought the downwind performance was actually pretty solid there from Ineos Britannia. It looked like they were sailing the boat well, and the pace was good. So I think just not getting off the start lines just really hurt them there.
Push the boundary, 20 seconds. Okay, 15 seconds. Breeze is still mean. Still increase in 5. Stand by here. 2, 1, 4 down. 2, 1, made. Turning. My will. 2, 1. Down board. Got the back. Look at the skinny one. Funky breeze here at the moment. Tempo. 27s. He's coming.
Let's go to one of the chase boats. This time it's the chase boat of Emirates Team New Zealand. Coach Ray Davies joins us right now. Ray, great start, and the payoff's huge.
Oh yeah, great start, fantastic start. The boys are tracing really well, really pleasing to see. Huge amount of effort from Sam and JJ, practicing in the sim beforehand, and great to see a plan come together.
The importance of that sim, Ray, when we're talking about, you know, computers to the real thing, how much advantage is it giving all the teams?
It's just the level you have to be playing at these days. It's just technology's moved on, and all teams have simulators. I'm sure all teams are gaming before the day and practicing, and we're trying really hard to give our sailors enough capacity to be able to practice and get in the zone and be tuned in for the conditions. And no, it's really, really pleasing as a coach to see the guys match racing so well.
Ray, how surprised were you about how dominant they were over the British team?
Look, it's really hard when someone gets the upper hand. Obviously, the team has the capability of manoeuvring the boat really, really well and accelerating really well. So we feel we can throw the boat around and keep control. And if you're on the back foot, you're seriously on the back foot in these boats. And no, look, Ineos tried to do a little double tack there and obviously try to start separated to windward it, and we were able to match and keep the pressure on and give them a bit of gas. Yeah, it's pretty brutal with an advantage like that.
Something else to enjoy. I always appreciate time. Harder questions coming as the regatta moves on.
Thank you. No worries.
If you are watching the America's Cup class yacht for the first time, it is something to behold when you see a rudder and a foil in the water and some 7-ton boat flying along at 40+ knots. But it defies physics as far as I'm concerned, but boy, it is a special moment.
So the defenders obviously race in this event and then race again. They join in the round robin, and then we don't see them for a while. I mean, Glenn, for them, how important is it to really dominate this?
Emirates Team New Zealand coming in to round the top gate to complete the halfway stage of race number 6 here in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. It looks like comfortable race around the course for the defenders.
The guys just cruising around at the moment. Not a lot of stuff here. Could possibly be a little intersection here as they're going upwind, but they won't get themselves too chicken winged up there.
Just try and keep it
very, very smooth sailing conditions here. Really, really a drag race downwind here, and pretty easy to sail the boats in these conditions.
You sometimes have to ask the question when you're beaten at the punch at the start line, how deflating it is for the rest of the race, that you know potentially you've been outwitted at the critical point, the start of the race. But we'll talk about that in just a moment. We'll get Ineos Britannia around that top mark as they will complete the halfway mark of race number 6 here in Barcelona.
100, hit it boys. 20, 30, slow the turn. Okay, my trap.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.9 nautical miles.
Hey, 20 seconds this way. Lifters, average, yeah, me. Stand by.
You see the puffs and the lulls there on the course from the Capgemini wind field. Lots of dot-to-dots there. You can see Emirates Team New Zealand just on the edge of a puff there. You should see them increase their boat speed a little as they sail into that puff. Not a really nice lane there, unfortunately, for Ineos Britannia, having to transition a few quite big lulls there. So you can see the deficit in speeds just in those lighter winds. You're really looking for the darker pressure on the water to accelerate. Fantastic shot there of the Cyclors. Marius van der Poel, Dougal Allen, Louis Crosby and Hamish Bond on the pumps. And just see some of the screens down there in the cockpit of what the guys will be looking at. They'll be looking at the hydraulic system there, making sure they're in the right gears. Nath having a little geese over the back there at where the English geezers are. I probably should say that, but our English mates, the British, they'll have a good chuckle at that. Really, it is a drag race once you don't get off the start line, and such a difficult one there, and not much they can do at the moment except for follow the Kiwis.
You know, we talk about the cyclists as many great stories. You look at Hamish Bond, right? Double Olympic gold medalist like our very own Shirley Robertson, then decides to get off a rowing boat, hop onto a cycling when it goes with a Commonwealth Games medal as well on the Gold Coast. And then suddenly says, I'm not done with yet. I like the hurt locker. I want to be a cyclor. Man's a beggar for punishment.
And it is a massive hurt locker. It is hot, it is airless, it is full on for those guys.
Yeah, it's only a little bit more than us.
Emirates Team New Zealand about to head up for the penultimate leg of race number 6. They've already got a win yesterday, but they really wanted to test today to again just look at where they are as a race team and see what the opposition is like, particularly the official challenger record in Ineos Britannia. They'll come in at just under 42 knots and round the bottom mark for the last time and head up on leg number 5.
Too much, sorry, mate. It's still left here, so all the way. Nice, you got some.
Maybe a slight high mode here for...
Yeah, this will feel like the never-ending race for the British here. Unfortunately, Shirley, there's really not a lot they can do. Just having to chew a bit of dirty air on that first upwind after that start. There's just not a lot of options with such a steady day here today.
I spoke to Ben Ainsley last night. He was concerned about pace. This will not be helping.
Even at the bottom of it, here. Yeah, probably into an early tag. Copy.
Yeah, the line he used, Shirley, with us was exactly what you were talking about. We need to find more horsepower. Well, you better find some major horsepower after this one. It's a long way to go, though, so we shouldn't be doubting Thomas's to say as much. A 51-second delta. Peter, what do you make of what Ineos Britannia's up to at the moment?
Well, they're looking up the track saying, my goodness, those guys have got serious pace, and I think New Zealand are right in the range of wind conditions that the boat just is loving it. Just in terms of the lead bleed for Ineos, at the first mark rounding they were 37 seconds behind Emirates Team New Zealand. The last time at the top mark, it was out to, what, 52 seconds. So it looks like New Zealand are quicker upwind, and downwind, Ineos can match the New Zealanders on the downwind leg, but all the damage is being done going up on the upwind legs, and of course there are 3 of them, and New Zealand are averaging out something like 20 seconds advantage each upwind leg.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate the time. Let's go on to the chase spot for Ineos Britannia there. Coach Rob Wilson joins us right now. Got to go right back to the start, Rob. That must have been a head shaker for you.
Yeah, it was a real tough one. Frustrating. You know, the guys are putting together a lot of manoeuvres just to try and get the advantage on the starboard side for that one, but obviously just didn't have quite enough speed for that last tack and caused a crash down.
Rob, we spoke to Ben last night and he was slightly concerned about pace. I mean, what are you taking from this race relative to horsepower?
Yeah, you know, there's definitely, we need to find a little bit more speed. We've got a few ideas where we can make some tweaks, which will certainly take us in the right direction. You know, and we're not far off, but we've got to get a little bit more, that's for sure.
Thanks for your time, Rob. I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
So even the coach knows that they made a boo-boo at the start.
Yeah, great shot of the spray deflectors there on the vertical upstand of the foils as we're watching the boat sail upwind here, and about 11 to 12 knots at the moment.
Okay.
20 to ley line.
Yeah, go all the way to it.
Might as well go a little late almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Part of the fun of the America's Cup, Glenn, and you'll know this, you've been in the Cup as a defender and a challenger, is seeing the progress, race on race, week on week. That is part of it, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's a continual development process, and you have to absolutely manage the risk as you go forwards, but you absolutely need to keep developing, and that's absolutely the name of the game of what all these teams will be doing at the moment. It will be a consistent development right the way through this regatta series.
What are you thinking here?
I was thinking, all right, timber.
I think we'll get to it.
Yeah, you should easy delay. That's right phase at the moment, so I think you'll put you in phase at the beginning of the run.
And when look down the boundary.
Emirates Team in New Zealand heading to the top mark for the last time in race number 6. Remember, we'll see them again in race number 8 against Orient Express Race. They have a 2-race day today. But this looks good to give them a perfect record, like American Magic, who are up next against Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
About the same place again. I'll just go here. Happy to jump? Hold, we're going around. Sorry, there's two. I would have made it, but didn't see both. Looks like they've got good still. Down, you're getting soft now. Soft still. 20 seconds still. Better soft patch here. Slightly high mode here. Try and get ahead whilst you can. Mode at the moment. Okay, pressure increase in 10. And I need you after the land here. Let's be on this mark. Copy it. Hang on. Yeah, we're late. There we go. Picking up now. I will. Okay, my trap. And up. Backing away in 5. And set. Going 3.
Ineos Britannia, they too now round the top mark for the final time and head down on that downwind leg for leg number 6 and head home for the finish with lots of questions to be asked again.
Hold it. In course. Nice. Let's go. Maybe a little lefty here. Let's go to the boundary here, Ben. Pop it. 20 to boundary. Hold all the way. It's 20 seconds.
The voice we're hearing is of Dylan Fletcher. He is port helm. And actually, interesting fact, in the Tokyo Olympics, he just beat Peter Blair from New Zealand for the gold medal. It was right at the finish. So he may be new to the cup, but he's not new to racing at the highest level against these guys.
And this is a head game too. So much of the elite sport, they use the 80% mental, 20% talent when it comes down to it. Because sometimes, well, you know, Shirley, you're an elite athlete. You won 2 gold medals. How much of it was about 80% being mentally tough?
Well, you got to tick all the boxes, Stephen.
That was a compliment coming your way, Shirley. You just.
Yeah, luck doesn't play much of a part in winning a gold medal, that's for sure. Well, in some sports it does, but certainly not sailing.
Yeah, Dylan Fletcher is a real talent, a real racer, you know, a competitor, and he has so wanted that spot. He looked at the trajectory, at the career path of Pete Burlick and Nathan Outridge. They'd won the Moth Worlds, they'd won a gold medal in the 49er, and he followed that, and here he is.
Very close to lay.
Yep, the harder you work, the luckier you get. So success comes from a lot of hard work, especially here in the America's Cup. It's a huge team effort across the board there, and all the teams working extremely hard. It's not just about the helmsman, it's not just about the trimmers or the cyclors, it's about the whole team, and it's a package deal. And this boat here, I know what is behind the scenes at Emirates Team New Zealand, and it certainly is a package deal with a lot of fantastic people there, all working hard as all the teams are.
Emirates Team New Zealand will go 2-0 like American Magic, and the perfect record to this point of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta, and they complete race 6 and they do it comfortably. Big play at the start, stuffed Ineos Britannia, and they've taken the win. 2-0, perfect record for the defender.
They were pretty close.
Yeah.
I'm sure they shouldn't be doing that.
He was motoring forward quite fast, eh?
I think they thought you were going to hold straight out of the jump. Oh, nice job, guys.
How come they went back to restart? Is that how it works?
We can nail get one border.
Just apologies for some of the colourful language coming out of the cockpit of Emirates Team New Zealand.
Taking a little bit more depth here. Yeah. Here we go, 5 seconds.
And Ineos Britannia, more questions will be asked. Yesterday, Subinese talked about needing more horsepower.
2, 1, turning up.
We'll see and try and get a reaction from him after the race, or at least maybe Dylan Fletcher. And they finished 52 seconds behind. Picked up some time downwind, but it's 2-0 for the defender, 0-2 for the challenger of record.
Really nice entry there, right on time, American Magic. Coming in from port, little touch down there. That's going to wash off a bit of pace. That was a little error there on their behalf.
Tight to get across here.
2, 1, 4 down.
Swing and reverse. One time on the wall.
Hey, stay on 2 on 4.
Stay on 2 boards is fine for me at the moment.
Okay, turning here in 2, 1, turning.
It's quite high compared to us, so no problem. Not rate of jump at the moment.
Hey, Green East 25, Green East 40.
There's not much space on this right-hand side, Glenn. You're going to keep manoeuvring, keep turning.
We do right into the boundary there. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli using all of the runway there to milk that boundary. They will be now forcing the decision onto American Magic as to whether to tack or jibe here to try and gain control.
Did they turn up on you guys?
American Magic choosing to tack. Just get a bit of distance between them and the opposition.
Okay, 16. Very slow.
Yeah, he's on boat there. There's a good chance they're going to be able to kill that.
Yeah, copy. I think we can get a push here if you want, if you come all the way down on 2.
Yeah. Coming down here. 13 boat.
And keep coming.
Tom Slingsby going for the attack.
9 boat. Okay, now up on top. Almost ready. Turning up here. Beeline.
Hey, he's up.
Copy. Beeline. Happy to go over. Help if you can.
Yeah, American Magic there, having to sail high and slow. Luna Rossa doing a great job of controlling there.
Probably going to be a dip start here. Might try to keep us off.
Fantastic job, Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli gaining control there.
Gonna have to come all the way down.
Racing.
Good start by Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli on American Magic.
Dip start there on American Magic, so having to dip and actually get behind the line. You are allowed to cross the windward end of the start line, but you have to get behind the line.
Race 7, Louis Vuitton, preliminary regatta underway, and the Italians have the early advantage.
Well, hopefully we will see that again, but beautiful job by Jimmy Spittle. Pushed them over and they couldn't make it onto the start line.
Brilliant job of forcing them out of the starting area. That is classic Luna Rossa match racing 101 right there, and American Magic just getting themselves a little slow and a little locked, and really, really nice job there by Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. I'm sure they would have practiced that one before with Philippe Presti and the coaching staff. I'm sure they've seen that movie plenty of times before. Bit of a replay here. Beautiful job. American Magic there having to not only clear the mark but also clear the transom of Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli there. Restart effectively, and that is a massive, massive deficit to try and make up.
Terry Hutchison, the top man there in the middle, not happy.
No, that's not a happy Terry Hutchinson, which is understandable. It's a tough one there for the guys.
Don't have to be a body language expert for that one.
No.
I mean, a blatant error by American Magic to get over that ley line. So vulnerable there. Were you surprised by that, Glenn?
Well, I think Luna Rossa did a great job of actually staying up high, and I think initially American Magic didn't think they were going to lay.
We'll start clicking right now. By anytime.
1.
So it's advantage Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli on the first upwind leg of race 7, and the Silver Bullet doing the job.
27. Flat in is good. Start edging right here, Jimmy.
Jimmy Spittle's 8th consecutive America's Cup. I think he's played that move a few times, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's done his apprenticeship, old Jimmy, and it's all bread and butter for those guys in the pre-start, that's for sure.
Just for a second. And maybe we hit him on the next one. Okay. Little lefty now. Happy to take here.
2, 1.
Nice path here, guys. Really good pressure.
Six here.
Yeah, coming.
Okay, up on this angle. 1 left at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with that, Jimmy.
Good strong look at the Luna Rossa power group, and
normal ley line, I think.
one young man in there,
no lower than that.
Luca Kerwin, and the 14 jersey, his father, John Kerwin, legendary All Black, also wore the 14 as well. I know his mum and his dad and the family are coming up to watch him take part in the America's Cup. So a big moment for a family, and there's so many stories. They talk about the men up the front, but we can't forget about the engines, the human engines powering these 7-ton flying monsters.
Yeah, John Kerwin, pretty handy on the barbecue from experience. I've had a lovely barbecue at John's house a few years ago, and it's fantastic to see Luca here now, you know, coming into the America's Cup fray. Who would have thought quite a few years ago?
Looks like it's tightened up a little bit here coming up to the top mark, but it will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli who will round the top mark for the first time ahead of American Magic.
All clear.
Swing Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli around and head for the downwind leg for the first time.
Nice, boys.
American Magic not too far behind here as they come in. They're not really out of touch. I think they started a pretty nice beat, all things considered, after that start.
So American Magic may have had a wee gain on the upwind leg, so all is not lost. They'll head down now and put the foot to the floor.
Just going to have a look at the ghost boat here of some of the options that both teams have going forward, showing a really nice lane there for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They're going to get quite a wind down the course there, so if that plays out, that'll be a big advantage to them by the time they get to the bottom of the course.
Yeah, we get a lovely view there from the Winfield of why they're so keen on that right-hand side of the course, the top of the screen as we're looking at it now. I mean, green means more wind, remember blue less. And it's particularly at the bottom of the track. It looks so good.
Let's go onto the water and our green boat, the Chase Zero, the hydrogen chase boat. Pete. Okay, just a few little issues there, but that's okay. As we said, a magnificent vista of why we're in Barcelona. Look at that for a backdrop of the city of Barcelona and a race course in front of it. Magnificent.
46 knots of boat speed there, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. 6 knots faster at the moment, sailing into that pressure that we identified coming into the bottom of the course, Shirley. You can really see the speed building there.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the axis to 195 and new length 1.85 nautical miles.
Well, if you're wondering why they're changing the course so much, it's because they can. They are autonomous. There's no anchor or line or any of that old school stuff. They just move it with a few buttons. It's brilliant.
Yeah, GPS controlled electric marks, pretty handy for the race committee. You don't have to worry about pulling the anchor up and down like you used to have to do, that's for sure. Quite handy.
You go around Barcelona, it's quite a sustainable city. Lots of bikes, fantastic bike lanes, electric buses, and so much going on in the green area here in Barcelona. It doesn't get any better than watching green boats run around too, like AC-75s with the power of Mother Nature. And Mother Nature's playing her game, and so are these boats. 45.5 knots, downwind on the second leg for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Line. I think it's good for one border.
Yes, that right on function, boys.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli approaching the bottom mark for the first time to complete leg number 2 of 6 in race 7 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. This team has already displayed yesterday in their last race of the day yesterday against Orient Express Racing that when they get going, they are a Very, very good team, followed through by American Magic. They are hanging in there in Patriot.
Stand back. Put down here in 3, 2, 1. Put down. Can't out a bit earlier, but it's a righty there, unfortunately. But he's come back.
See how fast these boats are going upwind as Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli ripping across the water there on starboard. Beautiful conditions today, nice flat water, easily sailed boat, so it's really about just getting off the start line and doing the simple things well today, Shirley.
Have a bit of this side, we'll just keep taking it.
You've got to be impressed, haven't you, by Luna Rossa and Prada Pirelli. Great execution at the start and haven't put a foot wrong. And also just kind of listen to them. There's a lovely sort of confidence. You know, there's no emotion. And I know that they have raced together a lot, obviously, in New Zealand as well. But you have to be impressed with them.
Little press here.
Very, very smooth. And smooth is fast in a lot of high-performance sports, and certainly sailing an AC75, being smooth is definitely fast, and both these teams doing a nice job. And very impressive sailing for sure.
Hey, 192.
The distance not really growing between the two teams. I mean, American Magic is not slow.
I've got American Magic sailing really quite nicely, to be honest. They obviously paid a huge penalty at the start line there, but they're sort of staying in touch with Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. Luna Rossa, they're obviously just a loose cover on American Magic there, not affecting the air of American Magic there because they are just too far to windward there, but they're just keeping a loose cover, making sure that they go the same way as them at the top of the course.
I think from here on, I think we can just wait for this pump and
Look at the wind field there. It's got Luna Rossa there sailing into lighter breeze initially, so American Magic, quite a lot faster through the water here, so I've got them a little gain at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see how the top end of the course plays out here with what's coming down.
Little pressure coming.
happy to transition. Take flat heel here, nice.
Very nice pressure, yeah.
Luna Rossa on a slightly smaller jib as well than American Magic, so opting for a slightly less draggy package, so possibly American Magic being slightly more in the right phase there with the sail plan.
Best I've seen so far. If anything, I will tack a little earlier this time, okay?
Yeah,
compared to
5 seconds.
Should be able to get a split here at the top.
Rolling up a little high.
Get fresh from the front. 200 breeze. Okay, we've got 15 seconds this way, 15 seconds the other before a left turn.
Linky Red Bull Racing about to complete the halfway point of race number 7 here in Barcelona. This is the preliminary regatta. Remember, on the 29th of August, it becomes more than real as we go into the Challenger Selection Series. 2 round robin races featuring the defender as well, Emirates Team New Zealand.
Nice.
One team will be gone potentially in 2 weeks. American Magic taking the right-hand mark, as you said. It's the left-hand mark on the screen.
All the way down, huh? Nice.
82 km an hour bear away there, top speed. You can hear the guys pushing the pumps hard. You can hear the drivetrain really straining there to get that traveller and jib and all the settings back to where they need to be for the downwind. So big push there from the cyclors.
Lots of criticism about their cyclor system, recovering bikes, facing backwards, not so efficient. But at least today, they seem to be able to do everything that they need to do. They've made it work.
Let's go on to the chase boat for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Philippe Presti joins us now. Hey, Philippe, happy days at the moment, but a solid race too by your opponents.
Yeah, so far so good. And yeah, we had a great start. I mean, it's a magic to have two legends like Keiko and Jimmy just running the pre-start, and they did an awesome job. And then we're holding. Seems very tricky on the water, very shifty. But I hope it's gonna last until the end.
Hi, Philippe. It's Glenn here. You would have seen that movie quite a few times before, mate. It's quite impressive to see. I'm sure that's something that you've done a lot of practice on in pre-start situations, seeing what was unfolding there.
Yeah, we did a lot. We are doing a lot of practice simulator, as you know. But when it comes to the real game, you know, you need the talent of these guys to pull it off. So yeah, hats off.
Nice, mate.
Thanks for your time, Philippe.
You're welcome.
We are on the right, he's on the left. I think we got one and in from here. Even if he drives. I think the ley line was good for the downwind.
Downwind on the fourth leg, and that gap hasn't changed too much, upwind or downwind. So the Americans are hanging in there. They're just waiting for something.
No, they certainly are hanging in there. They're doing a really nice job there of staying in touch. Obviously, you know, that dirty air, as we spoke about before, coming off Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, or the leading boat, you know, you have to crisscross that at times. But the American Magic guys doing a really nice job of just sailing good pressure and good shifts. So they're doing a great job.
Direction, just drive with a spin.
Sometimes we've got to remind ourselves these boats are going to be tinkered with more and more as they get closer to the real deal, and those margins will just come in closer and closer as Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli hits the bottom mark to complete leg number 4 and head upwind on the penultimate leg. Leg number 5 in race 7 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta off the coast of Barcelona.
Push boys. Okay, we have the speed, no problem.
American Magic just passing close by, saying we are still here. Do not forget about us.
Hey, 35 this way.
Looking for height here, just keep that trap coming up.
Fantastic paint job and fared hull there. You can see the shimmer of how smooth that hull is. Fantastic job there by the shore crew, keeping these boats absolutely pristine and in race condition. It's super impressive to see how well the detailing is on these boats.
It's just like Formula One. They polish everything. They polish everything to the T, right down even at practice. It's spotless. You could eat off these boats.
Okay, he's made a gain there.
American Magic really had to try something. They had to go for the split at the bottom. But we can see the bottom part of that track has always been right-hand favoured. And
it's done well.
Lost a little bit there.
Attacks on us.
I think we have air to overlay.
I think we just get it out of him.
Hey, stand by. 2, 1. And turn it.
I love that shot there. You can see the screen beside Paul Goodison, and that is foil on the other side. Is that right?
It is, absolutely.
Looks like
and
better pressure this side to me now.
A bit like a reversing camera. You just want that out the front, not out the back. But certainly handy to know whether the board's up or down from that side of the yacht when you're steering. So because you cannot see through the sails, they are basically a brick wall that you're looking at. So cameras are certainly handy across the board.
What else will they have there in that cockpit?
2, 1.
There'll be a lot of screens and a lot of buttons, and we can certainly go into that at a future time. But it is absolutely a flight control centre and a steering control centre. So I think for the average punter, they'd be absolutely shocked at how many functions are inside that cockpit.
On to the chase boat for American Magic, Tom Burnham. Hey, Tom. Start. Do we talk about that?
Yeah, obviously it wasn't what we were planning on, but trying to gain back from where we started and gave them a bit of a jump. But guys are doing a good job keeping the game close enough. But hopefully we'll get a chance here on the last run.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, the boats seem glued together. You know, how pleased are you with the relative pace?
Yeah, it's definitely good to see that the boat's sailing pretty well here and everything. And obviously, just need to make sure we come off with at least an even start and be able to be in the game. So made it hard on ourselves in that one.
Hey, Coach, do you have a heart rate monitor on Terry?
No, I don't have a heart rate monitor on Terry, but he's for sure a bit wound up right now, so it's all good.
All right, mate. Thanks for your time, as always.
Thanks, guys.
So I think we go back here. I might just go to the next one in 10 seconds.
It's 198 breeze at the moment, so a little right. Just make a good left kick.
Yeah, just gonna pressing a little. Okay, stand by. Or down in 3, 2, 1, down. Turning.
Squadron.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shortening the length to 1.8 nautical miles.
How much up?
A little press. Okay, we've got 20 seconds.
So on board, Regatta Pirelli and the Helming team as they, for the last time round the top mark, they haven't really been able to shake American Magic, but they are in a fairly strong position as they head down on the final leg number 6 of race 7 of this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here in Barcelona.
Right of flattening.
Yeah, great pressure here. All the way.
Jimmy Spittle pretty comfortable. Great communications coming off board. Great pressure, he says, all the way on the downwind leg as American Magic go around that top mark and head home. Their perfect record will be tarnished with this one. They'll go to a 2-1 record.
Jives.
Okay, just a jive out here. Okay, stand by. Put down in 3, 2, 1. Put down.
Just having a look here, surely if there is any options for the Americans to get back into this game. You can see the options on the table there, and possibly a little gain if they had have carried on there, but they're just trying to throw everything they can at the Italians to try and force a mistake from them, but they're just sailing the boat too well.
The Ghost boat, of course, is calculated with actual time wind from the wind field data, but also with the polars from an AC-75. So it's pretty accurate, but it does have all the information.
That's right, and it doesn't take into account the tactical considerations of what the teams are trying to do. You know, they don't have to take the perfect course in a match race. It's just about staying in front of the other boat, and they only need to win by a boat length, not 100 lengths. So tactical considerations definitely come into play.
Pressure on the left. Again, the ley line was good with the reference, so
I think to the left half here. Here it comes.
8 seconds.
Just having a look at some of the buttons.
5.
The flight controller and the helm there.
Anytime.
Like they're in a fighter cockpit there. It's a clear screen for the flight controller, having a fantastic view of the course area and the water ahead.
Is it true that there's something like 1,000 bits of data that the helm is seeing every second to find the optimum route?
If their eyes are open, there's plenty of data to look at. Sometimes you need to look at that, and other times you just need to look out the window. So it's very much a combination of utilising all that data and that information being presented. It's also about feeling the boat through your body as well. So it's a real combination of a lot of information being processed very, very quickly.
You make an interesting point. Some say when you get in a simulator, it's sort of real, you get all that practice, but it's not like you get it in the real thing. The real deal right now is Luno Rossa Prada Pirelli. They will take their second win of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here in Barcelona, and they do it in style. And there'll be lots of smiles on that boat and on the shore team as well.
Stay on to board.
That's what it means. Little low fives, the whole 9 yards. Coach Philippe Presti in the middle of your screen right now.
Down here in 3, 2,
And American Magic, one final drive to the bottom, and they will cross, and their perfect record is gone. 2 wins, 1 loss, but still well in the hunt for this preliminary regatta, with 1 race to go today between Orient Express Racing and Emirates Team New Zealand. Okay, some breaking news here for race number 8. We have just been informed that Orient Express Racing have retired right before the start of this race. We are still trying to get a reason as to why, and we will get that to you as soon as possible. But let's see if we get to Canton de la Pierre. Canton, it's Stephen here at AC37. What's going on, mate?
Major technical issue on board. Nothing too big for tomorrow or the next days, but we prefer to keep the boat state in good shape to be ready for tomorrow and the day after.
All right, Canton, I missed your the first part of your question, but your answer. Did you say major technical issue? Nothing specific?
Yeah, nothing specific, but we just need to keep the yacht in good shape for the next day. So we prefer to retire from the Defender today.
All right, appreciate the time, mate. I know it's a tough one to swallow, but we shall see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Wow, how about that? We do have to realise, though, that the Defender will have to start to gain the official point, and it'll be the second time the Defender, Emirates Team New Zealand, have been basically handed a win, and it's not. They don't want this, like any of us want this, but that's just a real shame for Orient Express Racing, who we were chatting to this morning, and were all about confidence and gaining that confidence.
A real shame for Orient Express Racing team there. They will bounce back though. They've got a fantastic group of people. They'll sort out that issue and absolutely be back on the water for the main show over the coming days. Emirates Team New Zealand will listen to their onboards here, but obviously sailing by themselves. They'll still go through the motions though.
That's the important thing, right? You may be racing against yourself here, but to work yourself, you have a pre-planned exercise here, right? Into your startups.
Absolutely, there'll be a plan of attack here. It would have been pre-organised before the start. They'll be executing this plan. Coaching staff of Ray Davies, Sam Meach, Joshy Jr. on board the chase boat there. It'll be just an execution process here, and they'll be going through the motions, utilising the valuable time that they've got on the water here.
It is great practice, isn't it? You don't get many opportunities to use the race management software, all the boundaries and everything. And great opportunity just to check in, and I'm sure we're about to see, well, a masterclass of how it's done.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm a bit gutted because I was looking forward to seeing the 2 identical boats have a go at each other. And when we were chatting to the folk at Orient Express this morning, you know, they know they've got a fast boat, and they know their learning curve is that the trajectory is, you know, like a rocket going up into the stars. But you just want to see them have a good crack at it.
Are you on bottoms or push?
Go bottoms initially.
Trying
to drag them forward here. Let's stand by for push. 2, 1, here we go.
Oh, this is really nice here, even, you know, with sailing around by themselves without having their opponent. They're basically pretending they've got a virtual opponent there, so...
Port down.
Almost a minute. 6, 5, 4, don't overshoot it.
Oh, yeah, so let's go. 100% now. What up? It's final goes. Up in 3, 2, 1. And one on the breeze.
Emirates Team New Zealand will start alone on race number 8 of the Louis Vuitton.
France has retired. The race is stopped and awarded to New Zealand.
Preliminary regatta. There is the confirmation from Richard Slater, the umpire. Game over for Orient Express today, and the 1 point goes to Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender, and they have the perfect record and will top the tree at the end of day number 2 with the 3 points for the wins, 3 wins.
So yesterday, Stephen, the importance of nailing that pre-start, and there'll be much work on the simulator overnight and this morning, really working out a plan to get this right.
2 minutes and 10 seconds. GBR coming in. Stephen McIver, double Olympic gold medalist. Shirley Robertson, 3-time America's Cup winner. Glenn Ashby, and on the water, Peter Lester and our Chase Zero. This is hydrogen boat.
Racing now. They're back ahead of it. Main here, lads. All the way.
Let's see if their time and distance is on point today. 7 seconds to go for Yacht Britannia into the start box.
With it. Rotation into the roundup.
Fantastic entry by Ineos Britannia there, on time, on speed. Textbook entry there.
And Lingy Red Bull Racing pretty much good on time but distance as well. Here we go.
Not much room to the right-hand side. You're really forced to start manoeuvring probably earlier than you would have liked.
Yeah, really nice conditions here. Ineos Britannia deciding to go into a circle and then basically push a Lingy Red Bull Racing down to the bottom end of the course. Still wide open here. Both teams able to get it off the line early, or on time, I should say, at this point in the race.
2, 1, get board. What do you think here, Ben? I think follow them down and then come on their hammer. Yeah. Okay, rotation in here. And I will. Okay, working up now. Playing flat to lead. All the way back. 28, 30, 25. 55, yeah. Tango. Looking for a jump from here.
This is really the critical part of the pre-start here.
45. Go forward down. Let's go. Forward moving. My wheel. Right, your wheel. Mate. Slow down.
Lingy Red Bull Racing needing to get the pace on here as quickly as they can.
My wheel 13 to the pin. 20 on the line. 17. 18.
Beautifully executed by Ineos. The positioning just underneath.
Ineos Britannia here will be looking to close the gauge as much as they possibly can up to windward and try and lock a Lingy out there, but I think both boats looking like it's time on the distance from here.
Slightly early, a little bit of pace to lose.
Killing 3 now. Safe on the pin. You and them. Killing 2. Killing 2 or 3.
Both boats should get off fairly evenly here, Shirley.
10 seconds to go to start of race 9. Ineos Britannia and Lingy Red Bull Racing. Close to the line, they look like they're going to get it bang on, and we are a go.
Okay, breeze is slightly in the right. Can get past it in 10 seconds. They might try and hold for that. No, we're good here. Just sailing in normal numbers, but never too fast. That's what we're doing here.
If a Lingy can really hold this position, they're in good shape. We've seen the teams wanting to protect that right-hand side. They look like they're slowly being sucked in, though, Glenn.
Really, really close race here. They just have to hold the Lingy Red Bull Racing. If they can hold all the way to the boundary, they will put the British on the back foot here.
10 to boundary. Wide, goes. Okay, 2, 1, board down. 2, 1, stay.
Both boats should tack simultaneously here.
On the mode here, 27. Mode. Okay, quite strong. Make some connect.
Alingi holding up high, really trying to make it hard for the British team.
Yeah, they will have practiced this mode many, many times. The British really have to survive up to windward here. This will be a real drag race. It'll be the really first time these two teams have been in such close quarters, so we'll get a real indication of how close the boats are being sailed here.
25 knots. 24. That's top of 23. They have to tack out. Board down, board down, board down.
Alingi really slowing them up here. Ineos deciding to tack away there before they come off the foils. Alingi will now re-accelerate, and we have got an absolute cracking race on our hands.
Onto the water, Chase Zero. Cracking start, Pete.
Yeah, good start, and very even off the line. And Alingi did a good job getting Ineos all the way across to this left-hand side. Then after the tack, Alingi just put the squeeze on, and both boats were decelerating. Ben Ainsley decided to tack away, Alingi extending. The next cross will be crucial.
At that tack, they were so down speed, both boats. 24 knots they were doing. I mean, how hard is that to start to tack at those low speeds?
Yeah, really, really on edge there. The British bailing early before they got themselves off the foils. So really smart move there by Ineos Britannia to just recognise the situation. Alingi putting them in a squeeze, and we've got an absolute great race on our hands coming up here.
Look at it, see height on numbers. They tack. Plan hit, potential small duck for us. Cover now. Okay, we'll be ducking here, my wheel. Yeah. Not much of a duck, that's angle. Both on the way back. Okay. Yeah. Watch it go, turn up. Yeah, coming up. Okay. Go trap. Okay, your wheel. Have. All the way. 20 seconds. We get to the right of it here. Nice. Happy to go to ley line here, let's go. No slower than this building speed.
Yeah, certainly to the line. Nice pressure coming down on the right.
Just have a look how close this previous cross just was. Both boats getting pushed really, really hard here, Shirley.
Yeah, coming up.
Interesting how they swap helms as well. We hear in the comms Ben Ainsley, who was on starboard, taking control just to accurately nail that cross.
Yeah, from the windward side of the yacht there, you've got absolutely no idea where that other yacht is. You're absolutely relying on that leeward helmsman and trimming to position to paint that picture and actually take control of the yacht in those crossing situations.
This is so close. I mean, like a second between them. Big decisions to make at this top gate.
Watch from him.
Coming into the top gate for the first time. How tight's this going to be? Hold your breath for just a moment. Who gets the advantage going in? Ineos Britannia around the top mark for the first time. Closely followed by Alingi Red Bull Racing.
Okay, Travelers coming. Let's go, boys. My trap. Go, trap. Hit it. Okay, get settled. Hold it, let's get it settled. Breeze is in the right here, but looking for a match, I think, Leroy. Copy that. They go now. Boards now. Right, boards leaving. 3, 2, 1.
Alingi Red Bull Racing there, just jibing inside to make sure that they've got a clear lane of breeze on this downwind. You can hear the cyclaws of both teams there, really putting in the big yards there.
Slower. To go. Average breeze. Happy to go from here. Okay, 2, 1, fall down.
Down to Chase Zero. Pete evenly matched these two boats.
Yeah, I was impressed at the top mark, though, the way Ineos engineered that last third to create a pass right at the top mark, and then they matched. So they got in phase immediately with Alingi. Gave away a little bit to do that late tack, but it just means now that they can push forward in that bow position, and we know that Ineos looks pretty pacey on the downwind legs.
Yeah, I agree with Pete. I mean, Alingi really let Ineos off the hook. They did not protect that right-hand side.
Matching them here.
I'm eyes on, yeah. Okay, they're turning down.
And they're board down. 2, 1, board down. 3, 2, 1, mate. Landing. 5, 2, 1.
It is such a treat to get inside the cockpits, to see the body language, but also to hear the comms and how much pressure there was, constant pressure.
Yeah, great comms there from flight controller Lee McMillan before the manoeuvre there, just painting a really beautiful picture of what he was seeing out there for the opposite side of the yacht. So that choreography just super important for sailing the boat cleanly.
We want a right upwind, don't we? So actually we let them go and go to the left lay line. Yeah, I think it's...
Yeah, looking at some really nice numbers here, the VMG of the yachts. That's basically the velocity made good to the bottom mark. So they're basically heading directly to those marks at about 36 knots. Boat speed about 40 knots, but VMG to the bottom actually about 35, 36. So really, really good numbers for the downwind there.
They're pretty matched, these two boats. I mean, so interesting to see the comparisons. Not really made a massive gain, Ineos, down this leg.
Only one wobble away from a pass here. The British need to keep sailing the boat accurately, which they are.
We did ask what we were going to get from Britannia today. We've got some pretty slick sailing so far at this point. They'll complete leg number 2, race 9 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta, and it will be the challenger of record, Ineos Britannia, into the gate for the first time and around that left-hand mark.
Watch for an early tap on them. That's right.
Closely followed by Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
High speed. Breeze is in the right. Breeze is in the right. Yeah.
About a 90-metre gain by the British there on that downwind leg. So it appears that they've got some good legs downwind, the British. So Alinghi Red Bull Racing really needing to sail cleanly here to get back in the game.
On to Ineos Britannia's chase boat and their coach, Rob Wilson. Feels like a better day today, Rob.
Yeah, no, certainly it was a pretty even start. You know, the boys did a nice first beat, and then, you know, certainly a good run. They had legs on the Swiss, so yeah, pretty happy so far.
Rob, Glenn here, mate. Looks like you got some wheels on the downwind. The boat looks like it's going really well.
Yeah, hey there, Glenny. Yeah, like downwind seems reasonably strong for us at the moment. We're still looking for a little bit of pace upwind. Not too much, you know, but we got a strong squad behind us working hard on that, so we're pushing on.
Thanks for your time, Rob. Appreciate it. Let's go to Chase Zero. Pete, you'll be listening to what Rob Wilson, the coach of Ineos, has said. Concur?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Ineos looked really quick on that downward leg. Now they're coming directly at us on this left-hand side. Ineos is just trying to reduce the gauge between Alinghi, and that lateral separation initially did reduce, but as we speak, Alinghi have just got into a bit more pressure in that windward position. So coming across on starboard, it's been a pretty even match.
Right-hand side of the track looks really good today, more so than ever. You can see them really trying to protect it.
They go aboard. Okay, give a couple of seconds.
I think the encouraging thing here today is what we've been wanting to see since the start of this regatta. Pace from Ineos and seeing that they've really worked this boat to its potential.
We've seen changes in modes as well, Glenn, you know, as the pressure's gone up and down. Pretty versatile what they can do with these machines.
Absolutely, the moding of these boats is super critical. The gains in just putting the bow down a couple of degrees, you know, in some more pressure, you can gain 4, 5, 6 knots of boat speed. So against your opponent, you're using those modes as accurately as you can to really get the best out of, you know, your tactical positioning.
Happy with that? Yeah. Lock it off this.
25 percent. Probably gonna attack on us for about it. Maybe we go in one and in. Waiting to the bed. Yep.
Nice to be good. They will not get to ley line, so we should be able to attack on them here. That's give us a gear. I think actually just go to ley line. Yeah, copy. Safe attack. It's left gate bias. Yeah, copy. 10 seconds here. Keep working, nice work.
See how well the British are sailing their boat trim-wise there. Foil trimmer's doing a really nice job of locking that British boat in. Sailing a really solid race.
Just listening to the comms from Subinese, there's a real confidence in the voice today. Like, we're in control of this.
Yeah, it's a calmer boat, isn't it? I mean, from the get-go, it's felt like they had a plan and they've executed it, and they haven't done anything complicated, and they're sailing the boat, as you say. I mean, trimming and with the foils, it just seems so accurate today.
30 seconds away, boys. Taking a little bit of height for the turn. Copy that.
Coming into the halfway mark of race number 9, about to complete leg number 3 of 6, and it will be the challenger of record, Ineos Britannia, looking good, and they'll be very happy about this. This game is also about one of confidence, and around they go.
Hit it, boys. 100, 120, 30, Stephen, turn. Let's go.
Following them to the top gate to complete their halfway stage, it's Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They take the opposite mark, and the gap's lengthening somewhat.
And it's quite easy. Okay, good angle, yeah, all over. Nicely. Very jive. It just go all the way for us. Nothing to worry. Get a bigger left in on us. Very good lane here. More pressure coming.
Yeah, the VMG line here again. This is sort of the line, if you like, that's directly to that bottom gate. So you can just see the British there. 37.9 is sort of, they're just often just a click faster on this downwind, I think, than Alinghi Red Bull Racing. So really, really interesting to see those VMG lines, because that's the exact course that they're doing to the bottom gate.
That's that solid tempo. Let's let down here. I think we keep going straight. Yeah, copy.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening to 1.75 nautical miles.
Time recover. Go all the way here and see how it plays out. Yeah, copy.
Those cyclors definitely not coasting on the downhill, one would say, Shirley. It's definitely a full pedal going downhill for these guys.
The way the British run their cyclers is they have like a cox, and their cox is rower and sailor Matt Goldtray, who's sort of leading the push. You know, when you need something extra, they're working together. But listening to the comms on board also.
So the breeze obviously just dropping just fractionally there with the course change from Ian Murray and Mel Roberts there. Alinghi Red Bull Racing really just trailing probably a little too much at the moment to put massive pressure on the British. They've just got themselves far enough forward now that they can afford to just put the shoulders back a little bit and just sail the boat well. So still quite a bit of racing to go though yet.
Got to remember we're playing the long game here, of course, and Arno Sarafagis, despite being beaten yesterday by American Magic, they said it was a massive learning day, and that's what we have to understand. This is all about the long game.
But we're seeing progress day on day, Stephen. Look at Ineos today, it's like a different boat.
Keep trying to one, eh? Yeah, okay, one.
Ineos Britannia coming into the bottom gate for the last time, except for the finish. 2 more legs to go. They look confident. They look fast.
2, 1, taking mate.
There'll be a good vibe on the boat.
Let's go. I just need a tiny bit more fluid, I think. Yeah. Stay with it. Okay. Get out, speed in. Taking planning in here. So they look like they're splitting.
More pressure on the right of the course. Yeah, one board, one
Alinghi Red Bull Racing now coming into the bottom gate for the last time, barring the finish. They'll take the right-hand mark, as you said, and around they go. heading up to the top again.
Nice one board round up there on Alinghi. That's a really nice, fast, clean turn up onto the wind, so they'll be back to good numbers very, very quickly there. The breeze dropping just a little, so making those turns on one board all that more doable.
What's the cutoff, Glenn, between 1 and 2? Where is that?
Depends on how brave you are. Certainly in these lighter conditions, it's a lot easier on 1, but as it does get windier, probably then about 12 or 13 knots. 2 boards of the key. Some great shots of the helm and trimming positions there on board Alinghi Red Bull Racing. It really is a flight cockpit.
Let's go on to chase 0 with Peter Lester. Looks like Alinghi Red Bull Racing are trying hard to hang on, but they're being outgunned today.
Yeah, and the big jumps are being made on the downwind leg. Ineos was really quick on the downwind. On that last one, they took out 5 boat lengths on that leg, and that has now put them in a real safety buffer over Alinghi. So I think the speed advantage that Ineos have on the downwind, we saw it yesterday, but they've really capitalised on that today against Alinghi.
Emirates Britannia sailing low and a little bit faster. We can see that at the top of the rigs. I mean, perhaps just a strategy to, you know, protect that right-hand side. All about positioning.
Yeah, absolutely, Shirley. They're definitely pressing on the woolies, as you'd say there, using the jib hard and just putting the bow down and letting it rumble, and that's just sailing straight across the face of Alinghi Red Bull Racing and making sure they're going to eat a bit of dirty air on that trip across to the right-hand side.
We've got a lovely shot of the woolies. They have plenty of them.
Yep, those little woolly indicators indicating the airflow actually going around the sails themselves. So really key to be able to see, particularly in take-off situations and manoeuvres, just how quickly you get that flow attached back again on the sail plan.
You can get one in right. Go leeward. Through leeward.
We have a grandstand view watching this, and folks on the beach at Barcelona have a grandstand view as well. Don't know where you'd rather be around the world watching whatever size device, but boy, they have really turned it on here in Barcelona.
Amazing shot there of Ineos Britannia. Having a look now at the trim angle of Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Both boats being sailed really well here, and just that little gap that Ineos Britannia gained off the start and up that first beat has put Alinghi on the back foot.
Providing Ineos Britannia get home well, and they're looking at a strong position. It's a 1-point win in the preliminary regatta, but there's much more meaning to this win today, considering what's come before them in this regatta.
They keep going straight. Stand by. 2, 1, board down. 2, 1, lead, panic, 2, 1, can board. Stay with it.
Yeah, Ben and the boys absolutely need to have a solid result today. You know, they've had a couple of wobbly ones, and they'll be really looking forward to getting across the finish line here you know, with a win.
Happy with that. Pretty square game. 39 and 15.
Ineos Britannia in control of race number 9 here in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here off the coast of Barcelona. They've looked sharp today, and we've all been waiting for that, and they have answered the call, you might say, as they round the top mark for the last time and head home.
The sound of the AC-75 being pushed hard. Cyclors absolutely cranking there to get the power back on.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, just a quick check on the delta, it was 28 seconds at the bottom mark. They've shaved 3 seconds off. Marginal improvement, but I love the word, improvement.
Looking now.
See how hard those cyclors are working there on Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
On to chase 0. Peter, I think as we head down this final leg for Ineos Britannia, this is a welcome sight for everybody, most importantly the team itself.
Yeah, this is impressive by Ineos. They've really I think, completely dominated this one. The crucial time for me was that lead change on leg one. But equally impressive has been their downwind performance. I had that last upwind at the same delta as the previous upwind, but it's downwind that they are making the big gains. It'll be interesting to see what the delta is when they go over the line.
This way. We're a little soft touch. Maybe flick your bow up.
Fantastic audio.
All the way to there, come on.
It's so hard in there, isn't it? You are in just a carbon hole with no air. It's hot. There's G-force.
It sounds like pistons going.
Well, they are. And those pistons are the leaks. And you wouldn't want to be one of those boys, I don't think. They are absolutely on the rev limiter there, doing a brilliant job. Hats off to them.
Not allowed to lift your head up either.
No, you get someone to smack you over the ears if you lift your head up. It's all about aero and keep your head down and do your job.
The tough life of a cycler, and tough is understatement, right?
I love it. I live for it.
Spoken like a true non-cycler.
Spoken like a true trimmer. Give me some more energy so I can trim more.
Practice. Do another left one and just see if we can get a bit more heeling. Copy. Last rounding here, boys.
Emirates Britannia are having a good day on Saturday here in Barcelona. They will tick over win number 1 in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. It'll be a point, but there'll be more to celebrate. They have been slick today, and they've still got a race to come.
Nice. Nice. Can you get your forward down? Yep. Very far away.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing were hanging in there for, albeit the good 3 legs, but then in the end, the relative speed and just sailing skill of Emirates Britannia has caught them hanging, and they will come in. They'll finish second in the preliminary regatta. No points for that.
One left. Okay, we're all clear here. Good angle, no lower. Sorry, this is my wheel. Okay, very good way in 2, 1, all clear.
American Magic just about perfect with their time on distance in from port and in come Orient Express Racing. They will be quite a bit late.
Rolling up into it.
They're just on time there. The French just a little further away from the line, so a little bit late close to the pin, but sailing the boat nicely here, so really hoping that they can engage. American Magic off the foils there. This will be not what they're looking for here, Shirley, in the pre-start here. That's not ideal for them.
Well, maybe we'll see what happened there, but...
Yeah, we're all good.
Almost looked like they lost the rudder of the boat in the manoeuvre there. Tom Slingsby standing up there to sort of try and get the boat going again.
Half-board here.
Just behind us, directly behind.
Yeah, we're going to jibe over here, guys. Rudder's gone.
The rudder stalled.
No. Okay.
Oh, they've got an issue there. Saying something's wrong with the rudder, potentially.
Yep, take up on whichever board you know. Take it. Pick up on whichever board you'd like, but I'm not sure.
Big problems in the start box for American Magic in race 10.
Opening the door here for the French to
but I do not see actually
get off the line cleanly.
Orient Express, just keep it simple. We all want to see them complete a race.
Yep, don't OCS, sail the boat well, get it off the line, press on the jib, and get it round the track.
Big goal, Michael.
Doing a nice job getting the boat dialed in there. 29 seconds to go for the French to start. So time on distance for them. Big problems for American Magic there.
Yeah, there's no head action, so I think we're... Yeah, it looks wrong on the diagram too. I think we're wrong. I think we're off on
10 seconds to go. Orient Express Racing. Look like they've got their time on distance well sorted. They weren't pushed at all in the start box by American Magic, who have big problems. And away go Orient Express Racing in race number 10.
Race committee, this is Team USA. We are withdrawing.
Well, disaster
Race
there.
committee copies. Thanks, USA.
For American Magic reliability. It happened to the French yesterday. It's happening to America today.
Declaration stuff.
We heard them say that they heard a big bang, so potentially quite a big deal.
Yeah, be interesting
This
to
is
know
the
what
umpires. USA has retired. The race is stopped and awarded to France.
Wow, that's all you can say about this one. When you heard, I think it was maybe Tom Slingley saying the rudder's gone.
Yeah, that's not the words that you want to hear anywhere within the American Magic team at all. And I'm sure they'll get on top of that fairly quickly, but that has completely ruined the race for them. But fantastic to see the French out there now just, sailing around the track, and their boat obviously performing well.
We are good to go for race number 11. Port entry will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Starboard entry in 2 minutes will be Ineos Britannia. Having picked up their first win of this preliminary regatta, they'll have the bit between their teeth. They'll be ready to go. They'll say, okay, figured it out, feel good, come on Italy, let's have a nudge.
So this is where we would normally take things from coming in, but both boats lining up for looks like to be an on-time entry, surely.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli looked like their time or distances bang on, steaming in at around 35 knots. And then they come onto the start box, not too far away. Here comes Ineos Britannia. Allowed to enter in 2 minutes. They'll be just a little bit behind that, but let it get on.
Really nice entry for both boats there, so stand by for some action here.
Hey, here's Lomo.
Going board. Hey.
Hey, going board up again. Nice position.
Keep them here. Your wheel. Don't mind. Hey, peel now. Killing 122.
The object of the game
to go
here,
the other side of them here. They look quite early.
put your opponent on the back foot off the start line.
Okay, killing a minute.
This is the umpires. Early entry penalty, GBR. Early entry penalty, GBR.
Okay, so
that is a big penalty there for the British. They must have entered the entry zone early. They will have a penalty, but they will be trying to wash that penalty off as quick as they can. Hearing from umpire Richard Slater there. Disaster for Ineos.
we are past Leyland Committee. One more of those, and we are coming up the number. To leeward is fine, I think.
Are you here? Oh, what's coming up?
We are 9 to kill pin.
Hey, ready for a little high mode here?
Killing 7. Should be able to...
Okay, high mode now. Trim up, boys.
Working on boys. Come on, trim up. Come on. Come on. Coming out. 5. Okay, right wheel. Killing 4.
We are racing pin.
We
are racing pin.
Inside the last 30 seconds to the start of race 11. Penalty.
Killing 1 to the pin.
Entering early for Ineos Britannia.
Killing 4 on the line.
Actually, this is a good position.
Little chip on, guys. Just a quick.
Open the pin. Obviously,
yes.
Work on a good start here. Yeah, nice. Nice, lads. 8, 7, 6, 5, working up 4, all the way. 3, hold, 2, 1, gun.
All in.
We are a go in race 11. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, Ineos
Okay,
Britannia.
little low mode here. Going low. Let's try to base penalty with a low mode, okay? So keep the speed here.
45 seconds. Still got
I think hammering on the next stack is going to be our game.
So the British with a penalty for entering early. They have to lose basically 75 metres relative to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli here.
This is the umpires, GBR boundary penalty, GBR boundary penalty.
Sailing fast.
Yeah, a couple of unforced errors there for the British.
Come low here. Yeah, you've got the band, that's good. Yeah, got 10 seconds to burn it. Hey, flat to leeward here.
Double trouble.
Penalty clear, penalty clear.
Yeah, go.
Ineos Britannia and race 11.
Smash it. There we go. Okay, one trap. Go still? Yeah, mine.
If they take, we are at 45 degrees, so we are not, not covering. But we are on a lefty phase, so I'm thinking go straight.
Just over the entry line there early. By the smallest of margins there, the British pushing super hard. You just don't need to quite push that hard on entry, so a bit of an unforced error there. They'll be disappointed with that, followed up by a boundary penalty, so you're not going to win races with those unforced errors, unfortunately.
Nice numbers, guys. Happy to push a smidge of Vuitton. Okay.
But we just go straight at the moment.
Yep.
Happy with this hill.
Let's go to chase zero. Pete, that's a killer for Ineos Britannia.
We will be taking 2.
Oh, that was brutal. It's just the small meters, you know, slightly early for entry and then a boundary penalty, and it's those little errors, those, you know, there's only a metre in it, but it just is so costly when you get back into the match race. And Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni just say, yep, thanks very much. We'll take that as our bread and butter, and they'll just be substantially in the lead at Mark 1.
Just some information there from our fantastic team behind the scenes, and at 36 knots of boat speed, the British were 2.4 metres over the entry line, so absolutely nothing in it. They're really pushing too hard with something you don't need to push that hard with, to be honest.
They were excited. They're excited. It's a cruel blow, though. It's a cruel blow. Then you get the boundary penalty. Now let's see how they respond. How do Ineos Britannia respond to double trouble at the start of race 11?
The gate bar's pretty square. Okay, yes. I can take this.
Let's have a look at their second penalty from the British here, Shirley, and as the boat's coming into the boundary there, and again just pushing it hard, and crikey's just over it. I mean, it's like tennis. The ball's either in or out, and you know, they've been out both times, so double fault.
A little soft out of this, maybe.
It's a shame they can't be like tennis players and scream at the umpire.
You certainly don't want to smash anything, that's for sure.
That's still
do a McEnroe.
I mean, those boundaries come pretty quickly.
No problem.
Actually calling attack to going, you've travelled a fair difference. It's not easy to gauge.
So what do you think, 1 and in left? Yeah, I think so.
My pressure looks even to me.
To me as well. A little build for the attack, boys.
It sounds like a walk on the park.
I
always remember in Auckland when we had the heart rate monitors, Jimmy's would be on about 80 and Francesco Bruni on 150. He's got ice in his veins, Jimmy Spittle.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli heading into the top mark for the first time. They will take the right-hand mark as you see it. Head down on leg number 2 in race 11 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here off the coast of Barcelona.
A little bit of a righty face.
We got to follow him, huh? Yeah, okay. We can follow them. Yeah. Okay, might well. Down in 5. Hands on the moon.
Ineos Britannia pretty much following on a direct path of the trail of Luna Rossa.
2. 100.
We've seen a bit of a change in the wind, a bit of a left shift, and it has got a bit lighter, and we're expecting a big swing round to the left-hand side later on this evening, so maybe it's the start of that.
2, 1, 8. Turning. Fine, well. 2, 1. Going board.
Jack to windward.
Anyone?
Coming down.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.75 nautical miles.
Jib.
Taking the 40 here. Got a ripping. Yeah, working out. What did you do? Got a bit lighter at the moment.
Coming down.
Down to 9.9.
Beautiful flat water conditions for the AC 75 sailing here in Barcelona today. Tomorrow, my feeling is it's going to be a different look. It's going to be interesting with a bit more seaway, potentially.
I will focus on performance, Jimmy.
No worries.
That was a good call by Francesco Bruni. I mean, really just not worrying so much about the opposition, but getting the maximum out of these laps.
Okay, let's stay this side of pressure for now. Yes, really nice let down.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Yeah, definite performance gains when you can just focus on the actual sailing of the boat and not concentrate so hard on the boat behind you. You definitely take the game there because you can concentrate 100% on just sailing the boat accurately and to its numbers. So
they have a really kind of special relationship, don't they, Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni? Bruni just saying, oh, concentrate on the numbers, stop worrying about the other stuff. But that's a relationship developed on years of sailing together at the highest level.
It certainly is, Shirley, and those relationships, like in any sailing team or any team environment, take time to develop, and the more time you can spend together doing that together, time and time again, you just get that relationship that really becomes powerful, particularly under pressure in the future.
Hey, building again. Comes to speed.
Good angle here, still building for.
Jimmy Spittle on his 8th America's Cup. I guess he was 12 when he started.
Okay, at the bottom.
He might need to buy some cows like me and have a rest. He's doing a great job, Jimmy. He's one of the sports greats and got a lot to offer, and obviously helping upskill the younger generation coming through.
That's good angle.
Such an important part of getting to your later years in life is being able to recognise talent on the way through, and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli certainly doing a great job identifying talent coming through.
Ineos have done really well on this run. They've taken 50 metres out of the Italians.
I was a little late. Past the ley line, boys.
Have to keep positive heel from here, Kenko.
Nice one function, boys. Big push here.
Positive.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli down to the bottom gate for the first time. They head up to the top to start thinking about that halfway mark, and they go around confidently. Given that bonus, double penalties for Ineos Britannia. One at the start, then at the boundary, but they're chasing, and they will chase hard. We've seen already they've got a good boat speed. Can they close down?
Okay, what's coming up now?
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
35 to boundary. Hey, mate's coming on, boys. Hey, my trap. Got trap. Right, leeward heel. Yep.
Let's go on board the Luna Rossa chase boat to coach Philippe Presti. Another solid day. They weren't actually pressed too hard at the start box. Philippe, how are you? Apologies for the lack of audio coming off the Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli chase boat.
It's a good angle.
Let's go to chase 0. Can you see the Ineos Britannia boat catching up at all, Pete?
I think 185, 187.
Pretty tough from where they are there now. I did monitor that downwind, and I thought it was pretty even. At one stage, it looked like Ineos had got into them a little bit, but when they got into the bottom mark approach, Luna Rossa took a little bit back. Luna Rossa's coming straight towards me now, and I'm right on the bow. It looks just superb in terms of their setup. The boat is very close to the water in terms of the end plate effect, and certainly Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni are doing a pretty good job. And really, after that error in the start box for Ineos, it was just then a matter of saying, well, how close can we keep to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli? They've got a bit of work on to catch up.
A nice lefty here.
Probably still building a click.
Some great shots there of Umberto Molinari.
I think, if anything, the numbers are a little high for targets, okay, guys?
Yeah, I agree.
Or maybe drop one not...
It just tagged. It just tagged. Yeah, a little right. You're actually happy to take this.
Okay, stand by, boys. Go in 3, 2, 1.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shortening the course to 1.7 nautical miles.
Good angle.
The last two course changes have been less in length, Stephen, so breeze dropping a little, I think.
We're building too.
I think we
just getting past the intersection and coming left. Quite light here, so maybe a little bit flatter boat. Go.
Definitely softer up the track, okay.
Nice there, good speed.
Transition to a bit more wind for the left.
Back to the right. Pressure is down here. There's something 15 away.
Glorious pictures coming off our helis, just showing you the vista that they sail in front of on the Mediterranean. That port of Barcelona in the background, and it's all business on EOS Britannia. They'll be filthy with themselves. 2.4 metres over into the entry box.
Our team have been listening to their onboards and not happy with attacking either. They're attacking from 33 knots to 25 minutes. It's not good enough, Glenn, is it?
Holding that 80%.
Yeah, it's a big speed drop, and if this breeze keeps dropping down over the next 10 or 15 minutes, we could actually be seeing ourselves getting into some territory where the manoeuvres become quite marginal, particularly attacking. So hopefully we won't see that. Hopefully the breeze will stay in.
He's to the of me. Let me do this.
Slight gain, it would appear, if you look at those metres between the two boats by EOS Britannia on this upwind leg. Slight gain, you can see it.
I think it's got lighter at that top end of the course. The conditions are definitely changing and becoming more and more unstable.
I just wonder whether that plays into the window of EOS Britannia and how it performs in different air.
Only 8 to 9 knots of breeze now at the top end of the course, Stephen, so definitely we're seeing a drop in pressure. So going to be interesting this next lap or two.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, leading EOS Britannia into the top gate to complete the halfway mark of race number 11 in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here on the Mediterranean off the coast of Barcelona.
No reason to go slow here.
Ouch. And in comes EOS Britannia. It appeared from what we saw they made a slight gain on that upwind leg, and we know that they are quick downwind. Let's see if Ben and Dylan put the foot to the floor.
2, 1, head of waistline and turn a bit. Nice. 30 seconds. No, hold it a little bit, yeah. Go. Anytime hitting. Okay, rolling away into a jibe here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.6 nautical miles.
Board, eyeing you up.
30 seconds. Okay, cans moving.
Let's go to chase zero, Pete. How much is that wind softening out there?
38.
Yeah, we're mainly dropping in velocity, and what we're seeing now is the downwind angles have got tighter. We just noticed that jibe, and Geely, they must have, you could probably pick it up there, Glenn, looked like they jibed through nearly 90 degrees, so as it lightens, the boats actually have to sail a little bit sharper angle to, to keep their optimal speed.
Yeah, Pete, it's certainly the observation that we're getting here is that breeze is dropping, and seeing some still good performance of EOS Britannia downwind here. So it's, you're only, again, one wobbly manoeuvre away from a pass. So really interesting to see the VMG on both boats there. Just a little better to EOS Britannia in general on the downwind. So
Same, it's better pressure.
it'll be interesting to see how they go towards the bottom.
From here on, we match
Both teams would have made their sail selection based on 12 to 14 knots, what we saw pre-start. How much of an effect is that to be on the smaller jib and having to search for power?
Definitely hard exiting manoeuvres with smaller jibs on for sure in the lighter air, and in a straight line you're still trying to get the power out, but it's exiting the manoeuvres that just is so difficult when you get to the very, very bottom range of both the mainsail and the jibs. So you can see there the power of that twin skin mainsail, huge mast rotation and camber in that mainsail now, and even the smaller jibs really, really deep. So very, very minimal Cunningham, very, very stood sections to really generate that horsepower out of the rig.
Even just watching that, a massive amount of adjustments,
very
as you say, to the mast, to the traveller. There's a lot going on as the winds drop now.
Still showing a little bit of gate bias on our side, on the left side.
Wind directions, I think the wing gear is still settling.
I agree with you. I think it's the most simple choice, and I don't see why not to go left gate. Just a little earlier on the jibe on the ley line, that's all.
Coming up, just visual, have a look.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.5 nautical miles.
So another change to the length of the course because of the wind softening, but that actual margin that Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli has on Ineos Britannia has actually lengthened on the downwind leg, which means they are sailing that boat beautifully at the moment as they complete leg number 4, and they'll take that left-hand mark and head up the course for a final time.
Okay.
Hey, 30 seconds.
Good pressure straight on the nose.
Good left. Nice lefty too. No rush.
I'm struggling with these jives for some reason. It's got a bit weird. I try. Yep.
Let's go.
Let's head. Okay, turning up here. 2, 1. Turning up.
Ineos Britannia round the bottom mark, head up for leg number 5. Deficit's 28 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, freeze is in the left here if we want to take it. Okay, stand by tag. 2, 1, 4 down. 2, 1, mate. Turning. Farewell. 2, 1, down board.
I'm thinking to hammer him on the next one.
We're done.
Hearing the voice of Francesco Bruni there saying, thinking of hammering them on the next one. That's basically just tacking on top and actually forcing their dirty air to float down the course right onto the rig of Ineos Britannia, and that's the job of the sailors, is to try and line that up. So you're pretty much just putting them right in the exhaust fumes of the rig of your boat if you're leading.
That's it.
As the wind is lighter as well, I mean, it's a greater effect, isn't it? It's so hard to escape from it.
Okay,
how's it over and under?
We go to target.
Onto the chase boat of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Hi, Philippe. Another good day for Luna Rossa, maybe helped out by the penalty box start that was a bit of a problem for Ineos.
Yeah, the starting is very hard. You know, you have a racing software and you're guessing the time based on the formation of the wind. And during the entry, the wind goes pretty much everywhere. It's easy to make such a mistake. And entering early is very important because you can put the pressure on the other boat. So I understand the mistake. And then the guys did a great job just settling in and deciding to start behind Ineos and get a good control position from there.
Philippe, it seems very calm on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Would you agree with that?
I'm glad it's calm. It's a working progress. Every day we try to operate at that, you know, it's kind of a Jimmy hard rate beat we try to match. And I think if you've got a loud boat, it's very hard to take decision. It's very hard to understand each other. So we really try to work on the wording and the tone. So we make good decisions.
How calm is Coach Presti?
Very calm.
All right. Good to see you, mate. We'll talk to you again.
Bye.
Little press.
Coach Philippe Presti on board the chase boat for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. That gap between the two, they're still sitting around 400 meters. The Italian team, they've controlled this race nicely.
It's bread and butter for the Italian team of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the moment. They're just literally going through the motions, sailing the boat well, keeping in touch with their opponent. And yeah, definitely another day at the office for those boys.
It's quite noticeable these G3 boats, isn't it? How much the lighter at, they're not as affected as much as they were in Auckland. They just seem to keep rolling.
Definitely the light air performance much better with the weight reduction out of the boats now compared to in 2021, and the light air performance really good.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli for the final time at the top gate. taking the left-hand mark as they see it, right-hand as you see it on the screen.
And catch. Hey, 20-second. Bit of pressure here, guys. No rush out here.
Yeah, no rush.
Hit the comms, no rush, which means not too much pressure coming from Ineos Britannia. They'll be feeling a little bit of pressure because they're a bit dirty about getting into the start box early and getting that penalty and then the boundary penalty as well. But they are around the top gate and heading home in race 11.
20, 30. Okay. Come by here, my trap. Good trap. 2, 1. Down. 2, 1, 8. Turning. Time out.
Let's go to chase zero. Pete, we've talked a lot about Ineos Britannia today because we were so pumped that they got that first up win. But what do you make of this performance by Luna Rossa?
I think Luna Rossa have had an edge. I've just been monitoring sort of the deltas at the stop mark, and when they came up the last time it was 21 seconds. They're out to 29 seconds now. I think they're just making little incremental gains. Upwind for sure, but also on the downwind leg, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli have been matching Ineos, and Ineos Britannia are really probably the benchmark on the downwind legs, but there's plenty of pace on the Italian boat.
Has the wind stabilised?
The wind's at the top of the course, it's lighter than at the bottom. It certainly looks quite sort of quite smooth and a bit sort of light at the top. Down at the bottom mark gate, down by the finish, it's probably a knot or maybe 2 knots better breeze down there in terms of wind speed.
Coming left now here. No pressure all the way yet.
Final leg here. Not a whole lot Ineos Britannia can do, barring a unforced error from Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Shirley, sort of not much you can do. You're just sort of looking at your opponent sailing down there toward, and you're just hoping that they make a mistake. But I don't think Luna Rossa are sailing the boat badly there. It's pretty hard there to make a gain from here.
It's also about information gathering, isn't it? And remember, this is only day 3 of us actually seeing these boats race in anger. So much to learn for all the teams.
Powered up, practice, are you for left?
Just give me one round up.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta will come across the line and bank win number 3 and give them 3 points to equal Emirates Team New Zealand, who are up next against Alinghi Red Bull Racing. But they'll be feeling good about that. Are they heading towards the final of the prelim regatta?
Nice.
Nice work, boys. Away from the course. Probably on the left side of the course.
Anytime.
But I think there is another race after us.
2, 1, and down. 2, 1, lead. Cat's wide. 2, 1, come on.
Ineos Britannia, they go 1-0 today. Most importantly for the confidence of their sail team, their shore team, the whole organisation. They got that win and they sailed so beautifully earlier on today against Alinghi Red Bull Racing. But they'll cross the line to complete race number 11 in this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta.
Push up.
That boat there, Taihoro, Emirates Team New Zealand. Let's see what their time on distance is like. Looks pretty sharp. Now it's the turn of Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They're allowed to enter at 2 minutes. They will not be getting an early entry penalty here. They'll come in a little bit late, but they'll come steaming in. Time to get it on again.
Tidy entries from both teams.
Up now. Good job.
Liner conditions so important just to keep the pace on, keep the boat on the foils.
Really, really important to keep the boat on the foils in these conditions. A little lighter than yesterday's racing, so a lot of pressure on the teams.
They're letting it down.
40.
20.
4 red pistol. Midway down.
28.
On, down.
20.
Jump.
And you're in. 15.
They're right in the corner, the final turn as they head towards the start line.
Alinghi really have to make sure they accelerate here. Emirates Team New Zealand getting close to getting them hooked. Just keeping clear there, Alinghi. Pressure still well and truly on Emirates Team New Zealand, pushing them hard.
Andrew Sarfagis doing well there just to keep clear, not to engage.
Another little charge if you want.
3, higher
They look slightly early, both teams.
One. It is open. Pin is open. Press on the mark.
It should be okay. It's just sweet. Really slow, guys.
10 seconds to the start line.
7, 6,
5. Okay, it's lead phase here, so keep going. They're just shooting for the
Split start at race number 12. Game on between Alinghi Red Bull Racing and Emirates Team New Zealand.
Happy to keep going.
Hats off to Alinghi Red Bull Racing there. Really lovely job in that restart. Actually, time on distance beautifully, putting the pressure on Emirates Team New Zealand, forcing them to do a split start.
Emirates Team New Zealand were slow, weren't they, in that last 20 seconds? Forced off to the right-hand side. Hats off to Arno Sarfagis.
Out on the sails frame.
10.
On to chase zero. Peter, interesting start.
First split tack start was seen here, and it was advantage to Alinghi off the line. New Zealand went over to the beach side, and I thought they just showed to have good pace. I think this intersection looks like it's advantage to the team coming over from the beach, and that'll be Emirates Team New Zealand. But a very good start by Alinghi, but New Zealand look to have good pace and good angle coming over from the right.
Just one behind.
Close cross here.
Tricky to leave out. 3, 2, and forward.
And attacking now.
We can stay if you want.
No, we cannot stay.
3, 2.
Absolutely perfect place to tack there from Emirates Team New Zealand, forcing Alinghi Red Bull Racing to actually have to tap away and clear their air. There was no way, surely, they were going to live there off the hip of Emirates Team New Zealand, so that they bailed early to keep the game alive.
So it's only taken really half the first leg for Emirates Team New Zealand to start really putting pressure on Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
25 to 100.
Peter?
Best VMGP.
Yeah, I reckon what the game is here is the New Zealanders will try and make Alinghi do one extra tack, and that's why they've come back quite short on their hip, forcing Alinghi over to this left-hand lay line. When they come back, New Zealand will face them again. So this is about forcing the trailing boat to do an extra tack.
You don't want to be doing manoeuvres. I mean, big losses in the tacks now. New Zealand went from 34 knots to 26. Big speed loss.
Just rebuild a bit.
An 8-knot drop in speed, fairly typical in these conditions. It is a big penalty though, every manoeuvre. You've got to re-accelerate.
Very focused on our manoeuvre.
Emirates Team New Zealand just giving Alinghi Red Bull Racing no wiggle room to squirm out of there. They're just going to keep coming back, and they'll just keep herding them over to the left-hand side of the course to then ultimately just make them sit in their gas on the long one back to the top mark. So the pain is yet to come.
They're going there. So 2, 1.
Allez, bon, guys. Hey, keep pushing, guys. Oh, we can
New Zealand are executing these tags slightly better with each tag. There's just a slow bleed, isn't there? They're just dropping metre by metre.
Twist it up here. So
really threading the eye of the needle. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, not much they can do at the moment except just keep in touch, keep sailing the boat well, rely on your pace,
back to 185
do all the simple things well.
A bit more even now. I'm trying to lift it, so I'm happy with that. Really job if we need.
Emirates Team New Zealand at the moment. At this point, it's a small lead, but you feel like they've got Alinghi Red Bull Racing somewhat in the vice on that first leg. They will be first to round the top mark for the opening gambit in race number 12, the final race of the day here at the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta on the Mediterranean.
3, 2, 1, here we go. I think I'll follow. Just make the most of this shift.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, though, they're not out of it. If you remember their race earlier today against Ineos Britannia, they hung in there. They will not go away.
Quite a big drop in pressure. We're seeing 7 or 8 knots at those top marks. I mean, I think 6.5 knots is the limit for AC75 racing. Have you had a good look at are they on the same jib, Glenn? What can you see?
Yeah, very, very similar sail plans, both teams, and they'll be really setting the boat up for sort of max power exiting the manoeuvres. The funny thing is, the lighter the wind, the more oil movement you use. So the cyclists actually have to work harder in these lighter conditions a lot of the time than when it's actually sort of nice and steady 11, 12 knots. So the lighter it is, often the harder it gets for the guys pedaling, because you are just going through such big camber ranges with the sails.
I mean, that was a lovely shot. We saw the mainsail, didn't we? Tiny movements back and forward on the tram.
So it's probably
that figures righty. I think it's righty. Yeah, I'd agree. Bit tough on the left there.
Remember, this team is the benchmark, the defender. And actually, for Alinghi Red Bull Racing, lots to be positive about within this race. They are hanging in there.
On to chase zero. Peter, Emirates Team New Zealand, just doing it by the numbers.
Yeah, they look impressive. When we just went round behind Emirates Team New Zealand, they're carrying quite a lot of windward heel, and you know, they just look so powered up. And the other point, I think, is where they're making the big gains is their manoeuvres. They seem to be able to come out of the manoeuvres, get back up to target speed and angle quicker than Alinghi.
All the way, then, eh? Yep.
Nice to clear, boys.
Windward heel, Glenn. Why is that so powerful as the conditions are lighter?
Got it, mate. Yep.
Yeah, generally, when it's a little lighter, you run the cant of the board further under the boat, so you're actually trying to reduce the riding moment slightly and actually gain efficiency. So a little bit of windward heel is actually just getting the platform a little lower to the water and actually getting that aerodynamic seal, that imaginary seal from the rig down to the water a little closer. So trying to get the platform as low as you can, as often as you can.
What does it look like up there, Andy? Did you go all the way?
Yeah, look at there. No, you would.
Just get the clean air above their line, right?
Yep.
It's such great comms, isn't it, on Team New Zealand? Such trust between all of them.
It does look flaky on the right.
Emirates Team New Zealand about to complete leg number 2 of 6 in this 12th race of the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta here in Barcelona. Smoothly around the mark they go, and head upwind again. Cool, calm and collected, the defenders of the 37th America's Cup. I'll remind you again, though, this is all about the long game, particularly for wannabe challengers like Alinghi Red Bull Racing. All about learning and gathering data and how much they can learn. They round the left-hand mark as we said, head upwind on leg number 3, which will mark the halfway point. Let's go on to the chase boat for Emirates Team New Zealand. And Ray Davies is standing by. Nice start, cool and calm, Ray.
Yeah, it's a great start. No, really good. you know, coming off the line, it's pretty much even, but with the power of the ride and up to speed and rumbling and going the way the guys wanted to go. So couldn't ask for more than that.
Right, conditions look to have changed a bit. It seems really unstable. What do you think?
Certainly it's eased off a bit from those earlier races, but the breeze is hanging in there, you know, sort of 9 to 11 knots, easing back to 8.5 at times. So yeah, it's tricky out here when it gets soft and it gets a bit patchy. A little puff in these boats and this wind speed makes a huge difference.
How much do you learn about the boat in differing wind conditions and where maybe its sweet spot is?
Oh no, we learn a lot all the time, every time we go out, but it's really good to actually have some numbers on the course and see lap times and actually have a competitor out there pushing us. So you know, you get a lot more out of it from the racing and the boat handling and the pre-start and just the team even building up to the start and having you know, that all goes smoothly as well under pressure to a fixed time of a race start. So you know, it puts the whole team under pressure, which is perfect. It's what we're here for.
Thanks for your time, buddy. Talk again.
Thanks.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the axis to 186 and shortening to 1.45 nautical miles.
Wow, that wind's not dying away, but it's softening really quickly.
Lots of course adjustment, in part because there is a target time, isn't it? 23 minutes. Also because they can move the marks so quickly and so efficiently. They're not attached to the seabed. They are electric, autonomous, controlled by GPS.
It's amazing how the technology has changed so much, not just on the boats, but the whole infrastructure of a yacht race. It's fascinating. I took some photos and sent them home to my friends, and they were going, what are those? I'm saying, oh, they're the autonomous marks and the boundary markers to keep the fans away. And they're going, really? I said, really?
Yeah, no excuse for a bad course these days, and Ian Murray and Mel Roberts do a brilliant job in keeping the course square and true and on time, and to have that at their fingertips is pretty incredible. And obviously that's what the sailors want. They want a fair course, as do the teams, so makes it really good.
It looks to be more up here, so they're happy all the way to lake.
Quite a lot more speed with the New Zealand team, whether there's more pressure perhaps on that right-hand side.
I think we've seen that, just that general better pressure on that right-hand side, surely for you know, almost 2 days now. So it'll be interesting tomorrow if we do have a different wind direction and a different sea state, you know, what the teams will do, what the favoured side of the course will be. But as we saw and heard from Ray Davies, their coach on Emirates Team New Zealand Chase, you know, the guys, the team's plan was to try and get out to that right-hand side of the course as quickly as they could, and sort of forcing a lingy to the left and then having the option to tack out to the right. They took that initial gain as they hit the right-hand side of the course.
Just about to complete the halfway stage of race number 12 here in Barcelona, and it's the defender Emirates Team New Zealand well in control of this race. But you always say well in control with a question mark, because you never can know what can go on. Think what happened today with American Magic. They had a gear failure, is what we understand. We had an incredible bang early in the race, well, right at the beginning, and they had to pull out of the start box. Emirates Team New Zealand around and complete the halfway stage of race 12.
Where do you want to go?
I think so, just for the gas of them.
Talking a lot about the dirty air, the confused air from the other boat. And it lingers, doesn't it? It's after the breeze, it's just so lazy, it's not making its way anywhere.
Elingi Red Bull Racing coming to the top gate to complete the halfway stage for themselves. They will take the right-hand mark as they see it, left hand as you see it, on whatever screen you're looking at, big, small, or otherwise around the world.
190, 110. 140.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the axis to 184 and shortening to 1.4 nautical miles.
Nice breeze here.
Another horse change there. Breeze just getting a little softer and a little wobblier, so...
Don't be afraid to go over the numbers.
And the challenge, Pete, on Chase Zero gets just a little bit harder for both these teams, that wind softening.
Looking back through pistol. So, it's way more even than last. Echo lighter for
probably the bottom end of the range, and really it's a slow bead, and it's just they seem more comfortable in this condition than a Lingy. Just looking at the boats, it's just we see that slightly windward heel, and they just look fully powered up, although it's only what, about 8 knots. For a Lingy, they can just look down at the New Zealanders and think, hey, what are they doing? What can we...
Lifting quite a lot here. That's good.
They're still in sort of 7 or 8 knots of breeze. Both boats doing 34 to 36 knots of boat speed. So, you know,
yeah,
you're on
shake your head again.
You're on any other boat there, and you're drifting downwind doing
3.
I was going to give it 4, but you gave it 3. But yeah, no, depending on what you've got in your hand. Yeah, you're certainly getting downwind quick, even in this light breeze with these boats. The light air performance is pretty incredible.
You know, we look at the lead now, and it's starting to sort of eke itself out a little bit. But if you go back to that start, they were the first time we've seen this regatta. Emirates Team New Zealand will put under pressure.
They were, and I think Alingi did a really great job there in engaging and sailing their boat really well. So, you know, although Emirates Team New Zealand are striding away here, they'll take great confidence in what they've done.
Emirates Team New Zealand looking good in race 12 here in Barcelona. Pressured at the start. There was a good pressure coming from Alingi Red Bull Racing, but then they just squeezed them in the first half of that upwind leg. And this is the result. Taking the right-hand marker and heading up on leg 5 of 6.
Go on, so bit of pass loose here, really. We can kind of cross here, gets up and say, let's go here, I think we should. 3.
Fantastic shot there of Emirates Team New Zealand. That's a textbook tack. If you can pull them off like that in that sort of light air, that's what you're trying to achieve. You see the adjustments of the sails there.
I just got a little more kind of...
Alingi Red Bull Racing now coming into complete leg number 4.
Nice left phase, looks pretty good in front. So
late job, and they'll take that right-hand mark as well. Let's go on to the chase boat of Alingi Red Bull Racing. Petro Sibello joins us again. Petro, let's just come right back to the start. Hell of a start, wasn't it? A lot of good pressure, and then just now it's a game of us working things out, gaining data.
Yeah, I think the guys did an amazing job today in the starts, really pushing and keeping close and tight with the other boat. They decided to lead in this lighter breeze, pushing Team New Zealand to deck and go into a port stack. Unfortunately, yeah, we were a bit under ley line on the pin and a bit slow, but still happy about starting today.
Yeah, Petro, there was no sign of intimidation, was there? They were so confident in that pre-start. You know, how reassuring was that?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's the really positive point of today, and it was also the goal to make sure we learn the most we can this week about the starting, and we are really getting there.
Thanks for your time, Petro.
Thanks, guys.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shifting the axis to 180 and shortening the length to 1.3 nautical miles.
So just a little bit more pressure on these boats to keep them going, shortening that course. But this is the second to last leg of this race. Emirates Team New Zealand well ahead of Alingi Red Bull Racing, and they're still honking up at around 30 knots. So it's still beggars belief that the technology to get these 7-ton monsters in low wind speeds just doing what they're doing.
You can see on the water there, there's not a whole lot of breeze on the water. But you see how fast the boat's actually going into the breeze, heading upwind, sort of tacking through roughly 90 degrees, sort of 45 degrees from dead upwind is roughly what the boats are sailing in these conditions. So fantastic shots here of the boats.
I am sure there are people who are not sailing, people looking at that going, how does that work? But we're not going to go into that again.
Save our powder for another day.
Yes, I know. That's a deep hole you can dive down and spend a lot of time in.
It is just, it personifies efficiency. It is so cool. And I can't help but look at it and think of its architect, Dan Bernasconi, with Team New Zealand, who's head of design. And he had a vision.
A lot of fantastic people working alongside Dan to you know, come up with all the systems, the sails, the rigging, the internals of these boats, and a really, really solid team behind the scenes.
Emirates Team New Zealand at the top gate for the last time. They'll take the left-hand markers you said and head on down. All things being equal, they will record their 4th win and a perfect record for this preliminary regatta here in Barcelona. And they will have their nose over the line into the final.
Pretty dominant performance from Emirates Team New Zealand over Alinghi Red Bull Racing there. It's obviously the breeze is getting lighter and lighter, and really, really hard to sort of punch through that dirty air. Surely it's getting chopped up on the course. It lingers around like a bad smell, that dirty air. So you want to try and put the peg on the nose and try and keep away from it if you can.
Final tag heading into the top mark for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Still sitting at around 25 knots, pretty hard upwind, but they're still cranking along to get that beautiful AC 75 to do its job. Head towards the left-hand mark. Right for them on the boat. And away they go. Heading home on a Saturday in Barcelona.
The valves working hard there, controlling the traveller of the yacht, the sort of pulsating valves there, really, really giving accurate control for the trimmers to position that traveller exactly where you need it. So super important. The control of the sails and millimetre control is what you're doing, always adjusting all the time. It's not just the traveller, it's the clue positioning, the Cunninghams, the jib Cunningham. A lot of boats running under deck systems that you can't even see, but really, really important to have that accuracy of control.
I mean, Alinghi has a legacy within the Cup, but this team, the sailors, are young. They have had a lot to learn, haven't they, in a short period of time? I mean, just how steep is that hill?
Certainly a steep one, but they're doing a great job, and they'll be around pushing hard over the coming races for sure in the coming weeks.
So on a day when the wind has just tailed off at the end of it, Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup, have done pretty much a job, a flawless job on Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They will go into Sunday with a perfect record. They are 4 from 4.
On the cruise.
Calm and collected. Not too much emotion, just another race done, and done well. Yeah, look at that. The Kiwis come out. Oh, soft Kiwi toy. Cannot do much better than that if you're a supporter of Emirates Team New Zealand. That's not a bad place to watch it either. Mind you, if you want the real close-up action, You just watch it wherever you are around the world, on your small screen, your big screen, your laptop, or whatever, because we are bringing you pictures that are just glorious every time we head out on the water. Lingy Red Bull Racing come home to complete race number 12 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. They tried to push at the start, but they just couldn't keep up. They will remain with one win in this preliminary regatta.
Wow, that's a shock, Glenn. Not easy in these conditions.
Definitely a little bit more work for the foil trimmers and the whole crew in general, so it'll be interesting to see how this all pans out.
We get across here. 1, 2, 1.
Emirates Team New Zealand came out pretty much on time and distance, a little bit late, but here come from the starboard side American Magic, and then we'll see how all the hounds test each other in this battle of wills.
Hard to come in from that right-hand side. We see all the spectator boats there, and we just saw the American boat having to come in pretty deep and slightly late. Breeze is quite soft against the massive risk in this pre-start. Manoeuvring too much, falling off the foils.
It's quite a bit of pin bias now.
Pin bias, ideally we're sort of jumping. Here we go. So just keep speed on, keep heavy turns down.
Both boats calling pin bias on the start line. We'll probably see them trying to lead back to win that pin end.
1 foot down. Hey, lead. Putting straight up here.
We're just above boat low. Just get through the gas and we can give them a little push down.
Let's gas down. Forward up here.
Emirates Team New Zealand perfectly positioned to really push the American boat.
They're not going to get boat, so just cover.
Strobing us.
This angle's okay for the bill?
I'll be just holding high and slow here. Okay. Just keep me honest with speed. That's 6 pin, 17 line. Single head.
It's just a little quicker at the moment.
Let me know if you want to give them a little push.
I think we just roll this in and then it's still be quite early for the pin, I think.
Last 30 seconds to the start of race 13.
Okay, we're going to go over pin and then it'll be a dip start. Got the breeze in now.
And do you want to charge?
Yes.
Happy to start charging here.
American Magic, both boats looking for a dip start here, so dipping back behind the line when the gun actually goes for the start.
3. Hey, no issue. Hey, rolling up here.
Might call that a delicate start to race 13, but we are a go between American Magic and Emirates Team New Zealand in race 13.
Really, really nice job by both boats there, Shirley, not giving each other an inch there off the start, and Emirates Team New Zealand having to clear their air and put the bow down and actually get the pace up now and sail the boat well.
Emirates Team New Zealand, they're so confident in their speed. They actually didn't really want to get engaged to start making it messy, and sailed a beautiful start there, and already we can see slightly faster.
Nice riding on the bow.
Let's go onto the water to chase zero. Pete, give us your thoughts on that start.
Yeah, good start by American Magic. Emirates Team New Zealand just matched them. They did get a little, when they did that last little dip, the New Zealanders were just slightly ahead in terms of the manoeuvre, and that gave them the leverage to come off the line and now tack. Now, the feature on port, as they're on now, is the seaway. They're punching straight into it, and it is a decent seaway, just over a metre.
Out of here for 10. Out of the big lifting, unfortunately.
Glenn, the seaway is a lot bigger than we've seen the last few days. How difficult does that make, flying the boat with the kind of accuracy that we've been looking at?
Big job for the foil trimmers today. Blair Turk talking about little lefty, unfortunately. That will actually help American Magic there. And just looking at this fantastic shot bow and bow, I've actually got American Magic with quite a solid lead here coming off the left-hand side. They obviously wanted the left, they've got it, and now they've got a good advantage.
Nice game to you guys. We've got about, I think we get 5 length lead.
Just how much leverage we want to give him. We can't make one and then so as to just go back early.
Yeah, no, just I think picking our times. We're in a bit of a lefty, so picking a time for a righty and pressure ideally. We've got 40 seconds to sort of make that happen. We like the right, so we're happy this way. Looks like right gate favour at the top, so ideally we're leading him back the other way. This breeze is about 10. I think a pretty good time here to me.
Just push into this one, another 5.
A little bit of left.
Stand by. Down in 3, 2, 1.
Tom Sling's been talking about picking their moments. I mean, they do seem slightly nervous of just throwing the boat around, making quick manoeuvres.
You're definitely wanting to pick a nice flat spot with the water there.
Lead him to the right gate.
Yeah, we've got enough. He's just gone above lay, so we'll be able to tack on him here. We've got a good lead here. Nice jump.
Paul Goodison painting a fantastic picture for us there, talking about hitting Emirates Team New Zealand on the way back, so expect attack fairly shortly from American Magic.
Yeah, copy.
Like 5 or 6
You want to probably give a little bit of fat to the...
Yep. Just you on the lay line.
Yeah, copy. Yeah, pretty even wind direction now. Okay. Over here, stand by. Or down here in 3, 2, 1, or down. And turning.
Big confident booster, really, for the Americans. Difficult day yesterday. Broke the rudder. Come out swinging today, though.
They have done. They basically decided there just to carry on, not do the double tack. They'll be taking the right-hand turn here, and Emirates Team New Zealand a deficit to make up, Steve.
American Magic with a strong start against the defender of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup. They head to through the top gate ahead of the defender, and this is a good bounce back for them. Emirates Team New Zealand. They will take, as they said, the left-hand mark and on the downwind leg.
That first shift off the start, surely, such a critical one to get right, and the Americans did it really well, and a really good gain there off the left-hand side of the racetrack.
That was all in the build-up in the pre-start. They led back. They had a game plan to be right at the pin end, to own that left-hand side at the bottom side of the course. And
pretty much on there.
Well done there.
Just looking at the virtual boundaries on the course there. The yacht's having to stay within inside those virtual borders, if you like. That is the playing field that they must play, and if they go outside that, they do get a penalty. All teams having that information on board.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the axis to 115.
American Magic sailing beautifully at the moment. We're on the first downwind leg, and they're playing a good game right now. So now the question remains, what have Emirates Team New Zealand got in their playbook?
Just a little gust here. Okay, stand by. Put down here in 3, 2, 1, put down.
We've had an inkling that American Magic has a fast boat, but we haven't really had an opportunity to really see it yet. But this must be reassuring.
They're certainly sailing the boat well, and got off the line well, doing the simple things well, and flying the boat really beautifully. So Emirates Team New Zealand have been looking out the back in their rear view mirrors for the last few races, but having a look out the front at another boat, so it'll be a new look for them.
Still more pressure, aren't we?
Just want to win the job, 120, so just probably about their gas into the ley line, Pete, but take it as long. Almost seeing it go a bit short, just to...
Boys, nice job.
And headed. Yeah. Happy to go.
Head up there, boys. Anytime.
Definitely better pressure this morning.
See how bumpy the water is there as they did that jibe there. Emirates Team New Zealand as well. That lead, still around that 190 metre mark, so it hasn't really changed a whole lot on this downwind, Shirley.
Just a bit. It feels like the Kiwi outfit's just slowly closing in. But in this aerial shot, you get a lovely view of just how askew the waves are. You can see them coming in from the left-hand side of the course. And last night there was a big storm, the remnants of the Mistral that they get in the south of France, bringing wind and waves.
Heading to the bottom gate for the first time, and the Newark Yacht Club's American Magic in a commanding position. Has there been a slight gain? Maybe a slight gain from Emirates Team New Zealand. They go around the left-hand mark as you see it on the screen, the right hand for them. Final jibe for Emirates Team New Zealand. They will take the opposing mark and continue the chase of American Magic.
It looked like Emirates Team New Zealand lost just a bit, don't you think, Glenn, in that bottom? You know, they went to the other mark, probably not the preferred mark. It just seemed to go on forever trying to get around it.
Yeah, they did, Shirley, and American Magic obviously coming back quite early because they've got a little lead now. They'll be wanting to really put Emirates Team New Zealand in their gas. So we'll have a listen.
Let's go on to the chase boat for American Magic. Tom Burnham is standing by. Coach, this is a nice bounce back, but also a nice performance at this point.
Yeah, so far so good. Everything's working pretty well. The guys are doing a good job, and the shore crew did a great job last night to get us back on the water today. So all in all, a good day so far.
Tom, Glenn here. Bit of a tricky decision of what front sail to put up today. Who makes the call on that?
Yeah, that's Lucas Calabrese. He's one of our backup helmsmen and in charge of the sail program. He's did a great job making a call on the J2 here today. So all looking pretty good, but it is tricky. It's pretty light at the bottom and more breeze at the top of the course. So got to pick a sail for both.
Hey, Coach, how good does it feel to be leading the defender in this race?
Yeah, of course it feels good. Yeah, surely it's really great to be having a good race so far. We'll just got to finish it out and hope it ends up with a good day here.
Thanks for your time, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
If they come across here again, we probably want to protect the right and lead them.
Yeah, I think so.
Go back right. I got quite a good lead here at the moment, so it'll be just your board.
Yeah. Hey, Trav.
I think we get to open course before we do it.
Light patch here and then Gus coming on. Can you repeat the plan?
Let's get to open course and it'll be your board down, but I'll let you know when.
Yeah, copy.
Always good pressures, let's hit the fairway.
Okay, I'm happy any time from here.
Stand by, put down in 3, 2, 1, put down. Turning.
American Magic just doing it by the numbers. It's a calm boat today. If you'd seen yesterday when they had that rudder malfunction, there was a look of disbelievement amongst the crew and also the chase boat. They have done a fine job overnight to get Patriot back up and running. And running she is away from Emirates Team New Zealand.
Actually, he can't. He's marginal. Yes, let's go to a late line.
It seems like left gains at the bottom and then from the long way left again. Would you take this early, Pete?
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. 3, 2, 1.
Just having a look here, Shirley. Definitely some snakes and ladders, some puffs and lulls out there at the moment. It's tricky conditions for both teams.
Yeah, we have the wind field, but you can hear the sailors just kind of struggling to read it as well, especially as it's so wavy. Good pressure, though, as they get up this course, right at the mark.
Yeah, massive gust coming down there from the right-hand side at the top there, so American Magic will be seeing what's on the bow at the mark. If they can transition that left turn and then get a good slingshot down the boundary, they'll be pretty launched.
Helm and trimmer side by side.
Okay, taking some gauge now.
Absolutely taking a different approach to every other team with their design philosophy there. I suppose they can pat each other on the back or punch each other in the head, depending on the situation.
American Magic complete the halfway point of race 13 of this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. They look smooth today.
It's 30 seconds this way.
Down again.
And he's going to follow us.
Pressure's moderate. Nothing special here.
We just keep going until we get past open course.
Yeah.
They're really sailing the boat well, American Magic. Nice high ride height on the foils and very, very confident there. Boat looks good.
Where do you think the best race is?
Emirates Team New Zealand follow them around. And they will complete the halfway point of race 13. I wonder in these conditions when we're looking at the particularly American Magic whether they are in their sweet spot.
Well, I think we're hearing a bit of frustration, actually, from the defender. We heard the voice of Nathan Outridge at Port Helmsman kind of saying, help me here. I'm not really sure what's going on. I can't get into phase. For sure, it's a difficult day, and perhaps a day that they've not seen before here in the city.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 112.
So let's go on board to chase zero. Peter, what do you make of this?
I'm impressed by American Magic, and it, I guess we've been warming to this through the regatta that this boat does look pretty quick, and they've really shown their card today. They got a beautiful start, dominated the start, and they won that vital first cross. But from there, they have just stretched their lead, and they've picked their way upwind and downwind. They've led at every mark, and they're extending.
Grunting up just a click.
Well, extending they are. That lead is rocked out to some 545 metres against Emirates Team New Zealand.
But he can lay one
It's
in
a nice little reminder that we have got a game in this America's Cup.
It's a yacht race at the end of the day, and I think American Magic picking every shift on the course in their favour, and possibly Emirates Team New Zealand sailing into a few holes, surely, by the looks of things.
8, 7, 6.
Even to the untrained eye, you can see that American Magic is different to the others. It's smaller in a way, you know, smaller freeboard, kept it really tight and low and near the water. There's cyclers, they face backwards, they're on encumbered bikes just to keep the platform as small as they could.
It's a really good look at what the Seasag's doing here, isn't it? It's like mini surfing going through these when you see them. It's sort of the boat waft up and down and up and down, and how much the trimmers are having to work.
Yeah, big day for the trimmers today for sure. It's not easy to sail a boat really accurately in these conditions.
Big day on the spectator boats also.
Will it take your seasick tablets possibly?
You'd like to be on those big catamarans that the Lingy Red Bull Racing have their supporters on. That looks a lot more stable. American Magic coming in to complete the fourth leg. 2 more legs to go.
It's 35 seconds this way. Pressure looks okay on the boundary.
Happy to continue this way.
Emirates Team New Zealand coming into the bottom gate with 2 legs to play in a race 13 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. They're getting a little bit of a lesson today. But this is all what it's about. No one can be perfect. That aside to the late jibe and head upwind, opposing American Magic. 50 seconds the delta.
83s.
There's definitely some sea state out there and some shifts as we see with the wind field when it comes down. It's tricky sailing conditions. Really exciting.
Well, let's get a thought from Ray Davies, the coach of Emirates Team New Zealand. What do you make of this one today, Ray?
Oh, well, it's yeah, all on. We obviously made an error in the pre-start and led back too late, which made it an easy jump or a lead for the Americans going back, and you know, they did a good job of seizing that opportunity, and we were thin on their hip off the line, so straight away we're attacked down, and the Americans got that nice little left shift up their first beat, and we've been trying to pick up the crumbs ever since.
Taking a look at American Magic, what do you make from behind? It's a quick boat.
Yeah, we're getting a good look at their sails this race. No, they're going really well. They're joining the dots. They're sailing really well tactically up the beat, and you know, we're having to look for opportunities and having to do extra manoeuvres or potentially even go the wrong way at times to try and get a bit of a split or an opportunity. But no, look, the Americans are sailing really well.
Sailing into more pressure.
All right, appreciate the time, Ray. Let you get back to it.
So probably want to step up once we get
on that downwind leg.
Yes, I think.
American Magic made up 15 seconds.
Correct. Yep. That's about 25 away.
Yeah, that's a big gain. It's a huge gain. You can see the sea state there. It's really, really tricky sailing conditions, and both teams working hard to sail smoothly, that's for sure.
Let's go to Chase Zero, our hydrogen chase boat. Pete, what are you seeing at the moment?
Well, it's all American Magic. Certainly putting on a performance, and this rings a bell in my head when we think back to the America's Cup in Auckland in 2021, and it was American Magic in the Christmas regatta that took a point of Emirates Team New Zealand, and it's going to be a replay in this one, barring an accident. American Magic are really putting down a good marker.
Softer this way, definitely pressure right. And what matter is you go on him here.
As you want?
Yep, stand by. Put down in two.
Americans talking to in and right. Obviously seeing a bit of pressure out the right-hand side of the course there. Got some pretty expert eyeballs on board that boat. Experts at reading the water and reading the breeze, and they won't be missing anything with their shoulders pinned back for sure today.
You know, even to the untrained eye, that sea state, as you said, Shirley, looks confused.
Don't look at it too much, Stephen. You'll be okay.
What are you saying?
You can't get seasick from watching it, mate. You'll be right.
Oh, no. Have you seen me on a boat?
I'm enjoying the comms today between Tom Slingsby and Paul Goodison. I think some of the other days they've had reliability issues. It's not been quite as smooth between the two of them, but we're hearing a lot of Paul's voice, painting the picture really well, sharing the decision-making. There they are. Tom Slingsby on the left, Paul Goodison on the right. Mike Meninger trimming on the left, and Andrew Campbell chewing the gum.
American Magic for the final time at the top mark today.
Okay, slowly coming down.
And this has been a sweet sail for them. And this will give them enormous confidence once they complete the race, having just reminded the defender what they are potentially up against. Remember that they are one of 5 challengers wanting to be the official challenger. But to do that, you've got to win the Louis Vuitton Cup, which starts in 4 days here off the coast of Barcelona.
Yeah, I've got good pressure to the boundary. 25 seconds, we can get solid into open course this way.
He's still not around the windward mark yet, but it looks like he's going to be left turn following. I know he tacks, happy to drive here anytime.
Emirates Team New Zealand. You hear Paul Goodison say they're going to go left turn. Well, no, they decide to go right turn, Emirates Team New Zealand. Picked up some pace. Delta now down to 36. But you heard Ray Davies, the coach, say, mistake at the start.
Yeah, those starts just so critical. Emirates Team New Zealand now just trying to join some dots together themselves on this downwind leg. Just, you know, pressure absolutely king in these boats, and a knot of increase in speed, and you get a few knots of boat speed, so they'll be looking for everything here to try and make up some ground here.
Those starts, Stephen, are actually a mathematical formula. You know, the time to burn, how far away you are from the line, the speed you're going, the angle, and they just got it wrong. And we heard Ray Davies saying that slightly out. They didn't lead back to own that left-hand side early enough.
Slowly come down, take it forward a touch as well.
Lots of trimming today, so the cyclists, you know, putting the power through their legs into the cranks. then into the hydraulic pumps that are connected to those cranks, and that hydraulic oil is then distributed around the boat to basically power all the systems above deck, all the sails, the mast rotation, foot outhauls. You see the mast rotation there, cranked around on American Magic. The Traveller moving, huge camber being used in those twin skin mainsails here in these light bumpy conditions. A lot deeper, twistier setups than we see in the flat water conditions in the same breeze.
I mean, the power requirement, when it is, you know, when the wind is up and down and wavy like this, must be off the scale.
Massive day for the guys on the pedals today, and I'm sure if we go on board, you'll be hearing some heavy breathing.
Bit of a speed difference here, but there is big wind, you know, holes, isn't there?
A more sheet on the jib, please. A lot lighter, the breeze here. Big patch here, he's made a big gain. Also one and in left, so it's one and in left for us guys. Yep.
Just straight through the finish here, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, one job.
That's right, Mark. Bottom right is favoured by 10.
Yep. Okay.
Emirates Team New Zealand have done a good job to close the gap on this run, to join up the pockets of wind.
American Magic coming down to this finish of race number 13. They will record win number 3, but most importantly, their confidence will go through the roof, and they get the win off the coast of Barcelona. Yeah, little fist bumps everywhere. Don't leave me hanging, Terry.
Just punch through.
They know they've done a good job. They've done a very good job today. And Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender, just reminded those little moments can be costly, and they record their first loss in the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta.
That's a big scalp to claim, the American Magic team, taking down the current defenders of AC37. They'll be pretty happy with that.
So 2 minutes and 52 seconds to race start of number 14 in this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. And I wonder if particularly the likes of Luna Rossa, Regatta Barcelona had a look at that last result and went, okay.
Potentially a couple of raised eyebrows, but racing is racing. Very shifty and puffy out there, so any of these teams we've seen can take a race win. So all-important race for Luna Rossa, Regatta Barcelona here.
A little bit more breeze.
The final as well.
Land we're seeing, yeah, over 12 knots. Good to go.
Absolutely not far off entry here. Luna Rossa, Regatta Barcelona.
So they have port entries. You can see the Italian flag. They've got to be in by no sooner than 2 minutes and 10. They'll come in a tiny bit late, but the Silver Bullet will just get in there, and they'll start their mini dance with a Lingy Red Bull Racing, who can't come in inside the 2 minute mark, and they'll come in just a little bit under, and here we go.
Transition, up to board. Time. 1:15. 40 to the boundary. They're going quite low. They're on the committee line. By one board. Also repeat. 105. Committee line for us by attack here.
We've seen a confidence from Alinghi Red Bull Racing in the pre-start. I don't expect them to be intimidated by Jimmy Spinner.
They're going to be throwing the bell and the kitchen sink at these guys. Interesting to see what they do.
Sucking down. Up when you want. Happy to kill time up.
Luna Rossa heading deep into the box. Inside the ley lines.
Those red tram lines there, for those not into match racing, basically you want to stay inside that corridor. If you're outside that corridor, you risk getting locked out or missing the start.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing choosing not to engage. For them now, it's all about timing, when to get your foot on the gas and go for it.
Yep, they'll be looking to do a really big high-speed build here. Watch the speed increase as they come in to put the pressure on Alinghi. Luna Rossa Red Bull Racing. 33 knots.
Rush. Okay, 4-2-1 bottom.
Both boats still a little early.
Heavy push.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli having to defend here. Big speed difference there, 8 knots of boat speed.
I think he's pushing.
Okay, back protest. Il va plus haut. Come up, come up.
You're in trouble. 4. Having attack. We'll start on it. Captain, done.
Magnificent job there, Stephen.
Wow, what a start by Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They've forced the issue on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Who have to go back over the line and restart.
Italy, restart penalty, Italy.
Great job, Alinghi Red Bull Racing, to start race number 14.
That is a huge
This is the umpires.
scalp.
Italy still has restart penalty.
Oh, and they've got to go back even further. A massive mistake there from Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. They will be filthy with themselves for letting them get into that situation.
Maybe we saw this coming when we saw Alinghi Red Bull Racing against Emirates Team New Zealand yesterday, and the way they dialed up against them.
Surprised by Luna Rossa, weren't you? They were sitting ducks there, just, you know, too much time to kill, and Alinghi just pushed and pushed.
Just 2 down speed, and we talked about that big speed differential. Alinghi Red Bull Racing just 8-9 knots faster, and doing a really good job there to put Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli on the back foot, and they have a massive deficit. After a minute of sailing, they are 520 metres behind, so a huge job here to catch up to Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing half a kilometre ahead, and we're not even round at Mark 1. If you are them, you just need to calm it down, concentrate on performance.
Let's go to chase 0 and Peter Lester. How about that for a start?
That had me on the edge of my seat. That was a fantastic start by Alinghi Red Bull Racing, and it just showed how powerful it can be if you get a boat really high, lots of speed, big push, and then Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli were a bit of a sitting duck, and even with, 10, 15 seconds to go, Jimmy Spittle said, oh, we're in trouble here, and they are in trouble. The other thing that's really noticeable is looking upwind, it's quite easy to see the wind on the water. Looking downwind, we're at the top mark, really hard to see the different gradient wind on the water just because of the colour differential.
Well, our team on the water, Stephen, thinks Italy may have had troubles with the starboard board, and we can definitely dive deep into that when we speak to Jimmy at the end of the race.
Well, we've been talking about, you know, if you want to be in this game, you've got to be reliable across the board. So part of the game, and they've suffered again. Let's take a look at that start again. That was an absolute ripper.
Just having a look at the virtual here, you see the boundaries of both boats overlapping there, so definite penalty there to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and then coming back to restart and then actually not restarting correctly, so a double unforced error, if you like.
They have that on a screen, so they should be able to see when it goes from, you know, red to green. So a bit of an error there for Luna Rossa.
This is a good test for Luna Rossa, Alinghi Red Bull Racing now. Right, now you've got the lead, but you hold the lead, right?
You pin the ears back and you send it. That's exactly what they'll be doing. They'll be just wanting to sail the boat cleanly from here, pick up those shifts, the puffs and the lulls, join the dot to dot. They'll be really looking to sail a clean tactical race from here to just stay in front of their opponents all the way through to the finish here.
The final day of this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta, and 2 of the big dogs might be dunked in the water.
Well, as we've seen in the past, anything can happen at any particular time. So really, really great shots here. Looking down aboard Alinghi Red Bull Racing. The cycling team there of Augustin Malafa, Florian Trube, Paul Jacot and Arthur Servet. They will be absolutely balls to the wall, so to speak, putting a huge amount of power into those pumps. Very wavy conditions there, so fantastic to see them really commanding some authority in this race.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing heading to the top gate for the first time in a strong position. Absolutely dealt to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the start. Now they have to take advantage of it as they head around and go downwind on the second leg.
Oh, a little wobbly rounding there. That there would have been a little bit of ring pucker there from the guys. I saw that rudder get a bit close to the surface. I was like, oh, here we go. But they managed to keep it under control. Not easy in these wavy conditions to keep the boat sailing smooth. And
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli.
Slowly down.
They get around the top gate for the first time and start the chase again downwind. And we know this is a quick boat.
Watching the flex of the rudder there as the boys bore the boat away. The structure's all working hard here, particularly in these waves, and
just let the wing
not easy to sail in these conditions, but both teams doing a solid job.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.8 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 120.
Got to say, when you look at that shot with the Barcelona at the top of your screen, or whatever size your screen is around the world, it is a magical venue for AC75 sailing.
A little flatter heel, Jimmy. Spill inside the jib.
It's great to have the wind field, isn't it? We can see what Alinghi Red Bull Racing are about to sail into, and they'll be happy to see that breeze on the water.
You can
and just
see
try and
them,
extend.
yeah, look at it. They're just getting sailing into the back of that pressure, and they will get carted down the course. You'll be able to see the angle change there as they get into that pressure compared to Alinghi Red Bull Racing. And yeah, wonderful images there from Capgemini of actually being able to see what Mother Nature is providing these boats as the power source.
It's interesting today. We're all a little bit concerned about the sea state and how all the teams would handle it, but they're handling it pretty well.
You'd much rather be on an AC75 than out there in a pleasure craft today. Super smooth on a foiling boat if you're sailing and foiling well, and the old displacement boats rattle your teeth out trying to keep up with these boats on a day like today.
It's a big day though for the kit, isn't there? I mean, is there an element, Glenn, of sort of trying to look after stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. All these teams, you know, really having to look after their assets as they go forwards, but at the same time, you know, they're out there racing. Oh, that's...
Oh, hang on!
Oh, no! Alinghi Red Bull Racing, massive mistake there. Don't know if there's a boat issue here.
What has gone on leading the race?
Hey, big trim, guys. Everything you have?
Luna Rossa absolutely hunting them down. They will blow round the front of Alinghi Red Bull Racing here if they can't get the boat up to speed quickly. And they're gone around the bow there. Oh, disaster for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They need to get the boat wound up again. Big job for the cycles here.
Critical moment in race number 14. You wouldn't believe it. All the pressure on Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
This is the umpires. Penalty Italy. Penalty Italy.
Just watching this here. Oh, just lost the rudder too high on the foils, and down you go. Talk about testing structures, Shirley. This is testing one right here. Bang, down she comes. And now we're seeing, I think, a penalty on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli for potentially not keeping clear as they overtook Alinghi Red Bull Racing. So interesting to see what we see here coming up.
Luna Rossa still has that penalty, a windward lured penalty, as you say, getting way too close.
Towards him, and we can do a U for left, maybe.
Coming.
Just an idea.
Let's give it a try.
Yep, washing that 75-metre distance off. It's a get behind 75-metre distance here from Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Oh my goodness! You think you've got them and then you get done. This is really game on in race 14. So Alinghi Red Bull Racing, despite that stuff, get back into the lead, and they're around the bottom mark and both heading upwind. Wow!
You got 50 metres. Happy with positive on the wind. Penalty clear. Coming up. Hi, penalty clear. All good shape. 35 target, Pico. If you want.
Just 1 second, guys. Shut up. Okay. Get on target. And we are on the left, in phase. All good, boys. Very good pressure here.
That's good. And by tech when you're ready.
2, 1.
Interesting, this next cross.
Tango.
Shirley coming up.
Building 6.
What a race.
Hello, over, Jimmy. After no bite.
Wow, you can just see how puffy and complicated this racetrack is. Look at the wind field.
The big puffs and lulls. Looks like Alinghi getting a nice one out there on the left-hand side.
Behind, we are in the game.
A little righty coming too.
A good righty for us. He may back on us. He'll keep the speed for the tech.
Better now. Not slower.
Back to keep it fast. No.
Press here, Jimmy. Not pressing.
Speed is coming.
Huge pressure differential there across the course. So this is the replay of the penalty from Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, Shirley, and those electronic boundaries, oh, they must have only just crossed over there, but Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli didn't need to be that close. This is Alinghi's view out the window. Oh, there you go. Clean your goggles.
And although there was no contact, there is essentially a virtual bubble around the boats here. We see it now. And if those bubbles cross like they did right there, then that is way too close. And the penalty went to Luna Rossa.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shortening the course to 1.6 nautical miles.
We've got the live wind on the bottom of the screen there. Just going down, isn't it? We're seeing 8 knots now, just forecast to drop as the day progresses.
Similar. Maybe it's finding going to us. Yeah. Come up and click if you want.
Yep, coming. Keep rumbling, boys. Good mode, Andre. Happy with 0 here.
A little game for us, potential.
Right of way boat, Alinghi Red Bull Racing on starboard. Luna Rossa must keep clear. This is such a tight cross.
That was a cracker of attack there. Alinghi Red Bull Racing leaving it really late and putting Luna Rossa under a lot of pressure.
There is no room for error if you pull off a manoeuvre like that, is there?
That was an absolute beauty.
We are seeing what potentially could be the start of a very big summer here in Barcelona. If we're going to have these boats going at it like this, cannot wait. Cannot wait. We're 4 days away from the Louis Vuitton Cup, the Challenger Selection Series.
Neck and neck between Luna Rossa and Alinghi. Nothing in it.
Taking back.
It'd be nice to see a little replay of that last cross at some point of the proceedings. And you see Alinghi Red Bull Racing just saying, stand by, cop some roost straight out the back of that rear tyre, clean your goggles, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and away you go.
Yep. This is a nice, we've talked about the word aggressive earlier in the piece here today, but this is a nice aggressive showing from Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
There's an accuracy to the way they're sailing, and you're right, they're confident and aggressive. It's impressive.
I've actually got gain to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli here just in the last sort of 30 seconds, so stand by for the intersection coming into the top.
So despite all that, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli have made the gain to the top gate.
3, 2, 1, port down.
Going to take the right-hand mark as they set, left-hand mark as you set on whatever screen you're watching. 2 boards down just to make it nice and safe and heading down. So they've got their nose in front now of Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
petit peu windy below us. Pass belt, pick up pressure in front. Nice pressure.
Boat handling just so critical in these conditions, and I think Alinghi Red Bull Racing had a little wobble there just coming into the top half of the course, and a bad tack, and left the door open for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli to retake the lead. And interesting to see the two boats sailing downwind here into the coming pressure.
Let's go on to the chase boat for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Petro Cervello joins us right now. Cracking start. This is not over yet, Petro. You must be on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, here on the chase we are all, or as you say, on the edge. Very emotional here, but yeah, we see in the last couple of days great job of the guys pushing the starts, and I think it's amazing what we are seeing. This is a real match race, and it's not easy to sail in this wave condition under pressure like that. So let's keep enjoying the show.
Petro, it's Glenn here, mate. You've obviously done a lot of sailing with Jimmy. You obviously know his strengths and weaknesses as well as Francesco's, and you've obviously passed on a little bit of that information to the boys, so well done, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. That's you know, the good side of it.
Nice, mate.
Most importantly, Petro, though, we're 4 days out from the Louis Vuitton Cup. This is the sort of performance that can really lift spirits going forward.
Yes, I mean, we are for sure raising our level every day, and yeah, we'll have a break in the next days to really sum up and be ready on Thursday.
Thanks, Petro. Enjoy the rest of this one.
Thanks, guys.
Pietro Cervello, of course, was the main sheet on Luna Rossa last time around. He knows Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni inside out.
One of the nicest guys in the sport, Petro Cervello, joined by a super team on and off the water. Looking at the VMG numbers here coming downwind.
He goes, we let him go now.
Pretty nice little gain there back to Alinghi Red Bull Racing. But really good VMG there to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. So snakes and ladders as the boat surf the swell.
Coming up quickly. And by for light. Anytime.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.7 nautical miles.
Let's go to chase zero. Peter, there's been a lot going on. What do you make of it? What happened up heading to that top mark with the Alinghi Red Bull Racing?
Well, when they came around the top mark, I was really impressed by Luna Rossa. They got out, they got a nice little wind shift and probably more pressure as they approached the top mark for the second time and jumped into the lead. But what a great fight, and Alinghi Red Bull Racing, I think, have done a great job. Just unfortunately, they got a bit tied up at the bottom.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the bottom gate. Heading up now, 2 more legs to go. Close, close, close.
Actually average here, so it's not bad.
And Alinghi Red Bull Racing, not done with yet.
The split here, quite interesting. You see how puffy and shifty it is, Shirley, looking up the course, like trying to link all those dots together. Really, really tricky, and a big split now, so we're going to see some wobbles to both sides of the course.
Not just changes in pressure, but also in direction. And we've had the biggest lefty, we heard it on the comms from Luna Rossa, the biggest lefty of the day. So there's a lot going on.
Onto the chase boat of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Philippe Presti joins us now live. This has had everything, this race, Philippe, but you must be comfortable at this point, are we, that you're marginally in the lead?
You're never comfortable in this sea state and shifty breeze. Today the sea state is very, very challenging. You saw Alinghi Racing did a wipe up in one of the jibe, and we had trouble in the pre-start, keeping the slow mode. So everything can happen still, but yeah, so far so good.
Philippe, have you trained in this before? Is this new for all the teams, today's conditions?
No, we've been trained before, but since July we had a lot of sea breeze from the south, quite flatty, and it's been a while we haven't done these big waves. But yeah, it's fun. It's super challenging, and anything can happen in these conditions.
That's what we love. Fun and super challenging. I'm going to remember that, Philippe. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, I think we do.
You're welcome.
More of the right.
-100.
Copy. More wind on the right.
Okay, we're going to attack pretty soon here, guys. Very good pressure. Stand by. In 3, 2, 1.
Nice patch.
Then wind work in.
Up. Pressing.
A good tip.
Aye, pressure's coming from the right.
Coming back, yeah.
Righty.
Roll piano con sto Cunningham fiocco.
-1, it is good. Missing a bit of speed here, if you want to press.
That's waiting for this path. Here it comes.
Okay, stand by, boys. You 2, 1.
So we'll see Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli with that lead that's sitting just under 200 metres against Alinghi Red Bull Racing. And if you have a very short memory, you'll remember they stuffed that boat and got back up, and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli went past but got done for a too close pass. Had to get behind, but they have found a way to get past Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Nice defending by Luna Rossa, just tacked in control, but not aggressively, not forcing the other boat to have to tack straight away, just leading them over to that right-hand side of the track, which they seem to prefer.
Yeah, sort of just a loose cover there, really, Shirley, you know, not really slamming the door shut, but just picking their moment with the puffs and the lulls. You know, these days, it's difficult to know when exactly to tack. Do you take the shift? Do you take the puff? Do you sail another 50 metres into some better breeze? So a bit of a dance here of defending against your opponent, but also sailing the course as well.
It's so easy if you're the boat behind to get completely out of phase. Things just go from bad to worse. But Alinghi doing a great job of keeping it tight.
Punish him on the way back.
Okay.
The voice of Jimmy Spittle. Punish them on the way back.
No surrender, no mercy.
Anytime.
2, 1.
Get the impression that Jimmy Spittle is fired up after this race. They've got control of it back after the stuff by Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Go straight in.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli for the final time at the top gate. Still being hunted down by Alinghi Red Bull Race. But you heard him say it. Let's punish them on the way back.
And catch.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing take the other mark and head down to the finish line.
Still plenty of opportunities here, as we saw before. Only one little wobble needed for a lead change, and it's shifty enough and puffy enough today that there is opportunities to make some gains.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shortening the leg to 1.5 nautical miles.
Back to the battery.
Breeze just dropping there a little bit. Course change shorter due to the slightly lighter wind from Alan Roberts and Ian Murray in race control.
1, and got it.
We're seeing a huge amount of traveller adjustment and a lot of panting from the cyclers.
They will be absolutely on the rev limiter those boys. You hear them working hard, and because the apparent wind is just shifting around so much with the swell, the boat's accelerating, apparent moving forward, boat slowing down, climbing the hill of the wave in front because you're overtaking the waves. You see how much the sail plan's moving around, and that apparent will be shifting a lot. You have to steer, but you also have to trim the sail plan, and basically the guys providing the power to move those huge sails on the AC-75 are the cyclists. They're basically providing the power for the pumps.
2, 1, board down. And nice grip.
Fantastic shot there, Luna Rossa, Prada, Pirelli.
Nice wave here.
Both sides of the boat.
Almost laying, okay.
Working in unison there. Definite team effort to sail these boats well, for sure.
Bit on the slow side, so get up, maybe get the numbers up.
I think it's
overleading a bit. Yeah, for sure.
Flight controller in the forward position. Big job for those guys today to keep the foils in the water, but high enough in the water that they're not picking up too much drag by flying the boat too low. So really threading the eye of the needle with their ride height. Very, very difficult to pick a good average. Looking forwards, scanning the water, and really, really anticipating what they're sailing into. Obviously got a lot of numbers, but also going a lot by feel as well.
Good pressure.
We hear a lot of comms about mode changes and coordinating that between the four of you. It's pretty hard to get that in sync.
I'm getting a little lift, a little slide here, trying to hook up again. Big lift, it feels like, or line. Try and build for the jibe. 3.
Anytime.
I'm coming down.
Luna Rossa, Prada, Pirelli. One of the big guns in the America's Cup. And they've come back from a poor start, a penalty. They've come home to win race number 14 and put themselves in the final of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. Well, they will face up to Emirates Team New Zealand.
I think we go on the usual corner.
Yeah.
I'm going 2 boards, Umbi.
Yeah, right.
There is no denying that Alinghi Red Bull Racing, this team, are improving their tactical game big time, as you saw at the start. And they will finish this preliminary regatta with a lot of confidence going into the Louis Vuitton Cup in 4 days. They will cross the line behind Luna Rossa, Prada, Pirelli, but they won't feel too bad. There's a long way to go.
Nice one. Good push on the back, guys. Very good job.
The French here a little bit late, at risk of being dialed here by the British. They'll have to keep clear.
Ok, super. Parfait le bateau. Ouais, ça relève les gars.
Ineos protesting that Ineos did not keep clear. They were so vulnerable late into the box.
Yeah, it's all important to keep the pace on for those entries. So that's not what the French need. Penalty for that not keeping clear episode.
Can't buy a trick in this regatta at the moment, can they, Orient Express Racing?
Well, they just need to get the pace on here and actually get the boat sailing well, get that board up and get it ripping, and actually make sure they execute this next manoeuvre well. Really slow here. They need to pace the boat up. Just having a look at a replay here, Shirley. Yeah, absolutely sitting ducks there. The French just not having the pace on in that entry. Just pretty easy pickings there for the British.
Late into the box, both slow and late.
Ok, your wheel. On est late racing.
Yeah, the British here basically doing their own sort of time on distance. They've gone out, they've obviously got the penalty on the French, gone out to the other side of the course. They'll be coming back and they'll be looking to tack or jibe inside the French here on their own time on distance for another push.
No problem here. Are you working up?
Boats now head to head coming together. We never see this.
A pretty easy start there for the British, just tack and cleared the line there.
I think they realised they were over the line and they were just by a couple of seconds.
The British there, just a little mistake by them, but they do have the advantage.
So we are underway in at race 15, Orient Express Racing and Ineos Britannia. Confused like the sea state that start.
A little unorthodox, and crikey's a little mistake there by Ineos Britannia has just opened up the door for the French, and French now leading by 70 metres, Shirley.
French did well. They got up to speed really quickly.
They did a great job. I mean, they were a little bit behind the gun when it went, but they were wheels up, so they just have to sail the boat cleanly here. It's all about executing and just sailing the boat cleanly from here for them.
On to chase zero with Peter Lester. What was your read on the start?
Well, it's a bit challenging out here, Stephen. I didn't see it. We lost our signals, but I did see that lead change there, and it was the French just got a ripper of a start in the end after getting rid of their penalty, and now we've got another brilliant match race.
It's definitely unorthodox to start, but the desired result, getting off the line for Orient Express Racing, Shirley.
It's sometimes like that when you're match racing. If it doesn't follow the form you're expecting, you're like, right, okay, what now? And it sort of looked like that with the British team. Out on the left-hand side, you never go there, do you? That's like just the death zone.
It gives us something to talk about anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant.
We are getting it all on day 4 of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. Emirates Team New Zealand being beaten by American Magic. The Italians getting home after a penalty, and also a poor start and that big stuff by Alinghi Red Bull Racing. And now we've got another cracking match race on our hands.
Nice, a little bit of pressure on us here. Giving you some push here. So I need to take this if you can. Yeah, 2, 1, forward down. 3, 2, 1, main. Turning. Okay, fine. Fine. 3, 2, 1, going forward. That's it. Yep. Thanks, busy. I need to tap then. Yep, all good. Any ones?
We have seen glimmers of pace, haven't we, Glenn, from both these boats, just starting really to see the boat's potential. And of course, Orient Express have the sister ship to Emirates Team New Zealand, so they've got all the goods. They just need to work out how to make it roll.
Let's go to chase zero, Pete. What are you seeing at the top of the course?
Yeah, it looks pretty light right up at we're at the top mark, and it certainly looks lighter. And if I'm looking out, the centre right looks to be the best pressure coming down at the top mark.
On est un peu plus lent même.
Ça accélère, Jazz. Un peu plus de pêche dans le jeep.
Boys of Ponton Delapierre, they're very happy with the performance of the way the boat's being sailed. Not easy conditions to sail the boats in here, and the boys doing a really nice job at the moment.
On a la bonne bouée, 25 mètres de gain.
C'est super les gars, on a un rythme 3 kg en ligne droite.
Nice guys, better pressure offshore, I think. Yep. Nice lefty here. Hey, still going left. They've gone to ley line. Main. Taking some main, going halfway. Nice lefty at the moment, hopefully it comes back right a bit. All the way to 30 here. Yep. Final trim coming. 2, 1.
This race absolutely well and truly alive. Surely what we're seeing here, obviously a big split at the moment. The French letting the British, sail over the right-hand side. Big split there, but the next intersection will be quite interesting as they come back together again.
Big squirt on here.
As we've seen, so important to pick your moment for a manoeuvre, and I think the French were comfortable. They were sailing a breeze. didn't really want to engage and, you know, increase the risk.
If they can lay this right-hand turn, I've got that being quite a big gain for the French there. One less manoeuvre potentially up towards the top, and the manoeuvres in these conditions so costly. If they can make it, which it looks like they are, I've got them actually with quite a comfortable lead here.
Orient Express Racing coming into the top mark for the first time in this race, and supporters will love to hear that. They are leading Ineos Britannia as they head on the downward leg. Ineos Britannia finally getting to that top mark. Away they go downwind. 16 seconds the delta.
20, 30, slow to turn.
Quite a loss for Ineos Britannia right at the top end.
Nice hit, a little bit down again.
My trap.
Your trap.
Payment boundary, we get the options. Yep.
It's about okay, go slower than this.
Yep.
Lock it in.
25 to boundary.
Okay, a little more pressure me on in 5 here. Okay, so that a little let down maybe.
Here's just a little reminder of the rather crazy start when GBR were there and then they weren't.
The start was full of unforced errors. I mean, really surprising to see. Ineos Britannia too early on the line, came back but didn't quite clear it. Only went halfway back. You've got to clear the whole thing and then had to redo it again. They lost a lot from that.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.45 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 110.
So a little wind shift there, a little lull as well. So marks moving and course shorter. The French will be hoping that the finish just comes towards them as quickly as possible. They're sailing well. Really good comms there on board.
You've been working with the French team, Glenn. I mean, they're late to get their boat. They waited for the final design to come from New Zealand, knowing that they would be short of time to get to grips with it. I mean, how impressed are you with them today?
Oh, look, it's just fantastic to see the team, you know, out on the water and actually racing. It's, you know, they've been waiting for this moment for a long time. You know, haven't had a huge amount of time on the water compared to everybody else, and you can just see the team there. Flight control in the front, helmsman in the second position, third and fourth, the cyclaws on both sides, and no, the team will be really loving seeing the guys get the boat around the track. But they have had a wobbly jibe. Bow on bow here. Oh, and a lead change, Ineos Britannia. It's just one little wobble. One little wobble. And a lead change.
So risky in those light spots.
He's got to go down there. Okay, driving here. It's going to be tough. Yeah. 2, 1. Big bar. Here we go.
Good to see a little replay at some point of the French in that jibe. I just missed what happened there in that jibe. It looked like they got through okay, but just having a look here, it's obviously just the last intersection there, and see the pace of Ineos Britannia coming down there with the French being down speed, and my gosh, you don't need much for things to change quickly there. French just needing to pull a clean jibe off here, and they're still in the game. This race is absolutely well and truly alive still here, so just need a clean jibe. On board Ineos Britannia here.
French coming back on starboard. They've got the right of way.
They're getting going. Close cross. May still have you crossing here.
Big decision time here for Ineos Britannia.
Nice. No problem. Okay, coming up the lane. Protest. Okay, protest. Ouais, c'est bon, c'est fait. Reste en médium, les gars, désolé. Ça va être contact en bas.
Protest button being pushed there by the French, but I think they were clear. Ineos, I think, were okay, but it'd be interesting to see what
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate again, shortening the course to 1.35 nautical miles.
Both teams really having to work in this final race before the final of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. And Ineos Britannia will head into that bottom gate ahead and just ahead of Orient Express Racing. So tight this final goes. Ineos Britannia around. In come Orient Express Racing.
British there, just taking a tactical decision there to come back. The ghost boat sort of saying that probably better to go all the way to boundary for pressure, but tactically they've made the decision to come back early and just keep in touch with the French.
I think they're nervous of left-hand bottom side of the track where the French had a poor manoeuvre, really light in there. Still close again, nothing in it.
Really puffy and shifty, so...
Tell you what, if I was in that chase boat, I saw them coming at me, I'd been a little slightly nervous. Big cross coming.
French right of way.
Little touchdown by Ineos there, and we'll wash a bit of pace off. Really close here still, so anyone's game here. Any one little wobble.
Let's go into the chase boat for Ineos Britannia coach Rob Wilson. You just heard Glenn Ashby say anyone's game. Does it feel like that for you at the moment, Rob?
Yeah, it's super tricky conditions. You know, like if you drop one tack, one jibe, it can be all over. So it'll be pretty nerve-wracking for both the teams.
Should we talk about the start or leave it alone?
I think we'll leave it alone for now. But
nice, Robbie.
You know, again, it's pretty tricky in these light winds.
All right, appreciate the time, buddy.
Cheers, mate.
We could try and tack on them, but I think we're right phase and then breeze here. Okay. So it looks better right all the time. Yeah, we're crossing them by 2 lengths. Copy.
Well, the comms on board there, not to hit the French there, Shirley. Really interesting comms there.
On to chase 0. Pete, what you got?
Well, it's getting light and really patchy at the top of the course. Ineos Britannia are now coming across and say now roll into attack, just keeping in phase. But really, I think it's about keeping in the pressure and the little wind cells. It's just getting light and really funky, still with that decent seaway running.
All right, let's go back on aboard Ineos Britannia.
Let me know what you want on main here. Just normal numbers, never slow, I think. Taking main. That boat's good now, Joel. Main is good. Oh, it's good pressure here. Very odd. This way. Breeze coming in 5. Yeah. Stay tight. Now. Yeah, I think we hit them. Yeah, keep going. 2. No, hold it. Okay, stand by. 2. 1, board down. Moving. 2. 1. Board is made. Turning. Okay, Mike. 2. 1. Going board. Yeah, nice normal move here. Okay, step by 10.
British just doing a pretty stock standard manoeuvre there, hurting them on the long tack, forcing the French to tack away and keep the air around that twin skin rig clear. Shirley, lots of manoeuvres is tricky in these waves.
Ineos there were confident, they were in pressure, they had good pace and were happy to really be aggressive. As you say, you really have to pick your moments, weigh up the risk and reward of every manoeuvre.
Nice, tack now. Maybe just get
Ineos Britannia having to do one more tack to come into the top gate there, and if the French can pick up a little sniff from the right here, they'll be back in the game again. So pressure on Ineos Britannia to pull off a nice solid manoeuvre here, and then make a choice of which gate they take at the top.
Ineos Britannia, great breeze on that side of the track.
It's crossing at this.
Both boats about to complete the halfway mark in race 15 here in Barcelona.
Turning right in town.
Okay, your Trav.
Okay,
My wheel here, or wheel?
And it will be
great racing.
Ineos Britannia taking the left mark as you see it. And you'll see behind them, there go Orient Express Racing.
On a une bonne presse ici.
40 knots exit speed there in, 8 or 9 knots of breeze and big seaway. Reasonably impressive numbers. That next intersection, Shirley, from the ghost boat saying that they should almost be bow on bow. Let's see what happens here.
Going board. Nice there, boys. Nice drive to dig.
This is the race committee. We are shortening the course to 5 legs. Finish at the next windward gate.
So it'll be an upwind finish for race 15 here at the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta. That'll make it interesting.
Ineos Britannia just hooking into a nice little bending breeze there. You can see the track.
Est-ce qu'il faut à tout et ligne, je pense qu'on est du meilleur côté que moi qui fait slam dunk.
2, 1, that's one.
Let's go into the chase boat for Orient Express Racing. Their coach Thierry Douillard joins us right now. Terry, you'd be happy to see this boat up and running, and they're doing a strong job.
To be fair, we're a bit frustrated because I think we made a wrong jib choice just before the start, so we are under power. So in terms of performance, pretty hard for the boys, and to be able to go around all the maneuvers, I think it's really hard for them, but that is the way it is. So they have to keep pushing. Still one small down, small up to go to the top mark. So they are fighting, but for sure with the J3 it's not easy.
Yeah, Terry, it's Glenn here. The boys doing a really nice job there. Obviously the breeze up and down a lot, but great to see the team out there racing hard, and I think the whole wider team would be really happy to see the boat sailing really well. So very much in the race. It's fantastic.
Yeah, thanks, mate, for sure. It's they're fighting hard. We're close enough to push them, so let's keep going. We'll see you at the ready for next week.
Super, merci.
Super, merci. Au revoir.
Such a big call, the jib selection. It's so hard to make it, isn't it, in these difficult conditions?
Yeah, really interesting seeing the two boats with the two different sail plans, but yet racing, quite close. So in the puffs, that'll suit the smaller jib, and in the lulls, it'll suit the bigger one. So because it's so puffy and shifty, both boats taking their turns.
We are not done with here at race 15. Remember, this is the second to last leg. They've changed the course. It'll be an upwind finish.
Board. Probably white can here, right?
No, we're good. There we round up, coming quick. Stick.
Hold on, lads. Follow. Yeah. Can't get a high. You can get a try.
Ineos Britannia coming into the bottom gate for the final time and heading upwind for the finish in race 15.
Backing up.
Whoa! Oh, wobble there, Ineos Britannia. Just may have got away with that. That was really close to a splashdown. French only just getting hooked up out of that jibe as well. So right on the edge there of not being able to get down and around that mark on the foil. So really tricky conditions, Shirley, in this bumpy light air with these, super highly tuned boats. And Ineos Britannia sort of look like they're sailing away pretty comfortably now.
French lost a lot of pace, didn't they, in that approach to the bottom mark.
The final jibe was pretty tricky there, a little bit lighter air. Just having a look at this mark rounding, if we can. Oh, here we are, of the British coming around, and nearly a full splashdown there. It looked like a possible vent of that leeward foil, and just had enough pace on. We'll just have a look there. Wow. That was nearly an absolute Barry Crocker for the British.
Good pressure band above.
Little surge here as well.
One will be alive. Just pushing a tiny bit of windward here, actually, Leroy. Copy.
Yeah, well, Bernie would have had the heart rate a bit higher than it was probably 20 seconds before that mark rounding, I think, but they're certainly settling in now, and his heart rate will be back under control. I don't know about the cyclors, though. They'll be pretty much maxed out, I'd say, after those massive trim efforts going around the bottom.
I mean, listening to the comms loop, it is like 80% about performance, isn't it? It's keeping it all going. On the British boat, we hear a lot from Lee McMillan leading that performance loop.
Yeah, Lee McMillan, absolute legendary multi-hull and high-performance sailor, moths, catamarans, you name it. Lee's able to do it, and very much in the performance loop of Ineos Britannia, as are many of the guys, and you've got to have a big field of depth and a lot of knowledge to make sure you're on the right path, so they're doing a great job.
Heading towards the top mark, which will be the finish for race 15. Ineos Britannia look like they have managed to snatch this one out of the bag. Far more experienced team, to be fair, against Orient Express Racing. And again, there'll be another confidence boost heading to the Louis Vuitton Cup in 4 days' time here in Barcelona.
I still think, yeah, it is right, we can go with them here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, stand by. Okay, 2, 1, forward moving. 3, 2, 1. Well then. 2, 1.
A nice tack there. Orient Express Racing, that was a really good one in some pretty bumpy conditions there, so nice little gain.
Plutôt plus vers le dernier tir à gauche maintenant, je dirais.
Ineos Britannia have taken a lot of meterage on this leg.
They've been sailing some nice shifts, obviously sailing the boat well, but also picking up some nice shifts as well, so it's definitely a yacht race as well as a design race. Goes hand in hand.
One and in. Popping. 10 seconds on the box. Breeze is currently left.
Dylan Fletcher painting the picture for Ben Ainsley on the starboard side.
2, 1, board down. Tag still. 2, 1, made. Turning. Very well. 2, 1, go on board. On the move.
Ineos Britannia lined themselves up for the finish line, an upwind fish in a 5-leg race.
I was a bit locked in there. Yeah, I just thought I might give you a nudge. Oh, that's good.
And they will come home very happy. Win number 2 in the preliminary regatta, but more confidence boost ahead of the Louis Vuitton Cup. The challenger of record gets the job done here in Barcelona in race 15.
Okay, all the way down. Fine. 15, 8, 8, let's go. Firing up. Fine, Trav. Hold it, let's go. Lefty here, but we want to...
Really nice to see the French team surely getting around the racetrack, and to be a big confidence boost for the team. Boat working really, really well, and you know, they're going to be coming out firing over the next few days of racing coming up.
Orient Express Racing, we've been waiting for them to show their stuff. They've shown us a little bit of it. They are still very bolshy. They believe their involvement will be swift, and that is something we can look forward to. Lots of work in the next 4 days as Orient Express Racing cross the line to complete their Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. We are live for the final of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta off the coast of Barcelona, and you couldn't ask for 2 bigger teams to go head-to-head. The defender of the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup, Emirates Team New Zealand, and the team they faced in the 36th match, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Potential advantage to Luna Rossa. They've already done a race. They know the track inside out.
Emirates Team New Zealand coming up after suffering their first loss of the regatta against Team USA, both with 4-1 records.
In the start box.
In they come, the defender. And from the right-hand side, the starboard side, here comes Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. Hold on to these seats on this one.
Coming down, boys.
Tidy entries from both boats.
Normal downwind goes. Board coming in.
Very Iceland.
50
down now.
and quite low.
It could be low on committee layout.
Yeah, see, we could be on a sector wind, okay?
Fade him down.
Probably going to switch up from there.
Crossing in front.
You can go.
45 for the boat.
Nice and smooth.
No worries.
Oh, I've almost got
just you and the
really
wall.
close intersection of the diamonds there.
Combine 2.
He hasn't got speed attack, so just keep stretching.
No worries. Combine 2.
You're in the middle of the train tracks here. 22 for the pin.
Everything here.
New Zealand put the flag up. They've asked for the jury to have a look at that incident.
16 for the pin.
The moment is out in the line.
This is the umpires. Penalty Italy. Penalty Italy.
There we go. I thought those diamonds were close. Penalty for the Italians there.
Slower than that, please.
Or in a high mode after the start.
Or an early tack. The right
Speed's
is good.
increasing as we go. Just watch that charge at you here, Pete.
Hey, stand by for a bear away here.
Coming soon.
Hey, bearing away.
Got a 1 if you want it, Pete.
Our guys don't dump the jib too early.
Both teams really reluctant to manoeuvre too much.
The pin's now open.
Still right is looking good.
It's going to be attack on the
Luna Rossa
horn
building
for the start,
pace.
okay, fellas? Full speed here. Hey, slowly turning right here.
Looks good to boundary for me.
Hey, turning right.
Engine attack on the go.
Yeah. One, and bullets going.
Got him now.
It's on. The final of the Louis Vuitton Preliminary Regatta 2024 in Barcelona.
I'm on it.
That's angle. Hey, he's tacked. Get his speed for...
I'm showing it to numbers.
He's not setting his proper course, so we should be...
There's a bit of reason. 15. I don't think attack bent here. Yeah, 3.
Luna Rossa discussing how they're going to shake that penalty off.
Yeah, having to lose 75 metres for that infringement in the pre-start.
Yeah, they've gone, so we hit right. 15.
Right, we are go.
2, 1. Body fast build, please. And button.
They're just still building to Leeward. What are your thoughts when we go back here? Just breathing to Leeward.
Stand by.
My eyes.
Just have a quick
go a little further here.
look at the replay of the start here, just if we can.
They're going now.
You look at, so the imaginary diamonds here on the boat, you cannot get too close with the foils, and only probably 2 metres from tip to tip there of the foils, which is way too close there. So Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli copping a penalty for not keeping clear. Just having a look at here with the actual diamonds of what the umpires see, and intersection there, just over, there you go. Doesn't have to be much, but it's enough.
There is no grey area.
No, it's like the tennis, the ball's either in or out with Hawkeye, and that's exactly the technology we have here as well.
Let's go on to the Water Chase Zero. Peter Lester, give us your thoughts, buddy.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting, and it was a close call. But the other thing that I was interested in is when Luna Rossa actually tacked on the line, Emirates Team New Zealand came and got in sync with them. That forced Luna Rossa to give away extra distance to Leeward to get that 75 metres. That was good, clear thinking by Burling and Outeridge.
So, first up win beat for both these yachts in the preliminary regatta final. Currently the lead held by the defender of the America's Cup, Emirates Team New Zealand.
Don't go yet. They're still holding in like a high, slow mode.
Stand by.
Good mode, too.
That's pressure now on the lay.
And they're going.
Just a beautiful shot of how we get those aerial shots. There's one of our helis hovering around like a little bee.
Shift there.
Although those choppers look real close to the boats, they're actually well and truly above them, 500 feet minimum. The roost off the chopper's well and truly above the rig height of the boats and not affecting their wind in any way.
It's a pretty talented pilot, that's for sure.
Wouldn't mind swapping out the commentary role for having a go on one of those choppers, but I think the camera shots would be too good if I was up there.
Also 105, so it should be a little run.
Emirates Team New Zealand on a great run to this top gate for the first time.
Oh well. Maybe. Going on 5. Position. Go for it. Cutting a slow turn.
Top mark entry for the first time, and it'll be advantage Emirates Team New Zealand in the final of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. But you never know what happens today because we have seen it all. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli recovering from that start box penalty. And rounding that right-hand mark.
Not a whole lot in this. Only one little wobble as we've seen in the past, and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli will be right up the exhaust pipe of Emirates Team New Zealand. Not easy conditions to sail these boats, and you can see the puffs and lulls. 38, 39 knots of boat speed, 40 knots of boat speed in what is really, really light, bumpy conditions. So boats absolutely gobbling up this downwind at pace and having to jibe off the boundary shortly.
On to chase 0, Peter.
Just in terms of the conditions, Glenn, one for you. Do you go up a jib size with it being so choppy and a bit funky, as opposed if it was steady conditions?
Yeah, good question, Pete. I think certainly the bumpier water puts you onto a slightly more powered up setting, so you will be in range, but you'll be wanting to be in the more powered up range, which is using the bigger jibs. So all jibs having a crossover, you definitely want to be making sure that you're erring on the side of being powered up, not underpowered in these conditions. Absolutely, with the bumpy water.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.5 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 100.
Well, the wind has trended left all day. I think we started on like 130 or something, and now we're at 100. So a tough day for the race management team.
Even good. They're turning this cadence. Difficult here.
Just showing the predicted course there on the Capgemini wind field. Both boats there getting a little bit of a wind. There's definitely shifts there.
What are you liking? I think it's okay to go back.
The simulator not saying double jibe at this point in time.
You guys reassessed it.
We've seen a lot of unforced errors today, Glenn, haven't we? And really, perhaps it just demonstrates how tough it is to be super accurate in this kind of bump.
Yeah, no autopilots flying the boats on the 75s. On the 40, yes, but on the 75s, all manually controlled. So flight controllers doing a really great job pushing the boundaries, not getting too high, not getting too low, getting it just right.
Just a quiet reminder that we have the Unicredit Youth America's Cup coming up in this regatta. Also the Booch Women's America's Cup is going to be a busy time here in the summer of Barcelona. Emirates Team New Zealand, bottom mark. First time with the lead on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in the final.
Probably got to go a bit just to clear air.
Nice clean rounding there. Emirates Team New Zealand. No skids, one board.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli finally getting around. Let's take a look at the delta, 16 seconds, nothing in it. Let's go on board the chase boat for Emirates Team New Zealand. Ray Davies, strongest start, solid performance so far, Ray.
Yeah, great start there. Obviously a little port starboard incident. Those diamonds stuck out a little bit further than Luna Rossa thought there, obviously, and just clipped. And yeah, look, tough conditions and like crossover between these sails and some big holes in the breeze out here, so it's anything could happen yet for sure.
All right, thanks for your time, mate.
Just a little rider now with good left face.
Luna Rossa had a good run. They have closed that gap, nearly half the distance that we saw at its worst.
30 knots target.
It's not over.
Far from over in these conditions. Just see how much the boat's moving around there vertically in heave, going over the swells. Quite a confused sea state here in Barcelona at times, with the reverberation of waves coming off the land, off rock walls, 2 or 3 different swell angles coming in all together. So really, really tricky. You can get like a double up or even a triple up of waves at times. So really, really tricky conditions. To have really good vision to see what's coming down the course here and react to it and anticipate.
And as we've said before, this is treacherous for the cyclists. This sort of state, isn't it? This is where they really have to go for it, more so than ever, and they're always going for it, Glenn.
Yeah, they're not sitting there watching the bubbles go by. That's for sure. These guys, they love the dark space, and that's the world of hurt that they're in at the moment, in their happy place.
Good cadence.
That one feels like a better build.
More wind to come, 2 and 5. This should be a game for us, I think. Steady. Keep building 30s. They're knocking now.
You can hear the cyclos there.
Too slow. They've just come back.
Watching the pump pressures on the hydraulic system.
I think so.
Right. 10. Out of front, okay. What do you think? That's good, that's good. 1 down.
Just need better comms on that.
You would not want to be one of those guys for quids.
Good positioning though.
Absolutely.
That's breeze for me on the boundary.
Pushing hard there. Huge gear changes there in these conditions with the rigs. That's just massive clue movements.
Just whether you go in 10 or whether you go with now.
Subtle gain for Luna Rossa on this upward leg. Subtle gain.
They're just chipping away. Emirates Team New Zealand clearly tacking over there to just stay in touch. Just see how much camber change there is in the front sail and the mainsail there as they enter and then exit the tacks. Huge camber changes as they power up. It's like putting the flaps down on an aircraft, taking off, exiting, more power as the boat accelerates, the reduction in power and drag, and cleaning up the aero package for maximum performance.
The teams all knew that Barcelona could deliver a sea state like this. Now, how important was that in all the design decisions?
Short one for them.
Absolutely all the teams needing to sort of cross that AP setup, that all-purpose setup. You can't be just good in light, you can't be just good in strong winds. They've got to cover flat water, bumpy water, and they have to basically decide their configuration before they actually sail the regatta. So it's really a tricky one for the designers, but you've got to be a jack of all trades and a master of all in these boats.
Emirates Team New Zealand being hunted by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in this Louis Vuitton preliminary final here off the coast of Barcelona. One full tack to get to that top mark. They're pretty much holding, and I say pretty much holding a rather 170 to 200 metre gain on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, and they'll go around that top gate and head down, try and put the foot on the pedal.
You can hear the cocks of the cyclos there just dictating to the rest of the crew what they need to do and what the upcoming manoeuvre is, so they put in where they need to and be in the right gear.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli following suit, same mark, follow the leader, but they want some speed. Let's go aboard Chase Zero. Pete, what do you got, man?
Yeah, it looks really close still, and this could come down to just one touchdown. Emirates Team New Zealand just jibed, and it wasn't a great jibe by the New Zealanders to leeward. Luna Rossa have ripped a nice one to windward. This will be close at the bottom mark. Certainly Luna Rossa have made a nice gain at the stop mark.
Good jibing, boys.
So the dance is still on in this Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. Let's go on board the chase boat for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Philippe Presti Boy, you just can't get some luck today, can you? And that penalty in the start box is a little bit of a killer, but you're gaining. There's a sense of gain here.
Yeah, well, penalty is penalty. We're on port and we are too close, so you can discuss it. But I mean, the penalty is there. It's quite unfortunate because we had the great position to kill the start. Yeah, anyway, it's good to make mistake now, not in October.
Yeah, well, that's a fair play, but the encouraging thing is you're in the final of the prelim now. The goal is now the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Yeah, for sure. We want to finish this race because I think we still have a full lap to go, and we've got a good pace. And as I said before, it's still very tricky condition with waves, and so yeah, we might have another shot.
Thanks, Philippe.
On average, there is more pressure right.
Yeah. Would be
Never give up. Never surrender.
Have to check which gate at the bottom.
It's not over until it's over.
It was a huge gain on the last one.
You got another pressure? Yep.
Take any time here, guys.
That lead just sitting there at that 160 mark, 170. It's been pretty even since the top. So both boats, little snakes and ladders with us as well, Shirley. Just a few little surfing opportunities on the downwind there when you link a couple together.
Very even speeds. I mean, also this is about discovering, isn't it, your performance profile relative to the defender.
Correct. Both teams, not just on the water, but back indoors, will be crunching some pretty serious numbers here, looking at the data coming off, and it's the first time they really get to see actual numbers coming off the opposition. So the TV broadcast can often open a few doors that haven't previously been seen before.
Third and 30, marker in 30.
Make them do the extra manoeuvre, right?
I'm happy with that. Has to be the sod.
So happy in 5. And 2.
Bit of wave.
1. Yep, over.
Put down.
Not quite 5.
Okay, that's
It's a little wave, guys. Oh, good, just fast.
They've gone inside.
I'm coming.
Down, all else split.
Emirates Team New Zealand at the bottom mark for the second to last time. The next time they will be down here, it'll be either in front of Luna Rossa or behind Luna Rossa. They go around that right-hand mark for the ahead of Luna Rossa, but they are closing.
Yeah, big gain to Luna Rossa there. Emirates Team New Zealand really sort of overlaying that bottom left turn. So quite a big gain to Luna Rossa, and they basically attack straight away around the mark. So they've gone for the split straight away, and certainly in the game for this race for sure.
It's a 13-second gain just in that rounding.
2, 1, and 4.
Really difficult manoeuvre around the mark for Luna Rossa, and then tacking in Emirates Team New Zealand, hoping to pull this off. Just having a look at Luna Rossa here, Shirley, as we go around. Oh, really tricky manoeuvre there, and just got away with it. That was potentially pretty loose, but they just got away with it, and they managed to get the power down on the starboard tack there, heading left.
But just take a look at the distance now.
Not let them get to the right of us in that.
Upwind leg for the last time, and who's getting the big gain?
I think we're one of the bow peak. What do you reckon? 6 speed down here, so
Yeah, really strong. We'll be really strong for a lever. They're building quite thin. It's almost about level, I'll call it, EP.
Decision time here for Luna Rossa Prado Pirelli. Emirates Team New Zealand in the right of way.
My wheel's only a little bit. I have him. No, normal mode. Potential. No, not step by attack.
Keep building it.
Beautifully executed and positioned.
That is absolute classic match racing there on foils. This is game on. Is this the sign of things to come?
Lead change in the final. There's not much in it.
2, 1, and 1.
It's such an aggressive move, though, and it doesn't end up that you separate from the boat that you're trying to defend.
And they've gone as well. Same again.
The leader trying to take control.
I'm happy with that. It's going to be more.
It's
Bow again, going to be another intersection here. Luna Rossa gaining all the time here.
5.
Rights with New Zealand.
3, 2, 1, and bottom.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli sailing fast there, going for the hook here. Emirates Team New Zealand really in big trouble here for me. Really in big trouble. Wow.
Okay, guys.
Massive bow down speed build.
This is
Luna Rossa
the
Prada
umpire's
Pirelli.
penalty, Italy, penalty, Italy.
Oh, and it's gone the other way. The Italians not keeping clear. It'll be really interesting to hear from umpire Richard Slater if we can get some comms with him at some stage soon on what transpired there.
The Italians initiated that penalty. They pressed the button to invite the umpires in. And they didn't get it.
Penalty cleared.
So the Italians there intersecting behind Emirates Team New Zealand too closely. So they would have actually intersected their polygons, if you like, or the keep clear boundaries too closely. So
Up now, please.
now Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli just tacking on top of Emirates Team New Zealand. Super close racing here.
Luna Rossa must keep clear. Windward boat.
There'll be a protest button pressed there.
If you need wide. You're good, you're good.
This is the umpires, penalty Italy, penalty Italy.
Another one for Italy. Nice job from Emirates Team New Zealand to get that intersection of the boundaries, but it is game on.
Pushing, boys, good pushing.
A 75-metre get behind for the Italians there.
It may look a bit strange that there is actually a gap, but there is a bubble around the boat. It cannot be intersected.
Just having a look at what the Italians can't sort them out about.
Penalty clear.
Bugger, they say. Anyway, Rubbing's racing, and what a race we have on our hands here.
It is fitting for a final here at Barcelona. This final of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. There is nothing in it between Emirates Team New Zealand and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Penalties have been hurting them on the upwind leg. Luna Rossa and Emirates around the top mark and heading home. But will they get home first?
Absolutely game on here. It is definitely not over. Oh, a little skid there. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, not over yet. Rudder real close to the surface. Oh, crikey's only just held that on. When you see the black of the Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli rudder, they are very, very close to getting that elevator out of the water. Need to pull this jibe off cleanly here, Shirley.
3.
Luna Rossa went round that mark at like 44 knots.
Wow, that was right on the edge.
Okay, just settle in now, guys.
Yep. You can get it in 1, they have to go in 2. It's best VMG, Pete. Everything for best VMG, keep it settled.
Okay, the call from Nathan Outridge, just settle down, sail fast.
Let's go to Pete Lessing. You're right in the middle of this, Pete. What a cracker.
Just bring it down, Pistol.
We're coming down behind both boats, and it's just amazing to watch. And wow, big testament there to match racing skills and the coaching from Ray Davies. And I thought those 2 penalties that went in the way of Emirates Team New Zealand just comes down to attention to detail with the match racing skills. Right now, New Zealand down to leeward, Luna Rossa to windward. New Zealanders are bow forward, but what a match race.
Lots of still in sequences.
They are going now, I think, Pete.
Still good. We're carrying on up.
Just a little replay here of that intersection and the penalty there. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but the real battle going on at the moment is coming down to the bottom end of the course, and the race is absolutely on as we get down to the bottom end of the line here. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, not the best jibe there.
A-line's going to be super marginal.
Emirates Team New Zealand extending their lead a little there, just trying to sail the boat cleanly here. It's all about executing well at this bottom part of the course here for both boats to make sure they're in the game at the finish.
Wherever you're watching us around the world, you might be like the three commentators sitting on the edge of their seats and all the chase boats as well. We've got a mini classic here in AC 75 racing, the final of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta. Defender against the challenger last time out in Auckland.
Well, we wondered, Stephen, if we would get close match racing with these super fast boats. What a treat. There's only more to come.
4 days away from the start of the Louis Vuitton Cup to find out who will be the challenger for the Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup. Will it be Luna Rossa? Will it be American Magic? So many questions to be asked over the next fortnight.
A bit fast and then I'm down at the end.
It's coming down to the finish line here.
And under pressure, Emirates Team New Zealand do it. In 2024, they win the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta here in Barcelona.
Do you want to round up and just get over by the... I would just try and get up one to tiny wee bit now. Doing there. Okay, boys. 2 1.
How each team responds under pressure is a signal as to how they will continue on. Undone by penalties in that race, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. But they still signal it is game on come the Louis Vuitton Cup to the other 4 challenges.
Boys, great effort on the bike, so.
Sorry, boys. Painful.
That's worth a wow.
Yeah, that was. I'm still getting my breath back, and I haven't done anything. That was pretty good, Shirley. I mean, that was a proper match race at pace in waves. I mean, that was absolutely epic.
And as Jimmy just said, I mean, what a comeback. We kind of thought it was maybe done and dusted, but he just closed the gap and brought the fight right to the Kiwis.
Confirmation of the final of the Louis Vuitton preliminary regatta, and it's Emirates Team New Zealand with the big W. And that's how it all finished up. Emirates Team New Zealand followed by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. American Magic, what might have been after what we saw today had they not had gear failure yesterday? Ineos Britannia with the 2 wins. Alinghi Red Bull Racing and Orient Express Racing. All teams with a lot of work to do.